morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of November the 19th, 2024. As we begin this morning, I do want to acknowledge that we'll be having the invocation in just a few moments, but Commissioner Emily Bonilla, this is her final Board of County Commission meeting as an Orange County Commissioner, so we do recognize that today. She will be introducing the person who will be coming forward to provide the invocation. After that, Commissioner Bonilla, we ask that you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Following the Pledge of Allegiance, our Communications Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will be coming forward. He'll be reading a proclamation recognizing Farm City Week and introduce two presentations after that our procurement division will be making. And after that, then we'll go to our public comment period of time. And with that, Commissioner Bonilla, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Definitely this is my favorite part of our meetings, is I really get to see the different ways people try to share their faith and reach the public. And here's another example of that. Today I have Kaylee Vance. She is the pastor of the Hearth and a progressive Lutheran church that believes in making space to affirm the divine in all through intentional community. The Hearth is an emergent church outside of the church concept that meets in local bars and breweries to provide space for individuals who do not feel comfortable in a traditional church setting. My type of place. The Hearth loves supporting local businesses through these collaborations and meets at the Falcon Bar and Gallery in Thornton Park on Wednesday evenings and 10 Brewing in the Mills 50 district on Sunday mornings. Kaylee is also the founder of the Affirming Leaders Network, a professional network of religious leaders in Central Florida committed to providing a welcoming and inclusive spiritual home to all people, regardless of how they identify or who they love. Prior to becoming a pastor, Kaylee worked as a licensed mental health and marriage and family therapist, providing mental health and drug rehabilitation services through felony drug court and various inpatient facilities. She also worked for over a decade with children and families at the Florida United Methodist Children's Home in Deltona, Florida. Kaylee grew up in multiple places throughout the United States due to her father's military career. She settled in Central Florida in 2013, where she hopes to remain a positive spiritual presence to all those who call this amazing place home. Thank you, and I invite her.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Bonilla, for inviting me to deliver this invocation. Thank you, Mayor Demings, and all those present who call Orange County home, and our wonderful leaders for this beautiful community. We appreciate your service. I invite you to just take a deep breath as we settle our minds and hearts in recognition of the Spirit in this space. Gracious and loving God, we invite you to dwell among us in this space as our elected officials conduct the business of this great county. May you provide them with compassion, wisdom, and courage as they wrestle together with the complex issues that impact all those who call Orange County home. May they be attentive to the interconnectedness of this wide world, considering especially those who are marginalized and do not have a voice in our society. May they continue to be good stewards of creation, protecting our beautiful waterways, palms and pines, and the wildlife that dwell among us. Be with our leaders as they engage in robust dialogue, creative brainstorming, and critical decision-making. We know that together we may not always agree. Help the leaders in this room use these moments of disagreement to listen and learn from each other, that they may discover surprising and innovative solutions. Creator and renewing Spirit, continue to transform this county into the likeness of your shalom, the wholeness you have wanted for us from the beginning. May this county be filled with love of neighbor and oriented towards community. May it be a peaceful and joyful place to live together and raise up the next generation. May justice and safety be a reality for all people. And finally, we pray a special blessing over Commissioner Bonilla as she attends her last county meeting as District 5's commissioner. Thank you for her service to our community over these past 8 years, and bless her as she embarks on a new journey. May God bless and keep you. May God's face shine upon you and be gracious to you. And may you journey forth in the love and peace of God. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wait. You are. Back in your spot. Sorry. Black. I got black. Look, you're tired. Yes. Oh, yes. I like that. Where is going? There is.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor said, we do have one proclamation for today to read. And the proclamation is for Farm City Week 2024. Farm City Week 2024. And the proclamation reads, whereas Florida farmers and ranchers help feed the world by producing a bounty of nutritious foods, and to accomplish this, they rely on essential partnerships with urban and suburban communities to supply, sell, and deliver finished products to consumers across Florida and around the globe. And whereas rural and urban communities working together have built our nation's rich agricultural resources that contribute to the health and well-being of our country and the strength of our economy. And whereas agriculture and related enterprises employ more than 2 million workers, including farmers, ranchers, shippers, processors, marketers, retailers, inspectors, and others who contribute $146 billion annually to Florida's economy. And whereas during National Farm City Week, we recognize the importance of this cooperative network and celebrate the mutually beneficial relationships that support the quality of life we all enjoy. And whereas, as we gather with family and friends for Thanksgiving, we celebrate the achievements of all of those who, working together, produce and supply our community, our nation, and the world with an abundance of agricultural products. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim November 20 through November 27, 2024, as Farm City Week 2024 in Orange County, Florida. Done in order this 19th day of November, 2024, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Receiving the proclamation is Kevin Kam. Kevin is the Orange County Extension Director of UF-IFAS Extension in Orange County. Kevin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor Demings, commissioners, county administration, staff, and guests. My question, did you enjoy a meal today? Maybe a snack last night? Maybe a glass of juice this morning? It's easy to take these moments for granted, but they all start with the hard work of farmers and agricultural workers. As we celebrate Farm City Week in Orange County from November 20th through the 27th, 2024, let's take a moment to recognize the people who make it all possible. With over 600 farms covering 118,397 acres in Orange County agriculture ranks 5th in the state for market value, generating $394 million annually and leading in the nursery and greenhouse production. I extend my sincere thanks to Mayor Demings and the commissioners for supporting our agricultural community. Let's honor Farm City Week and remember that every meal and drink reflects the dedication of rural farmers and urban agriculture efforts alike, reminding us of the vital link between the rural fields and the urban plots that sustain us all. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, team. Congratulations, Kevin. I'd like to call up at this point Carrie Mathis. Carrie is one of the hardest working people here in Orange County government. Carrie is the Procurement Division Manager, and she has won, or her division have won, 2 wonderful awards. I'd like to invite Carrie to come up and tell us about those awards that she has won. Let's give her a big round of applause, Carrie. She worked so hard.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator, Comptroller Diamond. I'm so excited to be here this morning with you to present not one but 2 separate awards that the Orange County Procurement Division has received. It is my honor to share with you that the Orange County Procurement Division has been awarded the 2024 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award from the National Procurement Institute. This award affirms that we are not only meeting but exceeding national standards in procurement. It recognizes us as the best in class, showcasing our relentless dedication to maintaining an open and transparent procurement process. This award should instill confidence that the expenditure of taxpayer money is conducted with the utmost integrity, fairness, and meticulous attention to detail. It affirms that our practices are aligned with the highest standards in the field, focused on innovation, professionalism, e-procurement, productivity, and leadership. This is the 29th consecutive year that the Orange County Procurement Division has received this prestigious award. While over 90,000 local government entities exist in the United States, we are one of only 49 counties in North America and one of only 30 agencies in Florida to obtain the award this year. But the statistic I am most proud to share with you today is that we are one of only 4 agencies, one of only 4, to have received the award every year since its inception back in 1995. I am extremely proud of our procurement team. It is because of their dedication that we are able to continue to bring the award home to Orange County every year. I want to assure you that we will continue to strive for excellence, ensuring that Orange County remains at the forefront of innovation and responsible practices. I'm also honored to be recognized today with a groundbreaking achievement for our Orange County Procurement Division. This year, our county has been honored with the prestigious 2024 Agency Advancement Award from NIGP, the Institute for Public Procurement. This award celebrates the launch of the Contracting Academy, which is a no-cost educational initiative developed to address reduced competition and broader supplier engagement, particularly among local, small, minority, and service-disabled businesses. The Academy's curriculum covers essential topics like procurement fundamentals, risk management, minority and women-owned business development, and navigating our e-procurement platform, OpenGov. Since its launch in July of 2023, the Contracting Academy has demystified the procurement process for suppliers, resulting in a more diverse and competitive supplier pool within Orange County. Notably, 87% of Academy attendees identified as local, small, minority, or service-disabled businesses, underscoring our commitment to making procurement accessible and inclusive. Additionally, the Academy has led to over 300 new subscribers to our solicitation notices on our e-procurement platform. The success of this innovative program has also gained wide attention, with numerous governmental agencies reaching out to us to learn about the Academy in an effort to replicate the impact within their own communities. This award reflects the dedication and innovation of our procurement division in advancing public procurement practices. Our commitment to inclusivity and proactive engagement has set a new standard, helping to build a transparent, resilient, and community-focused procurement environment. I'm grateful to my team of incredibly talented individuals who bring these concepts to reality and make it look effortless. I'm so proud to be a part of this team. They are nothing short of amazing. And I'd like to close today by extending my heartfelt thanks to you, Mayor, and each of our board members and county administration for your continued leadership and support of our procurement operation efforts. Thank you.
Before we take the ceremonial photograph, I do want to acknowledge a few things. First, there are over 3,000 counties in the U.S., and for 49 to be recognized and for Orange County to receive the top award, it is significant. It is because of the leadership of Carrie Mathis and the entire team that we have in procurement. Carrie has been active at the national level. She's been the national president, serving in various roles to get up to the point to be president of the association. This is also the first time that Orange County has been honored with the Agency Advancement Award for our Contracting Academy. So I applaud the great work of our procurement professionals who ensure a transparent process for procuring over $750 million in county goods and services each year. And so with all of that, to our appointed AEP officer for the National Procurement Institute, we do honor Carrie Mathis today, and I ask that all of her team members just stand and then come up, and please join me in giving all of them a round of applause. Thank you so much. All right, so as we move forward, congratulations to all of those who received recognition this morning once again. Also, just for everyone's awareness, we will be formally recognizing Commissioner Bonilla when we break between the morning session and the afternoon session. So our entire team will celebrate her 8 years of service. At this time, we're going to move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is the period of time for public comment. We do invite members of the public to come forward during this period of time. There will be certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should be properly brought to another board rather than this board. This afternoon during the land use hearings, there will be opportunities for public comment at that time. With that, Mr. Thalmuller, do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 13 registered speakers this morning.
All right, so each speaker will be given a maximum of 2 minutes to speak. That time will go quickly, so we ask that you keep that in mind as you make your comments. And let's start with the first speakers.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up on the back wall there. Please approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please start with your name and address for the record. First speaker this morning is going to be Jeff Justin, followed by Derek Lewis, Dan Helm, and Steve Hogan.
All right.
Good. Thank you, Mayor and County Commissioners. My name is Jeff Justin. I'm Vice President and General Manager for Turner Construction. The company's Orlando office located at 135 West Central Boulevard, Suite 950 in downtown Orlando, 32801. Today I'm here to thank you for your continued investment in the community venues, including Camping World Stadium and Kia Center. The venues are spaces that help define our community. They're destinations for traveling to the area, but also destinations for those of us that call Orlando home. As a large employer in Central Florida, Turner's local employees and their families are frequent patrons attending Magic, Solar Bay games, concerts, and other special events. The future upgrades will not only impact the buildings, but it will also strengthen the surrounding community and local small businesses. Thank you for your time and your continued support investing in your community assets.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Justin, for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, Derek Lewis, 9934 Lake Louise Drive, Windermere, Florida, Orange County resident for 17 years. And good morning. I want to thank you also for your hard work, support, and continued collaboration on the venues project, specifically here today to talk about the Kia Center, but also the other venues as well, which I get to frequent and have frequented a lot since I've been here. And one thing that I'm grateful to represent our community on this topic. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to talk about my experiences there and experiences others have. As I travel out of town quite a bit, I hear the word envy a lot. People are talk about the envy of Orlando. They're envy of our city, they're envy of our government, they're envy of our venues. And I think this TDT proposition, which I know you're in the final stages of, super important that we maintain that high standard of excellence as it relates to our venues. We do have facilities that age and they need the upkeep. Obviously, we want to continue to bring dollars in and continue to provide world-class experiences to those who frequent our town, those that live here locally, but also who come to visit us. So I just can't thank you enough. I've been coming up here now 3 times in the last year. A lot of discussion on this, a lot of hard work, a lot of grinding. Looks like we're going to hopefully come to a great outcome for all, and that we continue to celebrate the great experiences that we have in our venues here. So thank you very much for consideration and your collaboration.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next speaker, please.
I brought some paper, I'm sorry. So my name is Dan Helm, 2026 East Jefferson Street, Orlando, Florida. There's some paper coming around. I'm a lawyer. I'm a election supervisor advocate and big fan of the Supervisor Elections Office. And I'm here to talk about, we just heard from the procurement and that good stewards, they want an award of taxpayer dollars. I'm here to talk about a bad steward, a steward of taxpayer dollars, specifically our current interim Supervisor Elections, Glenn Gilzine. It's been become aware that he stuck his hand in the cookie jar, and at this point my fear is that he's gone full cookie monster in terms of grabbing taxpayer dollars and divvying them out to people that are not deserving of them, of taxpayer dollars that are supposed to be used for the supervisor elections. It's supposed to be a nonpartisan administrative elections, and there's discussion about a lawsuit on an independent constitutional officer, whether he has authority to bring forward independent budget expenditures, make amendments to his own budget. And the case law actually here is settled. I'll note the county attorney that Alachua versus Watson is a Florida Supreme Court case from a couple years ago that said, no, you don't have independent, when it comes to your budget, it has to come in front of this body. And so the supervisor elections currently is about $5 million that we're aware of, has divvied out this to scholarships, to grants, to gratuitous gifts that have nothing to do with election administration, and it's concerning. On the following pages, just this past week, he announced a new program to revamp the poll worker training and the K through 12 education civics program. And this is a new contract. Again, this current interim supervisor elections is going to be replaced in January. I would encourage this board to take immediate action to prohibit him from making expenditures other than payroll, because he's going to be signing new contracts that are going to bind this office to spend money. And so I'd encourage this board to take as much legal action, because as soon as Friday, there's going to be a new contract signed that's going to be spending more taxpayer dollars. So you should public censure Glenn Gilzine, as well as do what you can to stop him from spending more taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Okay, and before you leave the podium, I missed it. Give us your name and address for the
Sure.
record, if you don't
My
mind.
name is Dan Helm. Again, my address is 2026 East Jefferson Street. That's in Orlando, Florida.
All right, thank you for your comments, and we'll move to the next speaker.
Steve Hogan, 606 Lake Harbor Circle, Orlando, Florida. Mayor and Commissioners, I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you. It's been a long journey. We've been on a 20-year journey to kind of complete the original idea and vision for Camping World Stadium's competitiveness, and hopefully we're there. It was a great night last night with Pink. If you weren't there, 50,000 people, 300,000 people for EDC last weekend, and it's been a busy year. This is one of my favorite weeks because it's Florida Classic Week, Florida Classic Week, and it's the great HBCU matchup of Florida A&M and Bethune-Cookman in our community, really a family reunion. And I'm so blessed to kind of look out in the audience. I see Margaret Hill here and Tangius Michael and two residents amongst probably hundreds of residents that have given thousands of hours to Camping World Stadium's mission and to their own community. And I'm so appreciative to them for fighting side by side with us. It's great to be competitive, and we will. We compete head to head with multi-billion dollar facilities, and we're doing it because we have a multi-billion dollar community. And so I'd love to have one, but right now I think we're going to win because of those kind of leaders. And hopefully Camping World Stadium's a beacon of hope. It's an example of what you can do with public investment if you choose to. The last $10 million, last 10 years, $120 million in affordable housing, health and wellness, education facilities, and that's just the beginning. I can't wait to see what the next 10 years are going to do because of that investment in this public facility and how it has inspired transformation in a community that could badly use investment. So thank you so much for this opportunity today, and look forward to building the rest of Camping World Stadium, and I thank you to the West Lakes residents.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hogan. Next speaker, please.
All right, folks, next set of speakers is going to start with Sharon Line Clary, followed by Mark Shamley and Charlie Dorr.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Line Clary, and I live at 1377 Richmond Road, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. And it is my honor to be with you, Mayor and Commissioners, today and tell you a little bit about Florida Citrus Sports and advocate on behalf of Camping World Stadium. I'm the Senior Vice President of Community Impact and Partnership Engagement at Advent Health, but I'm also the very proud President of Florida Citrus Sports. On behalf of our entire executive board and all of the members of Florida Citrus Sports, I want to thank you for your visionary leadership. I know it has been a journey, and your continued investment in creating a global destination, not just a destination, but an experience for people to come to our great community, an experience in sports and entertainment, all at Camping World Stadium. I've been going to bowl games, concerts, and events my whole life because I'm born and raised here in Central Florida. And you know what? When I think about Camping World Stadium, it's so much more than a stadium, right? It's more than seats. It's more than a field, a pitch. It's more than a concert stage, just like Steve mentioned at Pink last night that was sold out. It's a creator of jobs. It's an accelerator for local businesses, big and small. It's a destination for our local residents as well as our visitors around the globe who are, shopping in our stores, going to our restaurants, and staying in our hotels. And lastly, it's where lifelong memories are made right here in Central Florida. So thank you for your continued investment, for your partnership, and for trusting and supporting Florida Citrus Sports. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam President. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Mark Shamley. My address is 7945 Horse Ferry Road, Orlando, Florida, 32835. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The venues plan is a great example of the cooperation between the city and county, and the Board of County Commissioners deserves our thanks and praise for this effort. The Kia Center is a shining example of Orange County's good leadership and planning for the future. We built it to attract world-class events, and it has worked. The Kia Center is also good for our economy, a magnet for visitors, and a good driver of creating more TDT dollars. From hosting graduations, my daughter graduated from Olympia High School at the Kia Center, that enables the Orange County students to celebrate their accomplishments with many extended family members, to hosting job fairs, to being a ready venue to help in the distribution of pandemic resources. The Kia Center is more than just a place for concerts and sports. It's a community asset. We are excited to be supportive of this, and I appreciate the Commission's vote in favor of making the necessary updates to the Kia Center going forward. So thank you for this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shamley, for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commission and the Mayor. My name is Charlie Dorr. I'm at 1827 Woody Drive, 34786. I am with PCL Construction. We're one of the area's largest venue builders and have worked tremendously with the county in the past on other projects, and we're really excited to be able here today to share a little bit of our appreciation for the commitment and the effort and the collaboration that you guys have put together and put forth to elevating this community. It's distinctive in how you've seen the big picture and worked toward what is successful here. We are excited about the potential for the Kia Center and the Camping World improvements to take them to the next level, so that we can continue to show the rest of the world what the highest degree of hospitality looks like, what this town is really founded on in this community. And with that, I would say, as a company who utilizes those facilities, and we bring customers and families and friends there and take advantage of them, we see the benefit here. We also recognize that the TDT dollars that will continue to flow into these improved venues will be absolutely phenomenal. As a contractor, we get a front row seat to the small business and the opportunity to grow those businesses in that first implement of the construction phase of those projects. And it gives us pride to be a part of that and watch our partners grow and continue to be successful project after project after project. Again, I'd like to thank you for your time and your effort and your collaboration, and appreciate your time here today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Noor. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next set of speakers is going to start with Jill Vaughn, followed by Justin Kinsey and Chris Ritter.
Good morning. Jill Vaughn, 333 South Garland Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I'm here on behalf of the Downtown Orlando Partnership. I serve as the president and CEO. And your thoughtful investment of the TDT funds is essential to the improvement of our community and its assets. And I'm here today in support of one of the community's greatest assets, in addition to Camping World, the Kia Center. The Kia Center is downtown Orlando's meeting place, the place for not only sports and entertainment, but for graduations and for community events. Strong downtowns serve as the economic hub for counties and for cities, attracting both residents and visitors. And for over 60 years, the Downtown Orlando Partnership, or DOP, has been committed to collaboratively working for the overall betterment of our downtown through business and community initiatives, both in the private and public sectors. The Kia Center has played a crucial role in the success of our organization this year. The Downtown Orlando Partnership hosted not only our inaugural Downtown Employee Appreciation Week, which a lot of Orange County employees attended, as well as DOP's State of Downtown. The facility serves as the perfect venue to bring visitors, residents, business leaders, and key stakeholders to our downtown core, in turn generating revenue for the regional economy and driving up demand for local businesses. Investing in the Kia Center is an investment in the vibrancy and vitality of downtown Orlando and Orange County. On behalf of the Downtown Orlando Partnership, I thank you for your continued support of our venues, and I encourage Orange County to continue to take action in the funding of these events, these venues. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vaughn. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Justin Kinsey, address 1221 West Colonial Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32804. Good morning, Mayor Dimmons. I got it right this time. And Orange County Commissioners. Happy Florida Classic Week. I'd like to say thank you, Mayor Dimmons and the Orange County Commission for your visionary leadership and continual investments into Camping World Stadium and its surrounding campus. Camping World plays a vital role in the West Lakes community and the greater Orlando community as a whole, as the events it holds impacts tourism, creates jobs, and enhances business opportunities for the small businesses and entrepreneurs that surround the stadium. Just last week, Sweetie's Ice Cream, historically golfs to our community, now owned by two former Jones High School students, sold out record sales 3 days in a row with EDC in town, and they fully expect to achieve that same feat with the Florida Classic coming up. This wouldn't be possible without you all's support. Thank you also to Florida Citrus Sports, Steve Hogan and Sharon, for truly being our community quarterback and epitomizing the phrase, be the change that you want to see. It's an honor to truly block and tackle for a community when you have support of people like Florida Citrus Sports, the West Lakes Partnership, and Lift Orlando. Again, thank you, Orange County Commission, for your ongoing support, and I'm certain that this partnership will strengthen our region as a whole. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kinsey. You can tell he's a former offensive lineman. You know, he's full of blocking and tackling. All right, next speaker.
Chris Ritter at 13407 Bellaria Circle in Windermere. Work with PCL Construction as the district manager here in Orlando, and just with Mr. Ador, wanted to echo his comments and just further add, as someone that's had ties since my dad grew up down the street in Pine Castle, to see what these venues have done for the city and what they continue to do. It's simply amazing. Again, can't imagine a better investment than what we've been making as a community, and thank you for that.
Thank you for your comments this morning as well. We'll move to the next speakers.
All right, our final batch of speakers is going to start with Joe Orr, followed by Jennifer Kennedy and Glenn Cook.
Good morning. My name is Shane Burnset. I'm speaking on behalf of Joe Orr. Our address is 200 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I'm the business leader for Gilbane building company here in Central Florida. I'm also a native of Central Florida and a proud graduate of the University of Central Florida. As a resident, I've spent a lot of time attending venues, whether it's Magic games, concerts, or performances, and I've seen the impact that that's had on this community as well as myself personally and friends and family. So understanding the impact and seeing how that impact has grown over the years through investments made into these venues has really been impactful. As a business owner, I see how those investments help our local businesses, the diverse, small, and minority businesses. And as a contractor, we recognize that and what it does for our community in providing well-paying jobs that last well beyond the construction. We want to thank the commission and mayor for your leadership and the partnership in supporting these venues, and look forward to what the next wave or future looks like. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Mr. Orr, we'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, Commission. My name is Jennifer Kennedy. I reside at 2117 Hoffner Avenue in Belle Isle, 32809. I had to think about that for a second. This is what I get for being second to the last. Everything's already been said. I'm here to speak in favor of TDT funding for the Kia Center. Thank you for what you've already done for Camping World. All my other comments have already been spoken. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, Ms. Kennedy. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Glenn Cook. I live here in Central Florida, also Orange County District 3, 2841 Harriet Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Also have a business down in Lake Nona, Commissioner Cordero's district, and that is in the Verizon 5G accelerator. I would like to say to all the commissioners, please come down and see us in our living lab. We are working on emerging technologies right now that could really affect our transportation system right here in Central Florida. I've also provided a MP4 video discussing how we could utilize these emerging technologies and also assist the mayor future-wise when it comes to the penny sales tax. We could appropriate those funds to these emerging technologies and really move our corridors a lot more efficiently. Our high-tech corridor right here in Central Florida, which spans all the way from the east coast of the Orange County area all the way to the west coast metro area, would be an ideal area to work on some of these emerging technologies, and we can utilize our living lab to test these things with our data and analytics that we are seeing with some of these companies from all over the world that come into our airport and want to bring their companies here. And these great technologies will help move our people more efficiently. With these interesting roads that we've got around here, we can actually appropriate these technologies to move people more efficiently. 1,000 people a day move here. So how can we do it before we put the first shovel in the ground? We can do it through simulation and training and data. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And it looks like we have one final speaker. Is that right, Mr. Thelma?
I'm sorry, I did register, and I tried to confirm that before I came and sat down, and
No
they said,
problem.
don't worry, if you registered, you're good.
We have
and
you.
for some reason, I wasn't
We
on
have
that.
you. We'll find your card.
Okay. I have a handout for the commissioners. There's 7, so. I'm just going to wait for this to load. Thank you.
While it's loading, if you could start with your name and address.
Sure. Just want to make sure. Okay. Hi, my name is Angela Emerson. I live in the Eastwood community at 14729 Baltusrol Drive, Orlando, Florida. Thank you for having me this morning. This morning, I'd like to talk about an unauthorized discharge point from our local water reclamation facility. In 2023, the Eastwood community discovered an unauthorized discharge coming off of a long reclamation pipeline, which comes from the neighboring water treatment facility. Here's a map showing that. The underwater discharge point travels through the community in a median of Gulf Way. This pipeline was never, the discharge point into that large lake in the center was never authorized by an environmental permit. Because this lake discharges into wetlands of the Econ, a permit would be needed to do this. Again, I'm not strictly talking about the pipeline, but the discharge point. As you can see on this map, Eastwood is in the Econ River Basin, and two tributaries make access to our community. The community requested verification that this point cannot be used going forward. Orange County Utilities refused to give this physical verification. Instead, they gave us a picture. This is the one on the right. The actual, what it looks like inside of one of the access boxes is on the left. As you can see, they don't look very similar. Given that the pipeline appears to have a branch off that goes down Woodbury and may serve other customers, I'm asking where this cap is. Also, there is a groundwater well that is located in that immediate vicinity of Lake 21, which is why this is such a big deal. How was this never discovered? Honestly, it makes perfect sense given that no governmental agency verified what was built for the Eastwood stormwater management system out on the golf course. There's no permits or no closed permits, no inspections, no way to verify that the construction followed environmental laws or prior approvals. Between both Orange County and the St. John's Water District, there are no as-built on file and no final inspections ever. I ask that this get resolved. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emerson. I know that I believe Mr. Ed Torres, our utilities director, is here. Ed, are you somewhere out there
Mayor,
in the audience?
I shared with the deputy director in 105, so he's going to speak.
Okay, so, all right, and, well, there is Ed, he is there. I know you all have had numerous conversations with Ms. Emerson. If you just follow up, if there's some new items that you can give her some feedback on. Thank you, Ms. Emerson, for your presence.
I forgot to mention, the handout was from Orange County's own website that talks about best practices for reclaimed water. And I highlighted four that clearly are, three of them that clearly violate this discharge point's access into our stormwater. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers present who wish to be heard at this time?
That was the last speaker, Mayor.
All right. As we move to the next item on our agenda, I do want to also acknowledge, it seems like a long time ago, but we had an election here recently, and we're elated that two of our board members were reelected, and they will continue to serve for the next 4 years. Commissioner Wilson from District 1 and Commissioner Uribe from District 3. We look forward to working with you. Congratulations to all of you. And of course, we have a newly elected commissioner, Commissioner-elect Kelly Simrad will be sworn in on December the 3rd. And she will take office shortly thereafter the swearing-in ceremony. So with that, we're going to move forward on our agenda at
Mayor,
this
you
time.
have one other
we have Supervisor of Elections elect, Ms. Karen Castor Dental. She will be succeeding the current. Ms. Dental, would you like to say anything this morning? Okay. She gave me a precarious look. Okay. It's up to you if you... all right.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners and Comptroller and everyone else. I am looking forward to working with you all when I'm sworn in January, and I will be reaching out to you if I haven't already to have some initial meetings and discussions.
All right. We look forward to working with you as one of our constitutional officers. I have a healthy respect for all of our constitutionals, having served as one of the constitutionals myself. To those who may be listening or viewing, we will have a conversation near the end of our board meeting today about some of the issues related to the Supervisor of Elections Office. So thank you for your presence today.
Yes, thank you, and I'll be here for that to monitor the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will move forward at this time to our consent agenda. I'm going to call on the County Administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, who will be presenting the consent agenda. Mr. Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. I have two items to note regarding the consent agenda. The first item will be pulled, and that's item A2. It's regarding agreement with the Orlando Economic Partnership. Commissioner Wilson requested this item to be pulled for discussion this morning, which will follow this action by the board on the consent agenda, and then have one minor modification to item G1. That's G1 on the Convention Center. There were three items that the Sports Incentive Committee had considered. The second item, the $30,000 for a bid fee for USA Volleyball, is no longer needed. So we want to strike that item and remove number 2 from the consent agenda. So items 1 and 3 under G1 will continue to be presented to the board for consideration. Item 2, USA Volleyball, will be stricken from the consent agenda. And with that, Mayor, pulling A2 for discussion and correcting G1, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. If there are no other items to be pulled or any other amendments.
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Bonilla.
We do have a motion. Commissioner Uribe was the motioner. To my left, Commissioner Bonilla was the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. With the action of the unanimous vote by the remaining items on the consent agenda, I do want to highlight a few things. More than $100,000 in additional funding is being bestowed to Habitat Humanity, who is administering the Orange County Financial Empowerment Center. This program provides free financial counseling to Orange County residents, focusing on budgeting, helping them to reduce their debt and other economic matters. The counseling will be provided in 3 of our Orange County Community Action Centers, as well as it will be provided virtually. The Community Action Division is also entering into a license agreement with the University of Central Florida College of Nursing. Within the Holden Heights Community Action Center, our area seniors will participate in exercise and health education classes. Also utilizing American Rescue Plan Act funding, the Mental Health and Homelessness Division is adding nearly $700,000 to existing contracts with 2 ardent nonprofit providers of resources for housing insecure individuals. With the additional funding, service, and Love Together outreach and the SALT group will be working with Clean the World and providing mobile shower units as well as access to other resources for those who may be suffering with mental illness or homelessness. We also approved on item K6 a bus service agreement with Lynx. This agreement provides an additional $7.3 million to be dedicated to enhance annual bus service frequency by providing over 40,000 additional service hours to 6 different fixed routes and the development of additional bus shelters as part of our accelerated transportation safety program. Our ATSP funding is entering its second year of the 5-year program that will provide an additional $100 million in transportation and safety needs. Today's financial commitments supports Orange County's desire to expand multimodal approaches to help meet the demands of our transportation and transit systems. Also, today we approved 2 other agreements with Lynx, and item K7, our annual service agreement for fiscal year 24-25. We will be paying Lynx $82.9 million for the full range of standard transit services across all of Orange County. Also, in a separate service agreement with Lynx, that funding provides extended service hours in the International Drive corridor, a major job center for us, for those who depend on public transit as their primary mode of transportation so that they can get to and from work in a timely manner, and hopefully on time for their jobs. We want to remind you that we have started our annual Orange County Mayor's Toy Drive. This is the 14th annual toy drive. We partner with Fox 35 TV, and this is to make certain that we have a joyous Christmas season for many of our children in our community and their families who need extra support. So there's opportunity for you to support that through our website at ocfl.net/toy drive. You can contribute. Also, we're partnering with our local libraries. They will be collecting toys at any of our library locations, several of our fire stations, several of our community and family services units and buildings, community centers around the county will be taking in new toys that will be distributed. In the past, we served some 1,900 children and have provided over 11,000 toys over time. So to our community, I say thank you for supporting us in that endeavor. And with that, that concludes my comments about the action that we took regarding the consent agenda. Now we will move to our discussion agenda, and first up will be Ms. Carrie Mathis. You heard from her earlier this morning. I'm going to come back to that in just a few moments. Well, we can take it up now. Commissioner Wilson, if you want to, the item that was pulled, if you want to discuss it now.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do, just because it was part of the consent agenda. And
Okay.
Yeah, so if it's okay, we can dive in. I don't want to take up too much time. I know we have a really busy day, and I'm sorry you all are on deck. But this was going to come through on consent. It has the last few years. I've expressed some of the questions and concerns that I've had to administration in the past, and the timing on this one provided the opportunity to raise some of those questions. I want to thank the folks from Orlando Economic Partnership for meeting with me yesterday and talking through some of it, but I still have some unresolved concerns. We know as a board that every penny we stretch very thin, right? We're going to be hearing from our homeless services network today. We're going to be hearing about Vision 2050 and our deficits in transportation and transit, and continuing to look for revenue sources also requires us to go back and look at our current expenditures. We have consistently paid out close to $1 million to an agency that I'm not sure if we're getting what we've invested in. OEP did yesterday tell me that they would be really happy to come back, get into further details about the return on investment for our entire community. But I wanted to take the opportunity to at least highlight for you all today sort of the things that flagged my attention when looking through the contract. The reporting went from being quarterly to now biannually, and that was just from last year to this year. And there's, I think, the overarching concern I have about the differentiation between our support and investment based on state law of what we have to do with TDT dollars and sort of the crossover to this investment into Orlando Economic Partnership. We know that they it's from our general fund. And those general fund dollars we have to use for everything else, from our animal shelter to our home. And seeing that their board is largely made up of people from the hospitality industry, and that they are, they even have Visit Orlando included in there, it looks very muddy to me. And I know if I feel that way as somebody who combed through this contract, I can only imagine what our residents might think, or people who are observing, understanding they've been denied a piece of playground equipment because we have budget limitations. So I think it's important for us to understand where those dollars are going and how their mission of broad-based prosperity is truly broad, and that it truly has some effects of prosperity. I think a lot of the investors have been prosperous and will continue to be prosperous, right? We're looking at Universal, we look at Disney, we're looking at Visit Orlando. These are things we know get both public and private funds. And so with our public funds, our general dollar funds, I think it's really important we drill down how we're getting that return on investment. The other parts of the contract that I had some concerns with were the anti-lobbying provision. Not that I have a problem with the anti-lobbying provision. I actually think it's pretty straightforward, but I've sat in Tallahassee and seen somebody representing Orlando Economic Partnership, and specifically it was in the capacity of supporting an alignment through a preservation, through our own investment, right? Something that the voters had already spoken on in Split Oak Forest. And so knowing that this contract actually specifies that their goals would be aligned with our legislative goals, it felt like a violation of that specific clause. So I wanted to address that and see if those types of clauses in this agreement, are they actually monitored? Because I understand that the performance evaluation is actually determined by OEP in here. So I'm not sure how we would have the opportunity to ever give a true checks and balances. So I kind of wanted to find out if the board had any thoughts about this and whether or not there was some opportunity from here to move forward, getting more confidence in the process.
Okay, we certainly can get some input from the board. I'll give the county administrator the opportunity to respond first if he has any thoughts, and based on conversations with OEP, any thoughts?
That would be, I presume Dennis Holsey is there, Mayor. He has been
All right.
coordinator managing this.
Dennis, any
process.
thoughts?
Good morning, Mayor and County Commissioners. Dennis Holsey, Economic Development Administrator for Orange County. Just to highlight a couple things in the agreement that did change, we did change it to a biannual reporting, but we also changed the payment method. In the past, payments were advanced. The first quarter was advanced, and then payments were made quarterly thereafter. I changed it so that payments are made at the midpoint of the year and at the end of the year after work is completed and reports are submitted. So I did want to clarify that there were some changes in the payment submissions, and now we reimburse. We do not pay up front to the OEP. So we have worked closely with the OEP. I have for the last year I've worked there. I'm happy to bring up Destin if he can answer any questions. Destin Wells is representing Orlando Economic Partnership today to answer any questions that the board and Commissioner Wilson has.
All right, we'll see if there are any questions for Destin in just a few moments. In terms of the comment by Commissioner Wilson about the quarterly reporting, et cetera, if that is something that the board desires to make some modifications, certainly it may require some modification to the agreement, and we can have that conversation as well. But stand by. There are some questions or comments by members of the board at this time. We'll start with Commissioner Bonilla, and then we'll go to Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, Commissioner Scott, and then Commissioner Moore. With that, Commissioner Bonilla, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I believe my first question would be, when was the last time there was an audit? Because I think it was very helpful to have an audit when we did it with Visit Orlando and the contract, just to make sure that things are aligning up. Have we had that with?
They're required to do an annual audit themselves, and they provide
Yeah,
a
but
copy
that's
to that.
different from what
I
our
don't know
comptroller
when the
does.
last.
Yeah, the agreement
That's-
actually allows them to choose the auditor.
Yeah, but I'm talking about an audit where and you could speak to this, where he matches what's in our contract to what's actually happening.
Well, the comptroller is
Yeah.
here, so, you know.
I guess that was a question for the comptroller then. I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Fair enough. Happy to answer. That's something that we have looked at, and right now, you mentioned the Visit Orlando audit. We're in the midst of that still. But that's something we can look at, and if any of you have opinions on that, feel free to let me know.
Thank you. And I don't disagree with everything that was said, but perhaps one of the things that we should look at is how our TDT is being used. If we're having services duplicated, maybe by Visit Orlando or OEP, maybe we can be more efficient about that. Maybe that's something. I think that is something to look at in your audits anyway. So your audits are great, by the way, and I do read them. I don't know if anybody really spends time. I read them, and I appreciate all the work that you put into them. But my other statement is that our top 3 economic drivers are tourism, agriculture, and military. So it makes sense that a lot of people on there are from the tourism industry just because of that. But I definitely would like to probably see more of the other 2 industries more involved as well, to make that balance, with the 3 top economic drivers of Orange County.
But I think you hit on what I was saying, is that then would it make more sense under the state law for this particular investment to come from tourist development tax dollars? Because if it is promoting tourism as part of their mission statement.
No. So what I meant was that they're involved in that because it's one of our top economic drivers. But like I said with the audit, that he could check to see if there's duplicated services. And in that audit, then we could see if, we're using TDT maybe not for something that we could be using it for. You know what I mean? So I'm on the same page as you, but, I think the audit could really figure that out for us.
So we'll have more conversation on that, and Commissioner Wilson, I'm going to call on the commissioners in the order in which they speak. I will come back to you. Okay. Commissioner Uribe?
Thank you. I actually, Commissioner Wilson, I kind of do have some agreement point because they did the Visit Orlando ad. And they even have it here. They're promoting it. So are we using general funds to pay for TDT services? Because this is what Visit Orlando is using. Personally, I don't want to come off too critical because I do believe they play a vital role in what they're doing. My concerns are a little bit, I think there has to be more presentation and be in front of us on a more regular basis, because what happens, it's like kids. You give them their money and they go, and you don't see them until they come back for more money, and there has to be some accountability. I do want to acknowledge the leadership for taking some accountability for certain things where we got looked over and have committed to doing better. But doing better is also not just them saying they're going to do better, but us expecting something a little bit more regular. And I do believe that the payments and maybe altering that is important. I do think there's one thing for them to audit themselves, which we have always found. Just like Visit Orlando, they do their own audits, but now when we've done a comprehensive audit, we have found some irregularities with what the agreement is and what their auditing is. So I think that there should be a validity of a conversation to look at that, because you're looking at almost $1 million that we're giving. And granted, they're coming back. I also, while we're doing that accountability and building a stronger communication relationship, because I don't want to say we don't have a relationship, a more communicative relationship, is being a little bit more aware of things happen. And I know I had a very robust conversation yesterday where I shared manufacturing businesses who've come and met with me who are talking about bringing businesses here. I was just recently invited to Dubai to see the new flying cars, but yet I hear they're actually working on that too. So I'm like, well, why aren't we all talking together? And this is what happens when you only come once every other year when you need to be renewed financially. Yeah. So we need this relationship needs to go both ways. We need to know what's going on. We need to keep the finger on the pulse. I'm sure the mayor's much more aware. I mean, obviously most people come to the mayor, but I'm not getting any of this information. I don't know about you. I learned from the Florida Chamber about the project in Dubai with flying cars. And then when I mentioned it to the team yesterday, they're like, oh yeah, we're working on that too. And I'm like, well, heck, I found out through Tallahassee, not locally. And so when you talk more, you know more. And those are exciting things for me, by the way. Those are things that I want to talk about, that we are economically and progressively moving forward as entrepreneurs, as building and manufacturing and all those things. So it's just, I just think the relationship needs more commitment from both sides. And I think we do that by requesting that they come here and requesting that there's a little bit more transparency. But I do, like I said, I want to acknowledge, though, the leadership for acknowledging some of the lack of communication and committing to doing better. But these are general funds dollar, like Commissioner Wilson said. These aren't appropriated from something else. These are folks like all of us here who are paying into it, and we want to see where our money's going in complete fashion. Okay, thanks.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello? Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Okay, I just wanted to, well, I think Dennis already answered, because I wanted to ask you how was the process of payment, when you were, the funds, when they were going to be delivered, and you said that they do the job first, right? Whatever assignment, and then it's going to be paid, right? Okay.
Correct, yes, reimbursable, yes.
Reimbursable, okay, that's good. That's a plus to be more transparent. And also, I agree with my colleagues. I think, we should have, see them here quarterly so they can update us and, have a better communication. Let's see. And I know also, Mr. Dennis, that last year we reimbursed for the branding, $500,000. Are we doing that this year again, or that's already done?
No, the $500,000 that was provided for branding in previous years was not renewed in the budget this year, and it is not in this agreement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Wilson, I want to get the county attorney's input on some of the things you shared, but specifically, can you restate your concern relative to the lobbying clause in the contract?
Absolutely. The clause in the contract reads, anti-lobbying clause, county funds shall not be used to lobby or influence the decisions of the county or governing body or any other local government entity in the state of Florida. OEP shall not lobby state legislature or attempt to influence legislative decision-making inconsistent with the legislative priorities adopted by the county without the county's prior approval.
Okay. And Jeff, you said you were in Tallahassee.
I was sitting right there. I got video.
Mr. Newton, if you could just kind of clarify with respect to what instances would an entity that we are in a contractual relationship with lobby the state on behalf of maybe their particular interest. I guess what I'm saying is, when and when does not that clause apply relative to their own interest? Because, I mean, they don't just work specifically with us, it's for the region. So I'm just trying to understand how that clause could be better refined to further.
And potentially the word inconsistent
Yeah.
with legislative priority.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, I have it. Yeah. Yeah, I have it and I've read it, but I think the situation that Commissioner Wilson has outlined certainly is a situation that, had it been known to us, namely the county attorney's office or county administrator, we certainly would have had a conversation with ODP about the issue. I think it's probably it's a very broad provision, and the problem is one of monitoring and not necessarily the provision itself. And so it just so happened that you were in Tallahassee and you were able to witness the provision being violated, if you will. But in terms of what you could do with respect to limiting that provision, I don't think that would be a good idea at all.
Okay, and then Dennis, I'm not sure if this would be you or for the county administrator. When this agreement came into place, the initial agreement, the very first agreement, what were the discussions like to determine the funding source? I mean, why wasn't it, was it ever discussed to do TDT or general, like how did it take shape? I know our county administrator worked for the county previously, left. Do you have any insight on that?
Historically, no, I can't pinpoint exactly. The assumption, though, would be certainly that this was not viewed as specific to tourism, therefore perhaps not an eligible use, but it was for the overall economic benefit. There was a lot of work, especially early on. A lot of the emphasis was on corporate relocation and assisting or working collaboratively to attract businesses to this area, to grow businesses as well. That had always been its focus. Probably continues to be that focus, but certainly I can say back in those days, first time around, there was a very pronounced emphasis on business, corporate relocation, and job growth.
Wouldn't, I mean, since, as I understand it, this agreement in prior administrations was longer, maybe 2 years or whatever, and just recently you guys made changes. When you talk about corporate interest and corporate headquarters and things of the like, given that there are corporate tourism interests, let's just say Disney, for example, they were potentially going to relocate here, wouldn't it make sense to look at either some or all those funds coming from TDT? I mean, has that ever been a discussion floated by anyone?
Dennis, I mean, you all manage this contract, so
Yeah,
that's a conversation.
I'm not aware of any conversations about looking at TDT to fund OEP.
It seems like the Chief of Staff wants to chime in.
I'm sorry. Hi. Commissioners, maybe I should get involved in answering some of these questions because Dennis has only been here a year. Roseanne Harrington, Mayor Deming's Chief of Staff, and Economic Development, Trade, and Tourism reports up to me, and so I've been involved with the OEP for many years and their contract. And the Orlando Economic Partnership, the county's contribution is specifically to try and recruit, retain businesses in Orange County and help us diversify our economy. And that's what Destin leads that division, and they work for us to try and recruit businesses here, like Red 6. That's a modeling, simulation, and training company that they recruited here, started by a British Air Force aviator who is now at Central Florida Research Park, started up, and they're up to like 150 employees now, and they're going to have their corporate headquarters at the executive airport. Those are the kind of businesses they're trying to bring here, manufacturing, Threat Locker, 100 employees here. That's what we collaborate with the Orlando Economic Partnership on, is bringing those businesses here, creating those high-wage jobs. That's the primary purpose, which doesn't fall underneath tourist development. We're not using them to bring tourists here. I think when it gets a little confusing for everybody is because there's this joint brand, Orlando Unbelievably Real, that has been adopted by the OEP, took that on to try and support it. And I think that's where the confusion lies. Our branding agreement up until last year provided money for branding. We ended that, so we are no longer contributing to their branding. That ended. We had a 5-year agreement. That ended. And what we are supporting is the economic development here, the manufacturing, the businesses, to internationally try and bring them here and create trade opportunities also.
Roseanne, thank you for those comments. I do want to hear from their representative in just a moment. I don't think any of me or my colleagues, none of us are confused. None of us are confused. I think the concern is trying to figure out that, how do we best invest the public dollar and also the right source of that. You mentioned these organizations and entities that we want to bring here, but it's not limited to that, because if a tourism-based company wanted to come here, we wouldn't stop them. We would work to engage that entity to come here, like Disney. And so while it may be a priority of that organization to go after those things that you've mentioned, it's not limited to that. I would love to hear from Visit Orlando specifically about if, you said Dustin or Destin? Destin, if you could share, I have 2 questions for you. It's a 2-part question.
Commissioner, can we hear all of the questions, and then when we bring Destin up, let him respond to questions that that you might have. I don't want to bring them up, send them back, bring them up. And there are a couple of other commissioners who have indicated a desire to speak. I want him to come up so we can work efficiently one time and maybe address all the questions. So if we can work it that way, then we can keep moving forward with our agenda. But if you can ask him the question, and then, Destin, I'm going to have you come up after we hear from all of the commissioners, okay?
I think that's fair, Mayor. Thank you. Destin, the question really, I want to hear, Roseanne kind of articulated the goal from our perspective. When you do come up, I want to understand two things. What do you envision as your goal of your organization, or kind of overarching and specific to Orange County, because you guys kind of do a little bit of the region, right? But the goal is the agreement is with us. And then how do you view the relationship? Because obviously when you're in contract negotiations, things change based on the input from both parties. And so there may be a perspective on Dennis or Roseanne's side that you may agree or disagree with, and vice versa. And so I really want to understand from you, given you're the entity that's receiving the funds, what is your understanding of your role specific to our goals, but also to the relationship? Because sometimes those things kind of ebb and flow. Do you understand? Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Moore.
Yes, good morning. And so I understood from what my colleagues are saying was just a couple of things that I don't think are really that controversial, because I appreciate the work of OEP and I found them to be very effective. And so we were talking about maybe going back to quarterly reporting, and maybe we could have a session here, a workshop annually where they come in like we do with some of the other entities. It sounds like a lack of communications and a lot of respects here, and so more presentations in front of the board. And I knew last year we already took money away to work with ULI, Urban League Institute, if I got the acronym correct, to work on our unincorporated areas with Main Street programs in some of our blighted communities. So I know we'd already shifted money away from them to address some of the needs in our lower income unincorporated sections of town. So I don't quite understand. I don't know if we need to address why they lobbied, on behalf of Split Oak, if we need to hear that or not. I just think we should follow the contract and have better communications with this board, and I think a lot of this will solve itself.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Roxanne, what is the position, or what are they going to do with what Commissioner Bonilla had brought in regards to the Filming Commission? What would be the position of the OEP?
Oh, the Film Commission. Well, the Film Working Group is still meeting, and we had a meeting scheduled yesterday, and we didn't have a quorum, so we were not able to move forward. And one of the things we're looking at is how, because right now the Film Commission is underneath the Orlando Economic Partnership, and it just does permitting, but it does it for the region. So that's one of the issues that the working group is looking at, and coming back to this board with how we handle that structure moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so before I go, Commissioner Uribe?
Yeah, I appreciate all the questions and the opportunity for give feedback. I just want to say I support the opportunity for an independent audit. I do also support more quarterly reports, and I think it's very vital that we get stronger communication along the way. We were just talking about the bread company that you just talked about, and we're like, we all just found out yesterday. Like, these are major things that we're proud of, and we had no idea. And this is huge for our county. So I think it is absolutely important that there be a settled way. I don't really believe that you're not worth financial the investment that we're making. I just want to see my return on investment, and I just want to see it more regularly, and I want to know, and I'm hoping everyone else, I want to know when it's happening. I don't want to read about it in the paper. I'd love to know when you guys are making these deals happen and how we can be involved. And we're supportive of that. So, but I do believe that we should look at having that audit, and I do believe that we should be making sure there's no blurred lines, like Commissioner Scott said, because we've seen it, and we just want to make sure it's open, because these are general funds.
Okay, so Justin, before I go back to Commissioner Wilson, if you want to come forward and kind of address some of what you've heard at this point, and it's my understanding, Mr. Hogan is the current board chair, outgoing board chair, and I see him standing on deck, so I don't know if you'll pass to him for comments or not, but I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of address some of the issues that have been said.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So I'm Dustin Wells, the Senior Vice President of Economic Development with the Orlando Economic Partnership. I'd first like to say that I very much appreciate the conversation. Transparency, accountability, return on investment, communication, these are absolute, pillars for what a successful effort must include. So we take these comments and feedback very seriously, and I appreciate those, and we do look forward to increasing that engagement, increasing that communication. A couple things I'd like to point out is one, we do focus our work very differently from tourism and hospitality. So we do have a strategy where we're looking at how we leverage tourism hospitality for targeted industry activities. And what that means is we're not going to attract theme parks, but we are going to work with the companies that are working in augmented and virtual reality, that their technologies are being integrated into theme parks. Those are those high wage, high value jobs and companies and industries that we're trying to recruit here to the Orlando region. And so some of those industries that we're really focused on for Orange County, looking at aerospace and defense, certainly the modeling, simulation, and training cluster and the photonics and optics that happens out in Research Parkway and out by UCF is an absolute economic engine. If you look over in the Apopka area, there's actually, unbeknownst to a lot of people, robust semiconductor activity that has been there for quite a number of years, has gone through some transformation, but now with some of the investments through the CHIPS Act and others, we're seeing some real opportunity in driving that. We look over at MCO and look at East Airfield, and I appreciate the comments on the flying cars. So the eVTOL and the advanced air mobility space is one that we see real opportunity with such a unique asset as having 700, 800 developable acres right next to one of the busiest airports in the country. And we have a lot of manufacturers looking for how they're going to be taking advantage of that, using our market as their test for manufacturing and for rolling out these new technologies. And so these are the types of areas that we are focused in. And so I do want to make sure that I point out that while we do appreciate and try to leverage our tourism hospitality sector, we do have some real differentiation in how we're going to be approaching that. If I may just real quickly, a couple numbers I'd like to share with you. So the OAP, since its inception 8 years ago, region-wide, so this is Osceola, Orange, and Seminole counties, has successfully worked with 199 different companies that are forecast to create 29,100 new jobs and invest $3.5 billion at an average wage of $74,900. In unincorporated Orange County, of those 199, 81 companies, 12,300 new jobs, and $1.4 billion in capital investment at an average wage of $77,300. And so when it comes to metrics, when it comes to responsiveness, when it comes to making sure that we are getting that return, that is something that we are absolutely committed to, and want to make sure that we are providing that to this board so that you have the information that you need to make the best decisions.
Okay, Commissioner Scott, did you hear the answer to your question?
Yes, Mayor, I did hear the answer to the question, and it's kind of general, right? Like you kind of prepared for that, so you didn't know what question I was going to ask. I'm sure you prepared for certain points, but I guess the essence of my question is I'm really trying to capture, from the previous year to this year, what is your win? Like, what is your win for the previous year, and what are the wins you're trying to go to? You mentioned these high-level things. You mentioned, like, kind of the background, so, like, simulation, basically the people that support those frontline industry, but our core business is tourism, and so to me, I don't understand why that wouldn't be a priority, and that's why I referenced Disney, because at least that was would have been a significant change specific to our region if they would have relocated those headquarters, and that still may be a possibility. Right. I remember years prior to me being a commissioner, you guys lobbying for Amazon, something that we discussed. To my colleague's point, I think one of the biggest things is, again, we don't want to find out on the news. We certainly don't want to find out a minute or so before it's released or the night before. And so looking at whether it's in contract or in your own engagement, how do you guys engage with us? You talk with the mayor's office and Dennis and the chief of staff quite frequently, but no engagement with us. And I think I may speak with the chief of staff as circumstances dictate. So really figuring out how you, one, engage us, but also capture what our concerns are, because what may be a priority for the mayor's office, we may have specific priorities to either the individuals or entities in our respective districts. And I think that needs to be captured in the conversation, but also in the agreement. Does that make sense?
It does.
And so that's probably more for our staff, the mayor's staff and county staff. But again, I'm going to ask that question again. From you've been negotiating this contract. and you've shared things that you want to change that you think will better serve Orange County residents, obviously the region, but specific to Orange County. And so I'm looking for the benefit to Orange County. You articulated at the high level, but like if you had to, on the fly, which is now, how do we benefit? That one or two things, how do we benefit? We're cutting a check, how do we benefit? The biggest benefit.
And so in the world of economic development, there's two primary ways that you're going to analyze and understand the impact. And so that's economic impact and fiscal impact. So the economic impact of the activities are about the dollars that are being invested and the way that those dollars are going to be flowing throughout the community. So we know that when a company comes, they're hiring our residents. That's supporting our families. Those families are going out into the community and spending those dollars at restaurants and stores and multiplying those throughout the economy. And so the economic impact then spills over to your fiscal impact, which is going to be your tax base. So a general rule of thumb, and I apologize if this is overgeneralizing, is that residents typically are net takers when it comes to taxation. In other words, the amount of taxes that a resident pays in is less than the amount of services that they receive. Businesses, on the other hand, are net givers, where they take out less in services than they pay in taxes. And so therefore, to have a really sustainable financial situation, you have to have a proper balance. That's why the bedroom communities typically find themselves in financial trouble. And so the fiscal impacts, the tax base that is created through these investments, ad valorem taxes, not to mention all the different ancillary taxes of the sales and use tax and all the different ones that are collected throughout. But those would be some of the more direct impacts and the direct benefits. So if you're looking for dollar return on investment, the fiscal and economic impacts would be two areas that you can look at. Our most obvious metrics, as I mentioned, are going to be the number of companies that we have supported and they're coming into the market, the number of jobs they're creating, the capital investment, and the wages. But going beyond that and understanding how this is impacting our economy and the dollars that are flowing in it and how those are flowing back to the county to ensure that any investment that is made in the OEP is returning more than that in tax revenues coming back.
You should teach a class on how to answer live on TV under pressure, because that was good. Thank you. I do have one additional question. It'll be for Steve Hogan. Given that I think you're about a year in your role, Steve, if you can kind of just speak to the history from your perspective and your role on how Orange County specifically has benefited from this agreement, not the region, I mean, that's great, but how we, Orange County government and its residents, have benefited from the work and services of OEP.
Yeah, well, I think Dustin is certainly well adept to answer those questions in detail, as he's shown. This community, and at least the OEP, is surviving a year of Steve Hogan as chairman of the organization. Thankfully, I'm now the past chair, now outgoing Commissioner Scott, so you'll appreciate that. But I think communication, I've heard it from all of you, is key, right? I think we need more communication. Those of you that have engaged in these mission trips, you've engaged in this community, see the value in this. It's a team, right? The Orange County's leadership internally on staff and an entity like the OEP need to collaborate in this work together. You got contracting incentivization from the state. We're all kind of on an island on our own. There's not huge funds anymore out there to encourage these businesses that we seek to diversify this economy. Not that we don't celebrate tourism as our number one industry, we do. That's why there's a presence there, but there's a real acknowledgement that we have to diversify our economy here if we're going to continue to grow and improve. So I appreciate what the OEP has done, and there's an acknowledgement there that, at one point this community said, hey, what should the brand be for business? We have this brand as a tourism destination, and we're the biggest in the world. It's really hard to kind of go up against that. So there was an acknowledgement to say, instead of saying, hey, you don't know the half of it, and trying to create enough funding as a community somehow, there was $500,000 originally that was awarded by Orange County to go try and do that. $500,000 is going to do nothing. We're investing tens of millions in branding our destination. So the acknowledgement to draft off of that, lean into that almost in a lot of ways and say, what are all these industries and simulation and all these other higher paying jobs that currently, if we align with Visit Orlando's brand campaign, take those fundings back, the funding, the $500,000 a year to brand the OEP differently back into the county coffers and distribute that more appropriately, I think was a wise move. But again, that's collaboration. That's just people saying, let's work smarter, not harder. I appreciate the 2045 effort right now, the Vision 2045 that OEP is going through to align also with 2050 in Orange County. A lot of those things are harvesting the business community, not just in Orange County, but also on our partners in Osceola and Seminole to say, what are we going to do over the next 20 years to make this the kind of destination that we all expect it to be? I appreciate the OEP's acknowledgement of efforts like Lift Orlando. How are they not just going to turn their back to unincorporated Orange County and other parts of this community that need investment, need to drive businesses into those spaces? So they've made that a priority. So again, it's collaboration. It's going to take a team. We need the county staff. You need an organization like the OEP, and you need to collaborate with your county partners adjacent to you, and that's what they do. So that's what we're investing in. It's not perfect, but there's a broad swath of education, of business and industry in this community that are involved in that ecosystem, and they're collaborating and working hard together on behalf of this community. And that's what the OEP is for this community, is that place where we incubate and work together. So I see the value there. I appreciate the questions. I think they're all fair. Communication is lacking. OEP, I believe, acknowledges that, and there should be more consistent communication, and we can all be proud of the work we're going to do over the next 20 years together.
Steve, Dennis, thank you for speaking for the yesterday and the day. I'm sorry, not Dennis, Destin. Thank you both for kind of speaking from the history and the future. And Dennis and Roseanne, I do appreciate you guys speaking to the process of how we got to this point. I particularly like the reimbursement, hey, getting a report, looking it over, and then issuing payment. So thank you all.
All right, Dustin, before you leave, just one thing you didn't really respond to was this issue over the lobbying issue. I don't know what happened in Tallahassee, but can you speak to that if you were lobbying, if you perceive whatever you were doing with lobbying, or if it was something else in your mind?
So just a couple general comments first. I'm going to ask my colleague Sharon to come up and make some comments too in regards to that specifically. Certainly the OEP wants to make sure that we are supporting the county in all of its endeavors. Right now we are seeing a lot of potential investment both at the state and federal levels. And those are the types of investments that are of the opportunity of the moment. So we want to make sure that we are fully aligned in supporting some of those efforts. Now, advocacy, education, lobbying, sometimes interchangeable for some people, sometimes less for others, and there are definitions that are very important in this. And so we want to make sure that when we are looking at any kind of priorities, that those are the priorities of our community, that they're simply being represented and leveraged through the voice and the relationships that the OEP may be able to bring to bear. But with that, I'd like to ask Sharon to come and, if that's okay, make a couple comments.
Good morning. Sharon Smoley with Central Florida Public Affairs, and I do know what the commissioner is referring to. In April of 2022, and I just looked it up on my phone, I think that was the date, FTC did have a hearing, and it did have to do with Split Oak. At that point in time, Orange County supported Split Oak. So did Osceola County as a commission. And then we had a board member who coordinated some public testimony. The OEP sent me. They did not make the trip to Tallahassee. I happened to be there already. I spoke for approximately 1 minute, and it was in support of that alignment, which again, at the time, was consistent with Orange County's priorities. The OEP has not. I am not aware of any instance in which OEP has lobbied in an effort opposed to an Orange County initiative. After that, I know the board passed, you guys voted to no longer support that alignment, and the OEP has not lobbied on that since. So I think that's what you're referring to, Commissioner Russell. I wish you would have brought it up yesterday when we met, and I could have explained it then.
All right. Okay. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Wilson, and hopefully we can wrap this up. What I will say is that I think the consensus here is that we'd like to see more reporting. Our schedules with the Board of County Commission voluminous. We'll have to work with county administration to try to meet the desire to make it quarterly, but in all fairness, I don't know that we could manage the schedule. Allow us to manage the schedule to get them in. If it's 3 times a year, what have you, we'll increase it. But managing the schedule for our Board of County Commission meeting is really a complicated issue, just to manage all of the time. But that's the feedback I will give you. We'll work with county administration and with OEP to get them in here as often as we can. Okay. I'll go back to Commissioner Wilson for any final comments, and then we have to move on with the other presentations this morning.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues for participating in what I think is a really productive conversation. Thank you to OEP and, you know, everybody that's here, and Roseanne and Dennis. I know that this is an ongoing effort, but I think you nailed it when you said communication, transparency, accountability, and those are just the pillars that we have to continue to be, you know, to use as our guiding principles. I will really quickly, and I think that maybe this is why agreements have to be very clear and specific, right? So, yes, you're right. The county commission itself had not reversed course, but the charter amendment was passed and adopted, which means that Orange County government and charter actually had a governing document that stated that Split Oak, that the residents here were interested in preservation. And so the idea of then seeing our money going into an entity that was making a statement, a public statement on record, in opposition to what we know 86% of our residents, our boss, said, very much felt like a disconnect from that. And I'm sorry I did not bring it up. I literally went back to my old notes because this is a contract that came up, you know, year after year that I've been looking at and wondering, are there opportunities from this contract to be able to hone in and narrow in and to expand even to our districts? And we had that conversation yesterday. And so I look forward to having more conversations about those opportunities and really being able to drill down that return on investment so that we know those funds from the general fund are going to things that really do build broad-based prosperity.
All right. So with that, let me just say thank you to OEP for being here. I think there's some clarity now around several of the issues that we all benefit from. If there was perhaps some misunderstanding or miscommunication related to the position on the Split Oak issue, you clearly know where we are at this point. And in terms of lobbying, I think you understand where our position is on that. We do have an item that was pulled from the consent agenda that does need a vote. It is my understanding that Commissioner Bonilla may need to abstain from that vote. I'll go to Commissioner Bonilla for any response in that regard.
Yes, I'd have to recuse myself due to possible perceived conflict of interest.
Okay.
Okay, and of
Can I do a
course,
motion?
you do have to kind of state what the possible conflict is, and then there's the form and what have you that you will have to complete.
I applied for a position at their website.
Okay.
That's why I say possible perceived, because, I mean.
Okay, all right, so it's just for the record here, and, you know, procedurally, there's some things, if you abstain, that you have to do to comport with Florida law. And so with that, is there a motion
So moved,
for
Uribe.
approval?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Uribe. I believe Commissioner Gomez Cordero was the seconder on the motion.
I think it was him,
Okay.
because he's far from the mic.
Okay.
Second, Scott.
All right. Commissioner Scott is the seconder on the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And let the record reflect that Commissioner Bonilla has abstained from that vote due to conflict. All right. With that, thank you all. We're going to move forward on our agenda. We'll go back to our procurement item, and Ms. Mathis, our award-winning procurement division, is going to come forward and present this item.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for residential solid waste and recyclable collection services. Before bringing forward the action requested, David Gregory, Solid Waste Division Manager, will be presenting an overview of the selection process and proposal highlights. Be available for any questions. I will then come back up to the podium to frame up the requested actions today. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gregory, you're recognized.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller. So about a year ago, I came before the board and we discussed the collection contract, and that, and so this is to provide you kind of the follow-through on what occurred. So I wanted to speak briefly about the background, our approach, the results, and what our requested action is. As background, as you know, we provide collection service to about 230,000 residential units. Our current contract was bid in 2015. It expires on December 31st, 2025. So we need to be able to hit the ground running with a new contractor, all the new contractors on January 1st, 2026. So we want to have a good year of transition. We're looking to continue the current level of service, which is once per week garbage collection in carts, once per week recycling collection in carts, once per week yard waste collection up to 3 cubic yards, and we do empty the bags at the curb so we can recycle that vegetation. Once per week bulky waste or large items, we collect up to 3 cubic yards each week from residents, including white goods and up to 4 tires. We modified the collection zones to create 6 collection zones, and we also made some improvements in the contract with the goal of assuring consistent, positive collection services for our customers. This graphic shows how we went from 5 zones to 6 with the intention of balancing out the number of customers in each zone and also to make sure that the zones were manageable and supervisable. Our approach was we tried to gather as much information as possible going into this procurement. First, we conducted what we called a market sounding event. We went out and we talked to all of the potential proposers and asked them, what are the trends in the industry? What's new? How can we provide the best service to our customers? We took that information, came back to the board on November 14 in 2023 and briefed the board on what our proposed approach was. We released the RFP in May. In June, we had a meeting with all of the potential proposers, and in July, the proposals were due. We met in August, and the results of the evaluation committee are as follows, or I'll discuss later. So some of the changes in our strategy was first to have a request for proposal instead of a bid. Instead of having the cheapest proposal or the cheapest program we could get, we wanted to make sure we're getting the best program for our residents. We made changes to the contract to help enhance performance. Again, the 6 collection zones instead of 5 to balance the population, requirements for spare trucks written into the contract, a requirement for a claw truck in each zone to help pick up some of those larger piles. We created separate collection of tires and white goods so that we're not pulling those off of the landfill workface. We made the contractor responsible for cart management, again, shifting some of the responsibility over to the vendor for things that they're closest to, increasing penalties for poor performance. We also included what we call positive service verification. How do we know, how are they going to tell us that they completed the routes every day? And finally, we put in a provision for what we're calling directed collection, which is if there's an orphan pile on the side of the road, we now have a mechanism to direct somebody to pick it up. There's a cost for it, but at least we have a tool in the toolbox. So we set it up so that only one proposer can be awarded 2 zones. We didn't want one firm to have an outsized influence on our residents. We wanted to make sure that proposers could request to be qualified for 1 or 2 zones, and we have different criteria that they needed to meet, number of customers served, years in the business, et cetera. And most importantly, this is a qualifications-based evaluation. We looked at the qualifications of the company, what is the experience of the people they're putting into each area, what is their general approach, how do they manage their teams, and finally, what's the zone-specific approach? How many trucks, how many people are they going to have in each zone? Are the trucks the appropriate size? Are the trucks the appropriate, do they have a right mix of equipment? So those were all, again, 60% of the evaluation criteria, but price was important too at 40%. So, price is important. And we're looking at, again, the service option 1, which is once per week garbage collection. So the results were we did receive 4 proposals. The 3 incumbent firms all qualified for 2 zones, FCC Environmental, Waste Management, and Waste Pro, all qualified for 2 zones. 1 new firm, GFL, qualified for 1 zone. And so the procurement committee met. This was, again, with 6 zones and different options, 4 proposals. There was a lot of evaluation, a lot of details needed to be looked at. But the committee scored all the proposals for the service zones and each option, looking at their experience, technical approach, et cetera. On the specifics, again, looking at the number of routes, the number and size of the trucks, the staffing, all important to make sure service is delivered at the curbside. There was a mathematical approach to convert the proposed pricing to a score, and then we combined all those together, and we started with the highest score and awarded that, then the next highest score and awarded that. Once a firm had qualified for its 1 or 2 zones that it was allowed to qualify for, we looked at the next firm and continued on down the line, again, looking for the highest score eligible rather than just price. So this slide shows how the zones were awarded. Waste Pro is recommended for 2 zones. GFL is recommended for 1. FCC is recommended for 2 zones. Waste Management is recommended for 1 zone. With our overall average price, we're looking at about $305 when we average what their prices are to us. What we're looking at is about an 82% price increase for the collection component compared to the current price we're paying. With this slide, this is a slide that I shared back in November. And when we look at other counties that have procured collection service since we did, other larger counties, we see that their average prices came back somewhere between 50 to 120%. It's not unusual as a price increase. Our price increase did come back at about 82%. What is going to be the impact on the customer when we go into 2026 with this new contract is important to consider. And I'll show a slide in just a minute about the MSBU rate and the components that it has. And what our intention is to use some of the savings where we shifted services responsibility back to the hauler, and also some of our reserve funds to try to smooth the pricing out to our customers going into the future. This slide is very similar to a slide that I shared back in June when we look at the different components that make up the rate that our customers pay for collection. And as you can see, currently the rate for 2025 is $300. And when we look at the increase with the collection component, which was an increase of about $137, there'll also be an increase in disposal associated with higher tipping fees. But we do see some savings coming back to the customer in the form of carts. And we're also looking at using our reserves to help smooth out the price to the customers. So the net increase is going from $300 to $400 from 2025 to 2026. So that's about a $100 increase, again, principally associated with the collection component. When you compare us as Orange County to other large counties, what this slide is, again, similar to one that gets shared in June. This is comparing our 2026 proposed rate with what other counties are paying for 2025. So again, where our price was $300 at $400, it puts us pretty much into the middle of the pack when we look at other counties. And again, these folks will all need to resolicit their contracts at some point, and also each of these counties will be looking at potential price increases going from 25 to 26. Some of the things to consider that what our residents get for this $400 will be our county code is very prescriptive on the services we provide. And it says we must collect up to 3 cubic yards of yard waste weekly, 3 cubic yards of bulky waste each week. And that bulky waste, it's called out that it will include tires and white goods. Many other communities don't provide that level of service. Sometimes they collect bulky waste once or twice a year. They don't collect tires at the curb, et cetera. Some additional considerations is shifting the cart management over to the haulers should help smooth some of the challenges we've had with service issues to our customers. Having those additional equipment requirements and personnel requirements will be important. And also, our contract does not include commercial collection. Many of the cities and other communities combines commercial and residential, and that way they can spread costs over the 2 service levels. So with that, the requested action, I'll turn it back over to Carrie.
Thank you, David. Concerning the request for proposals for residential solid waste and recycle collection, I'm requesting board selection of 4 firms, as well as the requested actions that appear before you on the screen today. Commissioner Wilson was assigned to the procurement committee.
All right, we do have questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Bonilla, followed by Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then finally Commissioner Uribe. Commissioner Bonilla, you're recognized.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about Winter Garden. I know that they're looking at getting rid of their recycling because costs or whatever it is. I was wondering if the county could take them on under our contract. What would that look like, and is that a possibility?
We had early on in our in how we were going to structure this contract, looking at the potential for people to piggyback our contract, and we weren't able to structure that to occur. So I'm not quite sure if we would be able to take that on.
Would our cost go down if we were able to take on more customers from the municipalities?
Generally, the costs are on a per customer basis, so more customers would mean the customers would pay the same price as ours, but no, that there was no necessarily net savings in that, I don't think.
Okay. Sorry, explain to me again why we couldn't take on some of the municipalities if they wanted to, then I'm a bit confused on that.
We could, but that's not anticipated in this contract. This contract says we have a service zone, and these are each of the service zones, and that's what they proposed on. Although, we could certainly look into anything, and if that is an interest and we could negotiate it into the contract, it's certainly something we could look into.
Okay.
So it's not a hard no, but it's we'd have to figure that out.
Okay. And what would be the benefits or the challenges for them in coming in with the county? Pros and cons.
Yeah. Well, one of the issues is, as I mentioned, the commercial and residential. Many of the cities have that combined, whereas our contract is on residential only. That's just one of the issues that we would have to overcome and coordinating on that.
Okay. I guess what I'm thinking now is, well, if they're getting rid of it altogether, then, I mean, it'd be a benefit, but, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
So just a comment real quick before I ask the question. When we have our MRF, I'm going to go back out for them because that's a whole different issue, and I think we will really be able to be more successful with that municipal buy-in for the recycling facility. My question is in defense of my staff who work so hard and have been beat into the ground on our current contracts, which I know right now, like going through this, you realize sometimes you get what you pay for. Maybe we went with bargain basement the last go around and we need to do something a little more bougie because we are getting absolutely beat up in the constituent services front. And so would it be possible on some level with these contractors, I know this is all done, but for the customer service piece of this, to have a help desk that we can send people to? We just have a really hard time. You do a great job. You respond like this. But at some point, we have a contract. They owe us. We've paid them money, and they get to, whatever happens, that they're not living up to their part of the contract. I'm not going to call it a breach, but for the most part, when it's a customer service issue, we end up with the brunt of those complaints. So if there's any way at all, I would like to find out if we could do something.
Yeah. Well, the county wants to handle the calls from our constituents, and that way we can best quarterback them, but we did build into the new contract new requirements for who has to answer the phone calls from us, and that we are their customer. So that's one of the things that we did put in a little stronger language on.
Okay, so maybe we can round back and come up with a new workflow for these things, because like I said, I feel like we have many departments and many divisions and many constituent issues, but we have been like 90% waste management recently. I know part of that is debris, but a lot of it is also just, I think, some deficiencies with those existing contracts. So I look forward to working through it, but I guess was there more questions? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner, beat up is exactly the word that we can say, because our staff have been, beat up heavy with emails and phone calls. But I have to say also thank you to David, Josue, and all the office, staff that we have there that have been very responsive. So one thing, bring the other. But I have some comments on the one that cover my zones, Zone 4 and Zone 5. Lately, and this is because we have a lot of residents that are expecting, us to stand up for this. And, for the last months, I think since last summer, we have been receiving a lot of phone calls because, the contractor that is covering our zone 4 and 5, have been providing poor services. One of the things that we know is that the delay has been because they have been, buying new trucks and with new technology and so, which I only want to ask is, did Orange County ask them to buy those trucks?
Yes, our contract required at the end of 7 years that no truck could be older than 7 years. So it's a 10-year contract. So in the middle of the contract or at the end of year 7, all of the contractors had to come up with new vehicles.
Okay, so that means that because it's new technology and so they need training and all of this?
It had to do, and again, there are representatives from the companies in the audience if we wanted to get into specific details, but as I understand it, it had to do with, there's a sensors on the arms. These trucks are like rolling computers, right? They have cameras all over them. They have interconnects. They have computers that monitor many different facets. And when that arm grabs the garbage cart and it goes up and comes back down, that truck needs to know where that arm is. Because if the arm is sticking out, the truck doesn't want to move forward very fast. It wants to move forward very slowly. And if that truck is sticking out, because again, think about driving down the highway with that arm sticking out. And so the sensors that told the computer, the brain of the truck, where that arm is, weren't working right. So they came back with a whole new set of sensors and communication protocol. So now it knows where that arm is. But what would happen is the computer the arm would retract, but it thought it was still sticking out. So that truck couldn't go any faster than like 2 miles an hour. So that's what created the bulk of their problems in collecting the garbage and recycling. So I think I got that mostly correct.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. I have, so that's what you're saying about the delay. Okay. The delay have been like, long periods of time, several weeks and so. And I understand, they have some fees and so based on the contract. What is the mechanism that Orange County used to reinforce these services, put on time?
Right. Well, first, we as you mentioned with other topics, is communicate and try to communicate with the firm and bring it in compliance. We also have certain penalties within our contract. And so for the month of September, which was particularly bad for the firm, we levied more than $100,000 in penalties for poor service, for not completing routes, for not following through on certain things. So we have the ability within the contract to have penalties assessed, and in our new contract, those tend to escalate as if they don't fix things right away.
So, for example, for the FCC, they have been fined at least $100,000, right?
Right.
For the delays, recently delays. In comparison with the contract that they have right here, $156 million for 5 years, meaning this fine is worth less than 0.1% of the value of the contract. So really, it's nothing. So, but going to what we recently did, which was increasing the MSTU for $100, right? For the residents, putting that burden on the residents, then the services that they receive is worse than, before. So, in favor of the residents and all these things that are happening, which, yes, they're excused, but they are a reason for as well. What can we do as leaders here to, defend or to put, to load that anxiety and stress that it creating these emails and these, phone calls to our staff, not only our staff, but the residents as well, that they understand that, it's like one of my colleagues said, they owe us. Our residents are paying more and getting a poor service. So what is the plan and what you are projecting, to do for this, for the future, not for this to happen again, especially when we are in the hurricane temper, a season that everything goes back to, oh, it's because the hurricane, it's because the storm, it's because of, we backed up over here, over there, So what are we going to do?
Well, I can assure you that I don't think anyone feels any more stressed than our customer service team that answers the phone calls. The other thing I would say is the representatives are in the audience hearing what you have to say today. So understanding that that's important. But that's where the contract mechanisms that we have in the new contract are different from what's in the existing contract. And so we do have criteria in there for number of people, number of trucks, number of spare trucks, and then also the requirements for performance. We have, as I mentioned, the positive service verification so that we can monitor where the trucks are and how they're moving through. All these trucks, as I said, as being rolling computers, have GPS monitors that say where they are. So we have the ability to monitor those. We're also looking at, even on our customer service side, making changes to how we conduct and answer the phone calls, process the phone calls, and be able to follow back up on those issues so we can provide information back to customers about what is going on. So it's a continuous improvement effort on our part, and working with the vendors and trying to have very detailed requirements within the contract. Again, this contract is a new and a different contract, and one that I think that we've put in many protocols which will allow us to make sure that we're providing good service to the residents, and if not, then we did put in a provision that says we can potentially put them on notice and take some of their route away. Not just take all of it away, but maybe take some of it away or give it to another firm. Those provisions are built into this contract, which are innovative ideas that I've not seen in other contracts, and I've written a bunch of them. And so the idea is that if somebody's not performing, maybe they don't need to have the whole 35,000 households. We need to scale that back. But those provisions are in the contract. I'm not saying we'll use them, but they're tools available to us in the toolbox that we may be able to use if we need to.
So those, thank you, Mr. David. But those were my two last questions. First, do you give due dates for them to pay the fines, or they take the time they want?
Oh, no, we deduct it from their next payment.
Okay, so it's deducted. And then the other question is, what or when is the period of time that we, as county, can cancel a contract because they are not providing the services that were requested?
I can answer that for you, Commissioner.
Please.
In addition to the provisions that David spoke of, there are always provisions in our contracts, this one is no different, that allow for termination for two different types of reasons. One would be termination for convenience. If for some reason the county wanted to initiate a termination for convenience, we would be required to give them 30 days notice. In the event that there is a performance deficiency where we want to pursue the other, which is termination for default, we would also give them, initiate, in addition to those financial sanctions, we would then initiate notices to cure. So notices to cure put them on notice, spelling out the deficiencies, giving them a prescribed period of time for which they provide us a performance improvement plan, which we make sure that they are following. If they do not follow the plan they put together to remedy and mitigate against these happening in the future, we would proceed to issue a show cause notice to them, giving them one last opportunity to come to us and say why we should not terminate, and then we proceed to terminate the contract. If we terminate a contract for default, the county ordinance also allows me the ability to put them in a suspended status for a period of up to 2 years, which means they can no longer pursue contracting opportunities with the county. Now, this particular contract, is for a 7-year term, so it would depend on really when, but the ability is to impose sanctions of the highest level to say you're no longer eligible to pursue work within the county for this period of time. And the current ordinance only allows for suspension of up to 2 years, so that's the longest period of time for which someone can be suspended. But if they are terminated for default, that is definitely another option for us to ensure that they don't just default on that one and then come back in and be able to be considered for future contracts for that period of time.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Carey. Thank you.
All right. And just a reminder to the board, we have 4 other items Before we take a break, we do have the celebration for Commissioner Bonilla before the afternoon session. So let us try to move forward efficiently. With that, Commissioner Uribe.
Yeah, first and foremost, David, you and your team are not the problem. The problem is us, the services that are being rendered and lack of actually going through. So I want to ask you a quick question. On large bulk pickups, we have the standard county garbage cans which pick up. And so you have a certain day during the week where you can put more items. Do they have to be in a county garbage can or in a huge item on the ground? Or can they be in another container? And let me just tell you why. Because people are tired of seeing their debris 7 weeks later. So and they've gotten so brittle and burning grass that people are actually cutting it and putting it in garbage cans to try to get it picked up because it's so bad. And I sent an email to Byron. This is a public safety issue now. I have sidewalks that kids are going in the street. I have cars making big loops around. I had someone in a wheelchair have to get off the sidewalk, go in the street, and get back on. And the hurricane was the beginning of October? And we're here at the end of November. And so it's an understatement to say we're getting beat up, but what I'm consistently seeing is even when the community is trying to be proactive by cutting it up and putting it in garbage cans, we're still not getting it picked up. And I want to tell you, I put that test myself. I had a large bulky item put out on Friday, and it is still there, okay? So they picked up my trash. They left the bulky item that was in the front. And now, and we're getting calls and emails, and my staff is on speed dial with you guys, and you guys are answering. But it's horrible. I just went to an HOA meeting Sunday afternoon where I actually met a bunch of residents who aren't even calling it in, They're just like, we don't know. Did they change their route? Did they change their dates? Yeah, did they change their dates of pickup? I mean, we're getting all these excuses and everything. And when they've called 311 is we're recuperating from the hurricane. Well, we're almost 2 months out of the hurricane, okay? And that's not an excuse on normal pickup. And so my question I take pictures and I share with my constituents the debris in my house because they think, oh, you're a commissioner, you must have your debris picked up. No, my debris is right there. It has burned all my grass that we planted and everything because it has not been picked up. And we've slowly been trying to put it in cans and we can't even get that picked up. So when's the last time we've done a cost analysis of bringing solid waste and trash collection back in-house? Because it seems in 6 years, it is a consistent problem that we're seeing. And all we're doing is hoping someone will treat us better as we contract. But I want to say this is the absolute worst I've ever seen it. I will give it, in the past, they've managed to come back and clean up and things like that. But when have we actually done a comprehensive analysis of bringing this back in-house? Because even what Commissioner Cordero just said, that's a 0.1% of a violation. That's not even affecting their profit margin, So what's the incentive to keep that standard up? And I got to tell you, and we said this in the briefing, and now we're going to tell residents, it's a really bad right now, but don't worry, you're going to pay more and it's going to get better. I mean, this is just not logical. It's just like, and it's not you or your staff. You're dealing with contractors, okay? But we're dealing with the people that are not getting service correctly. And I on a side note, I even try to call 311. It's so frustrating by the time you get to someone to make a complaint. I hung up.
I think you got your question, Commissioner. We
So,
got to move
please,
forward.
I mean, one, I would like to know, when's the last time we looked at bringing this back in-house? Because it just seems to be a revolving question and a revolving concern.
We have not looked at that during my tenure, and if it's something the board would like, we could certainly take a look at it.
I just think that we've got to look at another option. I know that you are trying to be hopeful, but it's I don't know, and you can't even say, and you said something about, well, their mechanical arm shows they pick it up, but if they don't pick it up, they pick something up, they don't finish picking everything up, And I know we went through that time where they were throwing cans and breaking them, I mean, we've gone through so much with these contractors. I really think that the board should consider looking at what does it look like if you have control and this is in-house again? Because you're going to raise costs, and it doesn't feel like we've raised the level of service.
Let's do this. We can work with staff to kind of explore what it would take to kind of do an evaluation that may cost some money to do. I want to understand that, but we'll take a look at it. Okay. All right.
Certainly can.
All right. Anything else, Commissioner Uribe? Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. For the most part, my colleagues have kind of captured the essence of our concerns. I know there's a similarly situated study relative to janitorial services that they're doing. So I think maybe potentially as you figure out the feasibility of bringing the services in-house, maybe talk with them about that process, or I think it's bringing it back in or hybrid or some type of mix. So maybe look at that, because I'd say the majority of the calls that we get are, hey, my trash wasn't picked up, or whether there's a hurricane debris or not. And for me, I think some of the confusion, again, whether there's a hurricane or not, is what area will you all cover and what area that Public Works covers in terms of the claw trucks and things like that. So I do appreciate that you say you're looking at from a customer service standpoint, that you are looking at the different types of equipment to be able to meet the need. But I don't know, has there been any discussion as you talk about customer service to try to automate it? I know we have 311 call center, we have 311 app, but like a dashboard for those that are maybe more technology inclined to be able to do things online. Have you talked about that?
We have certain aspects. Folks can go online if it's about a cart repair and a cart complaint. So that's online. Folks can email us, and so we do respond to emails. And but for the most part, it is the call center. But we're looking at our overall utilities, how we interface with our customers. So yes, that's something we're continuing to look at, but not specifically, but we'll take that under advisement.
Okay. And then the other thing is just obviously bringing it in-house, City of Orlando, they have their stuff in-house. Obviously, their footprint is about the size of one commission district, so there's financial considerations there. But with that, it does have the ability where if we see something, they can go and pick it up. Whereas with you all, it's a conversation between either you or Public Works and then in scheduling. And so it's a much longer protracted process that results in frustration with the person who's made the call maybe a few days or a few weeks ago. I know we did some roadway improvements on Rio Grande as an example. And so we're going to do a press release there. There's still debris there. And so the resident of that church, New Covenant, shares like, hey, are you guys going to do this? So just really just figuring out how you bridge the gap between us as commissioners and you and the respective haulers, because we go through you or we go through Public Works. But I think the biggest piece for me is the missed pickups. How do we acknowledge the concern and resolve the concern for that? But also those one-offs where we have these larger amounts of debris or trash or whatever, how do we get that picked up? Because telling someone, hey, it needs to be bundled, they're getting frustrated. It's like, I got to do work when I'm paying more money, speaking to the points that my colleagues have shared. But that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, so if we're going to put in some thoughts, if we're actually going to do like a potential look at this, I have been begging, this is where I'm going with this, if we could look at trying to get a composting program. I know my friend Charlie over at O-Town Compost would be an incredible resource. And, you think about sort of what's happened with the volumes, right? And that we're filling these landfills faster than we ever anticipated, that the service contracts continue to increase in price, right? So the things that I came like 4 years ago and I was like, we should do this and this. It didn't make sense because of the financial restraints. Are we there? And I really think that hopefully we're seeing that opportunity to really provide a value and something that can be a long-term investment in keeping that landfill a little longer than we need to. So I got to just plug that compost program. Should I make my motion now, or is there any other question?
You're the last one.
Okay, so there we go. I got my compost 2 cents in, and so my motion is under the 1111 service level 1, service level. I move for the selection of FCC Environmental Services of Florida LLC for Zone 4 at 450 points, and Zone 5 for 470 points. GFL Solid Waste Southeast LLC for Zone 3 at 414.52 points. Waste Management Incorporated of Florida for Zone 6 at 458.89 points. And Waste Pro of Florida Incorporated for Zone 1 at 450 points. And Zone 2 for 466.69 points, as well as the requested action on the screen. And thank you for not making me read all.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion
No.
passes. Okay, we have one no. Motion passes.
Oh,
6
I want
1.
to change mine too. No.
Okay, all right. Motion passes 5-2.
Hey, Mayor, just one comment I want to correct. To my knowledge, we've never been in-house. We'll do the evaluation, but we've never, service has been out in-house. I think it's only in the 70s that the county went to mandatory garbage collection, when you think about it in that context. But we'll do the evaluation. I just wanted to correct that so that you didn't think it was a matter of us just looking back and comparing something we once had. But
Byron, or maybe Carrie, you guys are going to do the evaluation, so when can we expect to have an update on that? 6 months?
that won't be that won't be something we'll be able to get to, just this manner of just our ability to manage the things we have. But
let's move forward.
Of course.
All right. We'll have the conversation with staff. We'll look at that. There's probably a cost to doing it. We don't have all of those answers today. All right, we're going to move to the next item at this time. Ms. Mathis, you're recognized.
Thank you. This item relates to the procurement committee that evaluated proposals for the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery General Grant Management Services. I'm requesting board selection of one firm and 2 ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Uribe was assigned to the procurement committee.
All right, any questions or comments? Otherwise, we entertain a motion. Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, I'd like to, selection of one firm and 2 ranked alternates to provide Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery General Grant Management Services. I move for the selection of Horn LLP for 29 points with IEM International, Inc. with 386 points, and Grant Works, Inc. with 370 points as the ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item on our agenda at this time. I believe that's Secretary Tyler. Thank you for your patience with the Florida Department of Transportation, our District 5 Secretary. He has been waiting patiently, but you're recognized, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. It's great to be back again. Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Uribe, congratulations on your victories. Looking forward to continuing to work with both of you. And Commissioner Bonilla, I wish you the best of luck. You certainly have been an advocate for your constituents, and you've always engaged in the department's projects in your district. So thank you for your service, and look forward to working with the commissioner-elect. Again, thank you for having us back. David and I, Mr. Cook and I have been here before to talk about Sunrail and Sunshine Corridor, and we're glad to be back again. You know, it's the week before Thanksgiving. You know, 2024 is quickly coming to an end, but it has been a very pivotal year for Sunrail. You know, earlier this year in March, we agreed, FDOT and the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission, we agreed on the terms of transition for the long-term operation of Sunrail. And this commission, you know, voted unanimously to support that transition. So thank you very much. In May, we celebrated our 10th year of running Sunrail. So it's the 10th anniversary, 10th birthday of Sunrail connecting communities in Central Florida. Through the summer, we finished up the TCAR. That's the Transit Concept and Alternatives Reports for Sunshine Corridor, which we've talked about before, and David's going to walk you through that today. And then in August, we opened up the 17th station along the main line up into land, completing the 61 miles. The original vision for Sunrail is complete. We have an agreement on how we're going to continue operating Sunrail into the future, and now it's time for all of us to start thinking about what is next for Sunrail in the future. And the CFCRC, the commission asked FDOT to look at the Sunshine Corridor, lead a working group on where we could go with that, how we could develop it, which we have been doing, and we're here to give you an update on today. So it has been a monumental year, and we're excited to tell you about our progress and how we see things moving forward with the next step. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cook. He's going to walk us through some information that we have already shared with the CFCRC, and then I'll come back up and answer any questions that you may have. David?
Thank you, Secretary Tyler and Commissioner Mayor. Today is an opportunity, as Secretary Tyler mentioned, to give you an update on the TCAR that we went through. So where we are in the process, we've got the Transit Concept and Alternatives Review, that is the TCAR. That has been completed, and our next steps would be to move into project development and environment, the PD&E study, followed by design and right-of-way. The study components that we looked at during the TCAR included the purpose and need, our public and stakeholder involvement, existing conditions and data collection, as well as our alternatives development and review. So our purpose and need for the project, the Sunshine Corridor provides a premium transportation option to improve mobility, connectivity, and accessibility to major employment centers, while stimulating economic development opportunities to support adjacent communities in the rapidly growing Central Florida region. So the project objectives, and these line up with what the FTA would require as part of an application. That's connecting residents to employment centers, promoting economic development, producing environmental benefits, providing a cost-effective regional transportation solution, providing safe travel options, and enhancing transportation equity by making regional transit options more viable. And so we did have a robust public engagement and public involvement program for this project. We also had a working group with many members of the agencies, as well as some of our private sector partners. And when we had those meetings, that was last December, we had 3 meetings as well as a virtual meeting, and those meetings took place along the corridor. We had about 330 total participants, 122 public survey responses, comment forms, as well as about 185 people participating in those meetings. And those, again, were at different venues across the Sunshine Corridor. And so some of the survey results that we found, 98% support the expansion of Sunrail, and 90% were also familiar with the Sunshine Corridor study itself. And specifically, 50% use Sunrail primarily for traveling to entertainment venues, which was an interesting statistic, I think. So as part of our TCAR, we did do ridership and cost estimates. So I'm going to run you through first the overview of the breakdown of the corridor itself, as well as the main line. So in green on this line diagram, you'll see DeLand to Poinciana. That's the 17-station, 61-mile corridor that exists today. And then in blue, you'll see an option or a potential Phase 3A, which would connect to the airport. And that would be from Link Central Station to the airport, as well as from the Kissimmee Station up north to the airport. Our 3B would be connecting the airport to the convention center, with an optional transfer station on the main line, which would be the option 3BT. And you'll see those in the following slides. 3C gets us down to the South I Drive from the airport. And then 3D is the connection over to Disney Springs. So this table shows the ridership potential. And so on 3A, which was that initial connection to the airport, we're looking at 3.7 million potential riders. If we go with 3A and 3B, which connects the airport out to the convention center, we're out at 4.4 million riders. And if we add that transfer station, that ups to 4.9 million annual riders. Connecting out to South I Drive, that takes us up to about 5.4 million riders. And then a potential connection to Disney Springs That brings us up to about 6.4 million riders. And so any of these options, excuse me, any of these options actually basically triple our existing ridership and bring it up. And we still haven't really looked at the total potential for visitors and tourists in the region using the system. There we go. And so the preliminary cost estimates, the 3A that we looked at for that connection again out to the airport, around $400 million. If we go with 3B, connecting the airport to the convention center, we're looking at a range of $1.75 billion to $2.4 billion. Adding that transfer station on the main line would be somewhere between $29 and $39 million. And then connecting on out to Southside Drive would be between $1.22 and $1.74 billion. And then Disney Springs, which is real close to the Southside Drive area, would be another $173 million to $247 million, and that's the crossover to get into Disney Springs. And so this slide actually kind of brings it all together. This is cumulative cost across the corridor, and as well as adding in those ridership numbers. And so again, you can see, for example, the 3B would take your ridership from 4.4 million riders at a cost of between 1.75 and 2.4 billion. As you move through the corridor, you'll see the numbers get increased. That's because it is a cumulative cost as you go through the corridor, the entire 17-mile section. And with that, our next steps. We talked about earlier coordination with FTA. And that next step would include moving into the PD&E study phase, which would include scoping, going through consultant selection, performing the study, and finalizing that approach with FTA, should the partners decide to move forward. I think Secretary Tyler wanted to.
Thank you, David. So the conclusion of the TCAR, did indicate that there is certainly ridership potential for expanding Sunrail. It also indicated that it has very high level of public support. Just working with the partners around Central Florida and the partners to the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission, I can personally say that there's a lot of support for expanding Sunrail along this east-west alignment. We also were able to identify what the high-level cost would be, and it is going to be an expensive project. But I will also say that any transformational transportation project is expensive, but it can deliver transformational results. If you look at I-4 Express and the rebuilding of I-4 through downtown Orlando, that was expensive, but it's been a game changer. If you look at Wekiva Parkway, if you look at Sunrail to begin with, if you look at the expansion of Orlando International Airport and Terminal C and the Intermodal Transfer Center, and then connecting, Brightline service from Miami to Orlando. All of these projects were expensive, but they were all transformational for our region. This project will be no different, but it will potentially deliver results that I think we would all be happy with. So the TCAR was successful in letting us know that there is some real possibility here. So the next steps are, where do we go from here? Well, the next step is to enter into PD&E, a project development and environmental study, where we will continue to refine those costs, continue to engage the public, and find out more specifically, how we can continue advancing this project forward. One of the key aspects or activities of that is securing the NEPA approval, the National Environmental Protection Act approval, for an alignment that we're looking for. So we have engaged with FTA. We took a delegation to Atlanta back in September, included all of the members of the Commuter Rail Commission, as well as our private partner from Universal and the Shingle Creek Community Development District, attended with us. And we got some very good feedback from FTA on how we can move forward. So we are building a plan that we will be taking back to the CFCRC for their consideration for how we can move forward into PD&E. A lot of questions are still on the table. How would this be phased? When would the transfer station come online? What specific alignments would we take, east and west? Those are going to be answered in the PD&E study, as well as, what would be the headways? What would be the levels of service that we could all expect? Those questions are very valid questions, but they would come later and be answered later as we continue to move forward. So the department has estimated that this PD&E study will take up to 2 years, and it'll cost up to $6 million. And the department has committed $2 million to this effort. And up to this point, the department has been taking, the lead on the working group and the activities associated with getting us to this point. But I do believe that it is time, for all of the partners of Sunrail, as well as all of the partners that are interested in the Sunshine Corridor itself, to ask the question, is it time now to start investing in the next phase of development? So that's what we are under consideration at this point. I'm working with all of those stakeholders to find out what their specific answer is to that question, and we will be going back to the CFCRC later this year or early next year with, all right, here are the folks that are on board, here's what they're willing to contribute, and here is where we are with meeting our goal of that $6 million to do the PD&E study. So with that, Mayor and Commission, I'm ready to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, Mr. Secretary, thank you for your comprehensive presentation today. I do believe that in order for us to really improve significantly and transform our mass transit system, I agree with you that east-west connectivity is absolutely necessary and it will be costly. And I know in terms of getting the PD&E study and the scope of services, we, through conversations with your team, have contemplated a need by the local partners to participate in some way in helping to fund the PD&E study. And within our current fiscal year budget, we have allocated dollars to support that effort. I do think that it is a regional effort that is necessary in order to understand that. Our residents here within Orange County are asking for that assistance and to improve our multimodal transit system by having it connect geographically to eastern and western portions of our county, and not just through the north-south connectivity that we currently have that runs all the way from Ponciana all the way to DeLand now. So we want to see improvements ultimately. So I'm certainly committed to doing that. Look forward to having continued conversations with you and your team, as well as the other regional and local partners in that regard. We do have questions or comments by members of the board. Commissioner Wilson and then Commissioner Moore have indicated a desire to speak at this point. So we'll go to Commissioner Wilson.
You can see me totally geeking out over here because I get so excited to see this update and to understand the progress that is tangibly happening, and I'm really grateful for the work and the engagement with the community. I just wanted to highlight again, I know you said it, but the ridership, the 9,400,000 by 2040. Now, I can't even, because math is not my thing, but I would love if somebody could give me an idea of what it would take to put lanes on I-4 to try to accommodate that. We couldn't do it. It's impossible. This is the way forward. So I think it's interesting because people always talk about ridership on our trains and our buses is somehow being this extra burden, but nobody ever talks about that burden when you're in your single rider vehicle stuck on I-4, not in the express lane. But it's a cost. Those are all costs. So whatever we can do, whatever I can do from my position to support, I'm just really grateful and encouraged to see this moving forward. And the partnership is very meaningful to people that I know that work in this corridor and, of course, our visitors also. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Moore.
Yes, thank you for being here. And I wanted to start off with some comments. I was at the State Bicycle Association conference this week, and they chose Winter Garden because that town's been so successful at accommodating cyclists and really changed their whole quality of life. And so there was a speaker from Charlotte who worked for the city and talked about how their rail, it was really, remember the money, I'm sure you do, the money that we did not take in Florida went up for light rail in Charlotte, and now they've spent $100 million for a trail system, and the population of Charlotte was now over 1 million because their young people were actually moving back town and they weren't having to have cars and on cycles, and he really got into how transformative it was and how the rail really started that whole transformation. And so I support the effort. I just had a few questions on some of the financial and funding partner details. You said you were in FDOT at 1/3. Do you see that being the split as we move forward, and where is Universal in all of this?
That's a great question, Commissioner Moore. The traditional funding split is on the order of 50% federal, 25% state, 25% local. That's traditional. All right, every deal is going to be unique. When this project is ready to go into the FTA's capital investment grant program, we'll find out more specifically. The federal government is not going to pay for it all. All right, they're probably going to, at the best, they're probably going to pay for half of it. At the best. And they may not even choose to pay for a full half. We won't know those questions, though, until we go further along. It's going to, no matter what we do, it's going to take a coalition of willing funding partners to make the Sunshine Corridor a reality. And I think everyone that is involved at this point understands that. And we're all willing to continue moving forward to figure out, what is going to be, the cost that we're going to expect. What do we think the federal government can bring to bear? What do we think the state of Florida can bring to bear, as well as the private partners, and including the Orange County, City of Orlando, Osceola County, Seminole County, and Volusia County. So we don't have those answers yet. We're using the guide of the traditional split, but I don't think that I think it's going to be actually something a little bit different than that. But we won't know it until we continue to move forward and figure out what is possible.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And then in terms of ridership, I didn't hear you mention anything about our employees in this sector. I've heard some numbers of, the potential for our iDrive workforce, the airport workforce, et cetera. Can you explain a little bit in those projections, how much of that was tourism versus our own workforce?
Another great question. It is primarily workforce. Those projections that Mr. Cook showed, that came out of our study, I would consider them to be very conservative estimates. Because ultimately, we're going to be going to the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, that is about moving workers. That's their mission. All right, they're not necessarily in the business of moving tourists. So we have to use models, and we have to use analysis that really focuses in on that type of rider. And less so the type of rider that might be buying a package deal when they come to Orlando, for the greatest week of their life. Okay? Those are going to exist as well. And we believe that those types of riders are going to be above and beyond the ridership projections that we're looking at. So we're projecting, the ridership that you saw. And I would say that it is predominantly workforce. Because these connection points, the Orlando International Airport, the International Drive, and Disney, these are some of the largest employment centers in the region. So that's what you're seeing as the predominant user at this point. But we think it'll be more, because as people realize that they can fly into Orlando and not have to, get in a car or rent a car, they can simply get on this world-class, transit system, to get to their destination. They're gonna want to do that too. But it's hard to model, what those riders look like and what they're willing to pay to be able to, to have that service. But we do think they will exist.
Well, good. Well, I appreciate your leadership on this, and I have a long-term plan for you to run this in the black so I can have my corridor all the way up through Northwest Orange County. So I'll be watching those numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for being here with us today. We honor us with your presence, but I have a question, which I did in January, in our presentation in January, in the beginning of the year. the connection, right, in the slide number 10, the connection in the light blue, the 3BT. Yeah, right there, right, the 3BT. You know, we have two stations, the one in Meadowwood and the one in Sand Lake. And that, it doesn't mean it's gonna, touch them. Isn't that, if we move that, can that be something that we can, like, save money, or that's not part of the plan?
Well, those two stations, Sand Lake and Meadowwoods, are still going to serve, their original purpose, which was to allow, residents and commuters to get on and off at those locations. They both have parking lots and parking facilities to be able to, to accomplish that objective.
Okay.
The transfer station, still reflects, a couple of different thoughts on how, the Sunrail can get into the airport. Will there be trains that are running along the main line as well as going directly into the airport? Or will they all stop at a specific point, like a transfer station, and people will move from one train to another, which is what you see, in major cities that have, transit systems of this magnitude. You don't always get to the airport, without making a change to, on the train that you're riding. But those decisions, really what we're doing here is we're outlining what are the possible options. And with the transfer station, I mean, the numbers do show that we will have a higher amount of ridership, with that station being there. And, right now we're kind of looking at an area that, there wouldn't be a whole lot of other, draws, to that station. It's in a fairly industrial area. It wouldn't necessarily have a parking lot. It wouldn't be like like you see at Meadowwoods in Sand Lake. It would simply be, a place where literally trains come, people get off one, get onto another, to continue their journey. But that decision of how to bring that about, when to bring it online, that still would come, later as we move into the PD&E study and start looking at the cost and the opportunities, as well as the operational impacts of the different options. And ultimately, it would be the commission itself, the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission, making a decision on what it thinks is the best way, to operate Sunrail. And how do you get, if you're going to get on in Longwood, and you eventually get to the airport or over to Disney Springs, how exactly are you going to, to do that? Those decisions still have to be, developed further and decisions made in the future.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. There are no further questions. I know that this was intended just to be informative. We look forward to continuing to engage with you and keep us informed. We look forward to partnering with you and doing the PD&E study. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and I'm going to call on Ms. Lisa Sneed, our Assistant County Administrator, who will be coming forward to present the much discussed today Camping World Stadium and Kia Center interlocal and funding agreement. All right, with that, Ms. Sneed, you're recognized.
All right, good morning, I think still, Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. To give you the purpose of today is to bring to you the interlocal and funding agreement between the county and the city for Camping World Stadium and the Kia Center improvements. I'm going to run through 4 quick bullets, but essentially last year the mayor formed a task force to provide input to the board and the Tourist Development Council on the use of available tourist development tax funds. Then last summer the board voted to accept the task force report. And then after that, several meetings ensued. At the beginning of this year, through funding cuts that were made to Visit Orlando budget, the board voted to approve the task force proposal to fund the Camping World Stadium improvements at $400 million and the Kia Center at $226 million. The Tourist Development Council recommended approval of the TDT plan to incorporate Camping World. Kia was not part of the plan because it was funded with a 6-cent penny. The board approved ordinance number 2024-03, including Camping World and updating the priorities. And in July, negotiations between the city and the county began to work out the details. The negotiating team, as you can see here, worked tirelessly to get this job done. We had representation from the Comptroller's Office, Fiscal and Business Services, our Public Financial Management, which is our contract financial advisor, County Administration, Bond Counsel, Greenberg Trug, and County Legal. All did an outstanding job to get the job done, to ensure that the terms that the board asked us to do were included, which protect the county and its future capacity to utilize tourist development tax funds to support this board and future boards and community needs and goals that may come forward, while reducing and minimizing the overall issuance cost. So our team set an aggressive goal for completion of the agreement on or before Thanksgiving of this year. And then, as you know, on the 29th of, right before Halloween, the board entered into a settlement agreement with the City of Orlando, setting a firm deadline of today. On the 4th, the city approved that settlement agreement, and staff on both sides worked tirelessly to complete the terms. City approved the agreement on the 11th, Veterans Day, and we're back today to honor our commitment. So some of the highlights that touch both agreements include that the original agreement still stands. So that would be the agreement that was made in 2007 and amended and restated in 2013. The city assumes the risk and covers the cost of operating. So if there are cost overruns, the city assumes that. Financing terms are similar to those in the original agreement. These fundings are secured. The bonds that would be issued will be secured by tourist development tax contributions from the county. The trustee manages the funds and provides monthly statements. The bonds are credit enhanced, which is a strategy to improve credit ratings and lower funding cost. There's a 10-year no-call provision, which provides protection to investors so that those bonds cannot be redeemed or called back. There's assurance that new debt is fully paid off by the time that old debt would have matured, and this is a requirement to avoid creating situations of overlapping debt with different maturities. Reserves will be used to repay debt when sufficient, and the county has the ability to prepay if they choose. Also included in both agreements are reporting requirements back to the board, and then benefits that are provided to the city will also be the same for our county. And both of the Exhibit A's describe the project deliverables. So in specific to Camping World, the city will issue the debt up to $400 million in project cost, up to 3% for the cost of issuance, which includes fees and expenses for legal, things like legal, accounting, and underwriting. The maximum annual debt service payment would be $27 million, and these would be paid off no later than 2055. Highlights related to the Kia Center include, again, the city would issue the debt, up to $226 million in renovations and reserves, capital interest and issuance cost of up to 3.5%, and short-term loans until 2027 to get things started would be done, and then capital only, no operating cost, as the board clearly stated, except for certain things like owner's rep conditions, which would be like when we purchase things to eliminate sales tax or our owner's rep. And then the city would retire the debt as soon as possible. Final maturity on the bonds for the Kia would be 20 years. If no professional sports team is in the arena, the county doesn't pay. The city would be required to enter into good faith negotiations with the Magic before issuing bonds, and a quality facility audit would be done every 3 years and reported back to the county, and the city will budget for repair and maintenance expenses. So the last item is to request your approval and execution of the interlocal funding agreement between the county and the city for Camping World Stadium and Kia Center improvements. And I am happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Need. Commissioner Uribe.
Thanks, Lisa, and thank you for trying to get a hold of me. This morning I was at the prayer breakfast. Comptroller Diamond, I have a question for you. So when we originally started this with the committee, there was a 900 million cap where you felt comfortable that we could financially get into, and there was a 570 million commitment to the convention center, 400 million to Camping World, and I believe 226 to the Kia Center. And I want to differentiate the Kia Center because that's the 6 penny, which can only be split with Visit Orlando. So it's not really, it's very specific. If we didn't have the team, they couldn't get it. Here's my question. We still haven't gotten our final number on Convention Center. And everything we've been hearing is that it's going to be higher costs. I'm just looking at the International Airport. They put a bid out for bathrooms. It was double the cost, so they ended up canceling the bathrooms at the airport. So traditionally, we're seeing, has to do with the market, has nothing to do with this. What's our plan if that 570 ends up being 650? Are we even capable of carrying on that debt while we are committing to this debt? Now, I know, is Mr. Hogan here? Is he still here? Oh, hey there. I know, and I had talked to him in great detail, because I'm also assuming his costs are probably going to go up, but Steve, you're tying your shoe. So I know that when we had our meeting, you felt very secure that you guys would raise that difference. If it was 400 million, that's what it is. And if it was required for you all to raise additional funds, because we know everything's gone up, steel, everything. So I guess, I wanted to get with Comptroller Diamond, what's our plan B if convention comes up over 570? Because we still don't have that final number. I know we've been asking and asking. What happens?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, your larger question, which I think is, can we afford it? I know when we issued projections a year, 2 years ago, there was a fair amount of pushback because the projections were seen as too conservative. And, I think people don't like that when there's a frenzy to apply for funding. But when we talk about committing and doing whatever we can do to make sure the money's there to meet our commitments, then people like our conservative posture. As far as your question about the convention center, that's a good question because we've budgeted and we've modeled for the 560 or 570, I don't recall which one it was, but that's something that we would take a look at and take a fresh look at whatever our revenue streams were at that point and remodel and advise the commission on that, whether if it was higher, whether that's something that you would want to do or not do. So I think that remains to be seen.
Okay, and I appreciate that because we clearly don't want to spend more than we have. But when I've met with Mark Tester, all we hear is, well, we've started to remove this and we're reducing this. So we've already modified because they know the cost is going to be more. So Byron, we still haven't, I've asked multiple times, where's our final quote? I mean, where are we? And I made joke of make sure you're on time and on budget, but we really don't have that number. And I have also pressed the convention center team. And so my concern is, will we be able to still, because we just did a contract, we did a prime, we've got Turner Construction, and we've got a slew of small businesses in this county that are expecting to work at that center. And what happens if it's $90 million over budget?
Sure. So as in previous conversation, the design team is working very aggressively. We have been holding them accountable, though, to the budget that was approved. There have been some minor modifications as we go through the conversation, but we haven't gotten to that point of any wholesale value engineering before we get back to the board. So we feel fairly confident that we still are in a project realm that reflects the budget that was approved. We will be coming back to the board once we get to that point of 100% design. Again, that's just not where we are, that schedule. We'll get the schedule at 100% design. And then to the extent if there are any variances, we can have that conversation about VE. We will do If so, we'll certainly have some ideas about VE to manage that budget. But that's where we are on the schedule, but we don't see, thus far, we don't see any wild variances. What I will say is what the comptroller mentioned is the good news about those who had heartburn with the projections, and rightfully so. We should always be in a very conservative position when we're doing that initial allocation, is, as you know, the performance of TDT in year one came in at a steady rate, as opposed to that the initial conservative estimates that a year or so ago, plus so ago, were certainly the right decision to make, and this board certainly acknowledge that. The good news is that does provide some additional revenue. We will also be modeling that, and we've been working with the comptroller's team as well, tracking that and doing that same exercise of what does that mean, what does that do to the model in terms of capacity. And it may also be an avenue for the board to be able to address the convention center, the phase that the board advanced on the construction side, if indeed there are any variances in that final number. The ultimate number, though, so you know and understand, the ultimate number that you hold folks accountable is when the construction manager gives us that guaranteed maximum price. And that's probably mid-2025 or so, that they would actually come back to the board with a guaranteed maximum price, because that's the point. The entity that has to deliver that project in the dollar amount, that's the one that that's when you really get the real firm number, is when the guaranteed maximum price comes in 2025. But we feel pretty good about where we are in terms of where we are on the design estimates. We feel pretty good that we are in a very comfortable space with respect to the budget that had been allocated for the convention center.
So you think that we are going to be on budget? We're going to be at 570? Because just everything that appears when you look at government contracts around this town, they are not at that budget price. And the airport is a perfect example. And Turner does airport work. And so my question is, you taught me these penny buckets. And so we've already committed to UCF, and UCF is moving forward. Well, they're a penny bucket low on the totem pole, because this is our asset, so this is more high up. And then even when you look at Camping World, they're, I think, the fifth bucket. And then
Eighth, I think.
Yeah, and then Kia is after that. So even though Kia is separate, it's in a higher bucket, but it's definitely higher than UCF. So my concern is when we have that final number, do you feel comfortable that we're going to be able to find $50 to $100 million more in these funds to cover these costs?
Well, I'm comfortable that we can meet the modeling that we did. I'm comfortable, when we heard of the cost increase from 400 to 560 on the convention center, we looked at that and are comfortable with that. And that was a good 40% increase, to your point about construction costs, because we've all seen that about construction costs over the past few years. That was 40%. It's a pretty substantial increase. So above that, I would say it depends how far above. If you're talking about $1 million above, sure, we can handle that. If you're talking about other numbers that are much higher, we'd have to take a look at that and see and analyze it and provide recommendations to you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, so thank you so much. I know that there have been some late nights and early mornings because I've seen the cars, and I know that this has been a long haul for these contracts that became part of a negotiated settlement over annexation. And so I just want to make sure for the public's benefit, the importance in our partnerships, and that when we talked originally about these contracts, that we talked about partnership, and we did have this full-throated partnership from the city. And then the annexation issues came up, and the potential for the city to grow, exponentially without coordinating with the county. And then now we are back to being partners again, because ultimately we had not agreed on these contracts. And so I would like to ask really quickly about whether or not there was any additional educational opportunities with our colleagues at the city. And I respect them, and I know they work really hard. I listened into even the last meeting, and there was definitely some misconceptions about these agreements. And they believed these were all signed and ink dried, and that there was some kind of a repealing of this as part of this conversation. And I just thought, well, this is really needs to be corrected by somebody, and presumably they didn't get the type of briefings that we get. But I think it's important because we will continue to forge a partnership with these agreements. And so just out of curiosity, on the diplomatic side, whether or not there were some efforts put in.
Well, I mean, the city and the county worked very well together to get this done. It was basically everybody committing to as much as 6 meetings a week on this. I mean, staff came in on the day that the hurricane happened, and I mean, everybody was committed to getting this done. As far as maybe the city commission not fully understanding the agreement, I'm sure that the city staff has talked to them about that. I haven't talked to the city commissioners personally, but I mean, we're happy to continue collaborating with them.
Yeah, and I would honestly invite any ideas that anyone had, because I mean the misconceptions beyond even the contracts for the venues. There was a misconception, I think, about, we're going to hear next about the investments and the things that Orange County is really trying to do and taking care of our unsheltered population and making sure that we're looking at housing options across the county. And there was a very blunt accusation that we were trying to unload our homelessness problem on the city of Orlando, which, quite frankly, they asked for the work release center. That wasn't something that we imposed on anybody. So there was a lot of misconceptions. As I listened to the dialogue, it became very clear to me it wasn't going to be something I could do in a 2-minute presentation to them in front of them, but hopefully could come from the staff level if there was some opportunity.
Yes, there have been some opportunities. Have had some conversations personally with some of the commissioners, some of the staff, as well as we did share information on the homeless piece, for example. We certainly noted that comment, and so we did provide I think Lisa Pertelli, I think I saw her, we did provide her information about what the county's investment has been, and invited her to be here today and asked that they indeed, from the city staff, share some of that information that had been provided and will be provided as well. So just
Great.
short answers.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's perfect. I mean, thank you so much. It's really true. I can't think of, there's things that I feel like a broken record about, but one of those is looking for resources for our unsheltered and people that are looking for housing way out in the far reaches of our counties. And I've always said, why are the resources being funneled downtown? So it felt very much contradictory to the work that we've been doing to try to find those opportunities outside of our municipal areas. So thank you very much for taking that on and for your work on this.
All right. Byron, I think this is a holdover. You had already. All right. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. In this presentation, you talked about capital and operating expenses. I know in some of our conversations there was some confusion relative to what constitutes a capital expense, what constitutes operation. So can you expand upon that, specifically with the HVAC renovations I think that the city wanted to do for the Kia Center?
Yes. So in general, and it depends, different entities define capital and operating differently, and sometimes it's based on funding. But essentially, capital would be items that are large ticket items greater than a certain dollar threshold, however that's defined by a jurisdiction, and would be items that are kind of like one-time big purchases. Whereas maintenance would be, just routine, everyday cleaning, operating, and that type of expense.
I get that, but how is it defined for the purposes of this agreement?
Well, I'm not sure if we put a dollar threshold in there or not. Let me see. So if you look at the Exhibit A on the agreements, it lists out the items that will be funded, that will be capital through this project.
Okay. And then last part, the different pockets of money. I know there are some preliminary conversations about, I guess you can say like a residency of a professional sports team coming to Camping World. And so I don't know if Steve Hogan can answer this question, but so if a professional sports team does come and occupy the Kia Center for even a short period of time, would then that allow for access of the 6 cents for those funds, or?
We'd have to get our lawyers to interpret that and what constitutes a professional sports team.
I mean, they are a professional sports team, but I don't think that, from my understanding, it doesn't define a duration, just that they are there. It doesn't say that unless I'm reading it
The
wrong.
statute does define allowable sports team, professional sports, so it's not just any and every sport, professional sports, it defines it as well. But I guess you're asking the difference if a professional team has one season in because we have
That's what I'm getting at. If they are there for, let's say they're there
We'll
for
have to
2 years,
evaluate
would that
that.
allow
Don't know if
for us to access that pocket of funds?
Not an issue we looked at unless Ms. Evers has looked at it. I don't know.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. So you said Kia
Afternoon.
Center. Did you
Right.
mean Camping World when you
I'm sorry,
asked that?
Camping
Okay.
World, my apologies. So if a team comes there for a short period of time, let's say 1 year, 2 years, whatever, and they are there for more than a game, then would that allow flexibility to access the other pocket of funds? Was that discussed?
So you referenced the 6 cent. The 6 cent is allowed to be used for debt service on bonds issued for a publicly owned and operated facility where there is a new professional sports franchise. So the issue is not necessarily just whether or not they occupy the building. The issue is the bonds. We use that 6 cent for debt service on bonds. So if you're saying that perhaps the Jaguars, perchance, came to Camping World for a year or less, could we use the 6 cent? And the answer is no, because we use the 6 cent for bonding.
Okay. Thank you for that distinction. I appreciate it. No other questions, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa, I just wanted to, maybe I should know this, but this is city, this is county. How are these bond issued? Like, for example, in slide number 9, it says county is not liable for any construction cost overruns. Can you explain that a little bit? I'm just saying, if it's by phases and then the bonds would be, delivered, or is all and they will take?
So basically, any cost overruns that occur on either one of these projects would be the responsibility of the city.
Okay.
And then as far as the way that the bonds get issued, they're going to be different for Camping World than they are for Kia Center. For Kia Center, they cannot issue the bonds before 2027 because they have how I mentioned that we have when they do get issued, there will be a no-call provision of 10 years. Currently, there's a 10-year no-call provision on Kia that does not allow us to issue bonds until 2027. When I say us, I mean the city. So the structures will be different based on the projects. But I'm sorry, did I answer your question?
Yeah, but then Camping World would be, how will that be?
Camping World would be structured as one issue, I
Okay.
believe, and it would be for 30 years. So they would be paid off by 2055.
Okay, 2025. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
All right. There are no more questions or comments. Ms. Sneed, and what is your requested action?
Okay, let me get that back up on the screen for you.
All right. This is the requested action. I move approval.
Second, Gomez.
We have a motion. I made the motion, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Sneed. We're going to go to the final item of the morning. Keep in mind to the staff and to members of the board, we do have a 1 p.m. Celebratory event. We're going to try to get through this within the next 45 minutes. So with that, Ms. Clara Graham, you're recognized.
Good morning, everybody. It's still morning. Well, no, good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, County Administrator Brooks. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you the follow-up presentation to our homeless work session on June 18. Let's go right into the presentation outline. We're going to go over the following topics today. Starting with the purpose, I will briefly review a few key points of our last homelessness work session, then move on to the actual implementation plan of the new projects. Our attorney, Dylan Schott, will brief you on House Bill 1365 updates and the options for Orange County, and I will close out this presentation with a summary at the end. So the purpose of this work session, this discussion, is to provide a summary of key points from prior board work session on June 18 on homelessness, the current legislative updates and proposals, and the strategy is to assist the unhoused. In our last homelessness work session, HSN, Homelessness Services Network, the lead agency for our region, explained the coordinated entry system for the unhoused. We covered the 2024 PIT count and the current gap in shelter beds of approximately 926 in Orange County. Again, there was a 28.5% increase in total number of homeless from 2023 to 2024. And an increase of 153% in unsheltered homeless. However, we also had a significant increase in volunteer turnout for the 2024's PIT count. As a reminder, we would like to show you the heat map again. There is certainly a concentration downtown as well as in East and West Orange County. Please remember that one of the main reasons we're here today is House Bill 1365. The bill prohibits counties and municipalities from allowing any person to regularly engage in public camping, sleeping on any public property except as designated by the county and certified by the state. Looking back to June 18th, you heard all about Orange County's significant investment in the above categories. Orange County, through multiple departments and divisions, already provides a variety of services to serve the at-risk and homeless populations, which we intend to further expand and diversify. We will talk again about these efforts in the implementation plan section in a little bit. The county has continued to invest significant funding in homelessness services, as you see here, over the years. In the current fiscal year 2024-2025 budget, over $46.5 million have been allocated to homelessness services alone. And then, since the June presentation, you adopted an additional $10 million to support diverse homelessness services, bringing the total investment to over $56.5 million. And I wanted to take this opportunity again, to thank all of you, Mayor and Commissioners, for your commitment and the investment. So it definitely doesn't go unnoticed. In June, we received programs and projects associated with the county's $46.5 million investment. For today's purposes, we are going to now focus on the actual implementation plan associated specifically with the additional $10 million investment. After extensive research and multiple meetings with subject matter experts, we recognize the need for a multi-pronged approach to homelessness. Not every situation related to homelessness is the same, so one solution does not fit all. We have separated the implementation plan in 3 categories and 3 general areas. Expansion of existing services, as we have already seen positive impact and success with those measures, increase the shelter capacity, focus on the unsheltered population in Orange County, that is definitely a priority also, and launching our new initiatives, of which I will share later in this presentation. So first, expanding existing services. In Orange County, we have adopted the Housing First model because the data supports it works. Homelessness outreach teams have become more and more essential due to the increasing number of unhoused at various locations in Orange County, as well as the implementation of the new House Bill 1365. There is a need to increase case managers who will provide services, referrals, and support, and that being on site. That is why we're proposing to increase case managers and outreach workers. Increasing bridge housing capacity is a significant piece of a holistic approach to assisting Orange County homeless population. Bridge housing, just to remind you, is temporary housing for someone waiting on a permanent unit. Bridge housing is essential because it begins the process from moving someone from literally being homeless to permanent housing. Orange County also saw an increase in unsheltered aged 50 and up, the 50 and over subpopulation. We will address this by adding more permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is housing assistance with supportive services to assist the chronically homeless. This program expansion you see here on the slide is a continuation, it's a continued collaboration with Healthy Start Coalition of Orange County and an evidence-based initiative called Nurse Family Partnership. Currently, the women in the Nurse Family Partnership program experience high-risk pregnancies and often are not provided paid family medical leave, thus resulting in a much higher risk of falling behind on their rent and ultimately possibly becoming homeless. This expansion will assist up to 30 women and families in year one to prevent them from experiencing homelessness and eviction, because we truly believe that no mom and newborn in Orange County should be living on the street. Providing effective case management services through, and this is important, consistent practices is imperative to reach desired outcomes. Oftentimes, the structure and the knowledge base varies greatly among case managers in our social services field. We are currently working with Chapin Hall and conducting internal research to establish evidence-based case management trainings that can be utilized by all. Our intent is to support our community partners by creating a stronger, more unified system, and therefore propose allocating funding for this comprehensive case management approach within our county. Increasing shelter capacity. Orange County created an interdepartmental work group, and the members you see here on the slide, consisting of several departments and divisions that will be instrumental and have been instrumental already in the planning and implementation of additional shelter sites. This group meets literally on a weekly basis and focuses on locating potential shelter sites within unincorporated Orange County. Again, thank you for all the commissioners that you took the time to meet with us, because your feedback was incredibly important. So we really, really appreciate it. You know your district's best, so thank you. To increase shelter capacity, the Orange County Interdepartmental Work Group is specifically looking at the availability within East and West Orange County based off of the heat map findings. The shelter capacity can vary depending on location and the need of the respective areas. While looking for adequate shelter locations, we prioritize the inclusion of day services such as programming, case management, vocational trade, or GED programs to increase the chances of self-sustainment. For clarity, again here, this plan is separate from the recent agreement associated with the city's efforts to develop an open access shelter at the Orange County Work Release Center. So let's look at our proposed new initiatives supporting the unhoused and at-risk population in Orange County. We're going to go through now through steel modular units, the 24/7 Homeless Diversion Center, Center for Addiction and Mental Health Programs in Orange County, Housing Connector, Emergency Bridge Housing with Services, Valencia Accelerated Skills Training Program, Housing for Youth Aging Out of Foster Care. The steel modular housing units will create additional permanent supportive housing for the chronically homeless individuals. The units in this new initiative can be used by our partnering agencies, which will increase our housing inventory for permanent supportive housing and people in need. After thorough research, we have a few examples we're currently interested in. My Tiny Home Hub and Plaid Homes both have steel frames and lifespans for way over 50 years. Due to the labor being a little cheaper in countries outside the U.S., the most affordable units are not fabricated here. The cheapest comparable units made in the U.S. start at around $60,000. We are not done with our research, but these are just some models that would fit our, interest. Miami-Dade County is currently collaborating with Plaid Homes as a solution to homelessness. They are in the process, actually, they are no longer in the process of obtaining Florida Code certification because we got an email this morning, timing was good, that they have achieved those. So they are done with that process. So they are in compliance with Florida Code certification. But we will also be scheduling a visit to Miami because we had a few providers that were, including us and our work group, that is very interested in looking at those units ourselves. And because it involves so many aspects outside of the realm of homelessness, this is an ongoing effort, and we will update you certainly again once we have concluded all conversations with our community partners about the locations and operational processes. The next program in Orange County will expand our existing partnership with a non-for-profit agency, Pathlight Home at Maxwell Gardens, for a pilot program. This new initiative dedicates 10 existing units with intensive services to provide bridge housing specifically for chronically homeless senior citizens. This pilot program was designed to impact the at-risk population age 50 and up, since this is an increasing population per the PIT count, and this subpopulation is also much more vulnerable than other categories. So the goal is to assist clients as quickly as possible by diverting them to more stable housing options. Clients will have access to Pathlight Home services that include case management, food pantry, clothing, bus passes, and any other service that needs to be offered, that is offered there, but also services by other community partners that they need dependent on their individual situation. This drop-in location will also serve as a resource to law enforcement as a centralized 24/7 diversion drop-off site for senior citizen clients. The next program, Mandala Healing Center, has an existing structured treatment center in South Florida and is expanding to Orange County. The agency renovated a hotel previously known for criminal activities. This new initiative, again, Center for Addiction and Mental Health Programs, in short called Camp Orange, in collaboration with Mandala Healing Center, is proposed to provide up to 54 beds of transitional housing with behavioral health overlay. This placement is specifically geared toward unhoused adults suffering from co-occurring disorders. Co-occurring disorders refer to conditions in which an individual has coexisting mental health and substance use disorder. This program focuses on a holistic wellness approach for homelessness, mental health, substance abuse, and necessary life skills. This proposed program is a collaborative initiative with the managing entity, the Central Florida Cares Health Systems, DCF, and the Office for a Drug-Free Community. Admissions would be on a referral basis only. So this is not to be confused with a homeless shelter. This is a much more structured, more residential environment. Orange County proposes to contract with the managing entity to support Camp Orange to provide those behavioral overlay services in addition to transitional housing. As homelessness and mental health increase, this project would help a segment of our population that is very often overlooked. This new initiative, partnering with Housing Connector, will help expand our affordable housing inventory in Orange County. This is done through partnerships with landlords and supportive case management for both renters and landlords. Housing Connector acts as a bridge between property partners, local government, and our community agencies to house those in need. This non-for-profit agency is currently operating in Washington, Oregon, Colorado, and Texas. This program is incentivized for landlords. This is important because this makes it a lot more attractive for the landlords here in Orange County. So it is incentivized for landlords by providing a risk mitigation package, emergency rental assistance, and coverage of losses. So in case something gets damaged or a client misses rent. Their belief statement that no unit should sit vacant while there are people in need of a home completely aligns with our goal to increase the affordable housing capacity in Orange County. Housing Connector will increase access to housing for homeless and at-risk individuals as well as families. One of the many advantages of Orange County collaborating with Housing Connector is that our partnering agency will have the opportunities of utilizing these resources as well at no cost. There are several benefits for renters and property partners and landowners. Renters will benefit from potential emergency rental assistance, reduced screening criteria regarding their credit history, and past debt, as well as lessened penalties regarding previous evictions. And so many times it happens, the tenants do not get into a vacant unit because they are dealing with bad credit eviction histories. Because of the mitigation packet that this agency offers, it is much more incentivized for a landlord to actually accept the people. Landlords will benefit from the financial guarantee package that I mentioned that reduces their financial risk and vacancies. In collaboration with existing providers, this new initiative will fund up to 30 rooms of emergency bridge housing to unsheltered families, specifically geared toward families, in partnering hotels. Important to the success of this project are supportive services such as comprehensive case management services, application assistance for benefits, and employment assistance. Again, this is another initiative to develop to reduce the number of unsheltered homeless families in Orange County. And according to the PIT count and according to recent statistics, we have many families living in cars with their children quite functioning, but their children are going to school, parents are even working, but they cannot afford a home. If we can give them the safety of this program and then help them, to become more stable, they have much better chances of succeeding. There is an example, if you're interested, I can send you some information later on. There's a very successful example in Snohomish County in Washington where their bridge housing program, actually about 70 to 80 participants transitioned into permanent housing within an average of 60 to 90 days. And reducing their PIT count for the following year of 10 to 15%. An exciting collaboration with Valencia College, other Orange County divisions, and our partnering community agencies is our next initiative. As an at-risk and homeless individual attends one of Valencia's accelerated skills training programs, we will work together with these organizations to cover housing, childcare, and additional living expenses. This will come from the bridge housing expansion budget mentioned in a previous slide. Valencia already has an extensive network of employers and often students, and I saw this when I worked with them previously, often the students get interviews with local employers even before they graduate. While affordable housing continues to be a hurdle for many residents in our community, this program allows individuals to receive a vocational foundation that leads to an average starting salary of $17 to $20 an hour and often more, with the expectation and with good potential of being promoted and moving up in companies. Simultaneously, it fills a void in our community by increasing skilled trades professionals that we need. We are currently in discussion with non-for-profits focused on creating more housing in form of microhomes for youth aging out of foster care. Home Aid, a non-for-profit construction company, builds and maintains housing in programmatic facilities for other non-for-profit organizations and public institutions, serving those people experiencing homelessness by leveraging their relationships with the building industry to garner in-kind donations, labor, and materials. These efforts focus on another vulnerable population because these young adults are especially at risk of homelessness due to the lack of familiar support system. Our interdepartmental work group is currently researching different options for land use to create this micro home housing effort for this population. Here's our first pie chart. The chart demonstrates the proposed budget allocation for the expansion of existing services. Through experience and research, we believe that a diverse, multi-pronged approach to homelessness is the best investment for our residents in need and Orange County. Homelessness is such a complex topic, and again, I can just repeat myself, one solution does not fit at all. This chart demonstrates the proposed budget allocation of $6.4 million from the additional $10 million budget for the new project initiatives. As I explained earlier, the programs displayed here in front of you were designed to address multiple facets of homelessness. For several years, the county has made significant investments to help at-risk and homeless families and individuals in Orange County. The $56.5 million budget shows the massive commitment by Orange County to positively impact our communities and stakeholders. More than 90% of our proposed projects and expansions, as we discussed it today, from the $10 million budget increase will directly help with housing approximately 1,020 people in Orange County. Our program initiatives are not only in response to the growing number of homeless individuals, but certainly also in response to House Bill 1365. My colleague, County Attorney Dylan Schott, will discuss the legal section of this presentation.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Assistant County Attorney Dylan Schott.
I promoted him. Sorry. Congratulations.
So just starting with some background, on March 20th of this year, the governor signed House Bill 1365. In short, it creates a new section, 125.0231 of the Florida statutes that went into effect on October 1st. And in short, this new statute prohibits the county from authorizing or otherwise allowing any person to regularly engage in public camping or sleeping. Approximately 3 months later, on June 18th, this board held a work session on homelessness, and at that work session, staff discussed this new bill with the board, as well as a pending United States Supreme Court case, the City of Grants Pass, Oregon v. Johnson, and the issue in that case was whether a local government that adopts an ordinance that prohibits public camping and sleeping violates the Eighth Amendment's cruel and unusual punishments clause. How the Supreme Court ruled in that case could implicate Orange County's ability to respond to this new statute. And we knew that an opinion in that case was imminent, so we informed the board that we would update the board once an opinion was actually published. Sure enough, 10 days later, on June 28th, 2024, the Supreme Court did publish an opinion in City of Grants Pass and held that a local government ordinance that prohibits sleeping or camping on public property does not violate the Eighth Amendment's cruel and unusual punishments clause. On October 1st, the county held a meeting with local municipalities and law enforcement agencies to sort of gauge the local response to House Bill 1365. And you can see there's a list of municipalities and law enforcement agencies that participated in the meeting by sending one or more representatives to have a conversation with the county. And I will come back to this list shortly to sort of go over what we gleaned or what we learned from these participants. So turning to the statute itself, the general rule is that the county cannot authorize or allow any person to regularly engage in public camping or sleeping on county property. So what does that mean? Authorize or otherwise allow is not defined in the statute. I tend to think authorize would be interpreted to mean a formal approval. Probably the best example of that would be a permit of some kind. Allow is not defined either. But if you look at some dictionary definitions, there's at least one definition of allow that means to put no obstacle in the way of. And so if a court adopted that interpretation of allow, you could see how a court could interpret this as requiring the county to take some sort of action or put some obstacle in the way of a person that's engaged in public camping or sleeping on county property. Public camping or sleeping is defined in the statute, and it generally means lodging or residing outdoors overnight. There are a couple of exceptions there. It does not include someone that sleeps in a lawful motor vehicle. In other words, if their car is licensed and registered and parked in a place where it's legally allowed to be, that will not constitute public camping or sleeping. The one other exception is recreational camping in a place that is specifically designated for recreational camping. That is excluded from the definition as well. And then finally, property is all public property within the county's jurisdiction is what the county would be responsible for. So that could include a county building, the county building's grounds, or any public right-of-way in the county's jurisdiction. So the exception to the general rule is the county can allow or authorize public camping and sleeping if it's on property that is specifically designated for that purpose, if that property has been certified by DCF, and if that property meets certain minimum standards. Those minimum standards are safety and security. The county has to provide sanitation like running water and restrooms. The county would have to provide behavioral health services like substance abuse and mental health services. And the county would have to enforce a prohibition on illegal substance and alcohol use on this designated property. One other exception is in certain states of emergency, this statute won't apply. So finally, turning to enforcement, how is this statute going to be enforced? Well, beginning on January 1st, residents, business owners, or the Attorney General can bring a civil action against the county. And if a resident or business owner is successful in this civil action against the county, the statute does authorize a court to award reasonable expenses, including court costs, attorney's fees, and investigative costs, witness fees, deposition costs. In my view, what I think is one of, if not the most important part of this statute is that second bullet there, which says the complaint must include an affidavit attesting that the county, quote, failed to take all reasonable actions within the limits of its governmental authority to cure the alleged violation within 5 business days after receiving written notice. I think that provision is particularly important for 2 reasons. One, it gives us some insight into how this complaint process will work. We have to receive written notice, and then we have 5 business days to quote-unquote cure that alleged violation. And then 2 is it gives us some insight as how we might avoid litigation, and that would be taking all reasonable actions within our governmental authority to cure alleged violations. So I think that begs the question of, well, what actions can the county take to avoid litigation? And I think it's helpful to think about this in a hypothetical context. If, let's say, the county does receive written notice of an alleged violation, what is our next step? I think the first option is the county can provide a person who's engaged in public camping or sleeping with alternative lodging that would not violate the statute. That would be indoor housing, or if the county chose to designate property, it could be on that designated property as well. So that's option one. And as I go through these, I think it's important to mention that none of these options are mutually exclusive. The county can take all or none of them. And then they're not exhaustive either. So there may be other options that the board has, policy ideas that could be explored as well. So if the county offers alternative lodging and the person accepts it, I think the county has likely cured the alleged violation. The issue or an issue could arise is if a person refuses the alternative lodging. At that point, the county is not a law enforcement agency. It couldn't physically remove the person itself. It would have to rely on a law enforcement agency to do that. And as it exists today, the most appropriate tool would likely be Florida's trespass statute. The county could call law enforcement and attempt to trespass the person from county property. There can be some issues with that. Number one, if someone's in a place that's generally open to the public, there are due process concerns. So if we were to go down that road, we'd want to make sure that we have a policy with due process protections included in there. Number two is a trespass, calling someone and reporting it as a trespass may not necessarily result in the person being removed. So for example, law enforcement has some discretion to issue notices to appear, civil citations, things like that. And so if the county solely relies on the trespass statute, the person may not end up being removed, and you could see how a complainant could argue that the county did not cure the alleged violation because the person continued to stay there. They may have received a notice to appear and continue camping on county property. So a complainant could argue, well, the county could have adopted an ordinance, and that ordinance may have resulted in the person's removal. And so there's a question of, is that a reasonable action the county could have taken to cure the alleged violation? So that brings me to my third and final option here, which is the county can adopt these trespass policies or public camping ordinances that generally prohibit that. And like I talked about before, the county's not a law enforcement agency, so adopting this ordinance, contacting law enforcement, at that point, that is likely the limits of the county's governmental authority to cure alleged violations. At that point, it's likely out of our hands, and therefore I think an ordinance could reduce the risk of litigation and give the county some defenses should a lawsuit be brought against the county. So we surveyed some of the other counties in Florida. We looked at the top 5 most populous: Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, Hillsborough, Pinellas, and then we also looked at our neighboring counties in Seminole and Osceola. And many jurisdictions already have public camping ordinances on their books. So for example, Miami-Dade County already does. Section 21286 prohibits overnight camping on their county property. They have an enforcement procedure laid out that requires warnings and an offer of shelter if available. But then some jurisdictions either did not or did not think that what they had on the books was sufficient. So like Broward County, for example, recently adopted an ordinance on October 8th that prohibits public camping and sleeping on county property. And it really tracks this new statute. A lot of the language is very similar, and it was clearly adopted in response to the new statute. Palm Beach has an ordinance that prohibits camping on county parks, and then they also have a trespass policy that authorizes law enforcement to trespass people. Hillsborough has an ordinance that prohibits camping and sleeping in parks. Pinellas has an ordinance that prohibits camping without a permit. Seminole County is in the process of adopting one. I believe they're going to bring an ordinance, or their intention is to bring an ordinance to their BCC next month for consideration. And then Osceola County recently adopted a statement of legislative intent on November 4th, and the BCC in Osceola County directed staff to go ahead and draft an ordinance that'll be brought back shortly. So as I had mentioned before, on October 1st, the county met with local municipalities to talk about a sort of coordinated response. And this is just a summary of what we have either found on our own or what the municipalities have told us they are doing. So City of Apopka has a code provision that prohibits public camping. They also have a trespass policy as a part of their code. City of Bay Lake and City of Lake Buena Vista have represented that they are developing an ordinance. And then City of Belle Isle has a ordinance that prohibits camping in parks. And then City of Maitland prohibits sleeping in parks. And then they adopted a trespass policy last year. And then on top of that, in our most recent correspondence last month, they told us that they were proposing an additional ordinance to sort of strengthen what they already have on the books in response to this new statute. City of Ocoee, City of Orlando, Town of Windermere, and City of Winter Garden all have ordinances on the books that prohibit camping on public property in those jurisdictions. And then City of Winter Park recently adopted two ordinances last month, 3321-24 and 3322-24, that created a trespass policy for their public property and that also prohibit public camping and sleeping respectively. And again, these ordinances were adopted in response to this new statute. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Lisa to summarize and maybe ask for some board direction.
So I would like to highlight again the Orange County's continued effort to assist the homeless population. Fiscal year 24-25, the county is investing over $56.5 million with a $10 million increase of the previous year. Within that $10 million, $3.6 million will be spent on expanding current services and $6.4 million on new initiatives. Ultimately, due to the complexity of the multiple high-risk and homelessness subpopulation in Orange County, we think it's incredibly important that we take a multi-pronged approach. In doing so, we plan to impact families on the verge of becoming homeless or homeless, individuals or families that are literally homeless, high-risk pregnant women, seniors, youth, and the population suffering from coexisting disorders. Our goal is to create long-term sustainability with the project proposals such as the ones we presented to you today, and we believe with that we're heading in the right direction. We also wanted to point out that 90.5% of our projects from the additional $10 million with help with housing, which equates to housing for approximately 1,020 people. As I told you before, Orange County is short about 926 shelter beds per the 2024 PIT count. This number shows the importance of increasing shelter capacity, and the Orange County Interdepartmental Work Group is persistently working on decreasing this number through its work group. As we're looking to meet the needs of our unsheltered population in Orange County, our search for shelters focuses on county-owned properties in East and West Orange County, as well as other available areas, and a shelter capacity of up to 150 beds, which can vary as well, depending on the area. I have to emphasize again that the availability of day services is important in order to limit negative impacts on the community, as well as to provide effective strategies to help the unsheltered homeless to become self-sufficient. Due to the implementation of House Bill 1365, the county needs to decide on whether to adopt a public camping ordinance. The enforcement of the bill begins January 1st, 2025, and therefore county staff asks the board to provide direction and feedback regarding whether a trespass policy or a county ordinance prohibiting public camping should be adopted as a response. Orange County is determined to take a holistic approach regarding homelessness by providing comprehensive services to the unhoused in our community, while also minimizing the risk of litigation associated with the new bill. By understanding the complex factors contributing to this challenging topic, we can really take impactful steps to address this critical issue and thus improving the lives of individuals experiencing homelessness while fostering a really more resilient Orange County community. In closing, even though I'm the one speaking to you today, this work remains a collaborative effort, and Orange County is truly committed to supporting our community partners in achieving ultimate success. This concludes the presentation, and
All right.
we're open for questions.
Well, first, let me just lead off by saying thank you to Ms. Clara Graham and the interdepartmental work group that has been working on this. We've been working with various community-based organizations to come up with a compassionate, caring response to the new law. What you have presented is a comprehensive approach to that end. I know that we have had conversations with local law enforcement, including the sheriff. I know that the sheriff is supportive of creating this new ordinance, and it seems to be consistent with what is happening really in other jurisdictions around the state. It is consistent with what our municipalities are doing here within Orange County, and so I think that it is my recommendation to our board that we consider moving forward with the creation of an ordinance. I base that on the work that you've done. I base that on the nearly 38 years of law enforcement experience that I have in dealing with homelessness-related issues that entire time. I believe that with the additional dollars that we are allocating this year, it allows us to begin to more adequately address the growing challenges that we have. We're not unique in the experience that we have here within our community in dealing with homelessness. Every major metropolitan community and even some small rural communities are dealing with this issue across America because of circumstances, economic circumstances that are really truly out of our control, but we have to respond. And with this January date looming very soon, it is important that we continue to be proactive and prepare for the future. So with that, I will open it up for any board discussion or conversation, and we'll start with Commissioner Nicole Wilson.
Thank you so much. I echo the mayor's comments. Thank you. I know this is hard work and very complex, but I think the part that I want to make sure that I understand that we need to craft something, and it needs to be something that is protective of Orange County, and obviously that supports our ongoing efforts in trying to make sure we're taking care of our unhoused residents. I just want to try to draw that connection between what's happening in the scrutiny of unhoused people and the uptick in our prison population, our jail population. And I think we have to be really careful not to craft something that will end up being really costly on the back end and inhumane. We are better than that. And I know that we're going in that direction. And I don't know if there's a way to draw a correlation with some of those comparative jurisdictions and what have their jail populations look like since adoption. Has it been a pretextual reason for arrest, an actual prosecution, or has it been the way for us to be able to navigate additional channels for housing opportunities. So those, like, it feels like sort of that directional piece. And I know that was a really strange way to ask a question. But
No, I understood you.
all right, thank you.
So, in my opinion, I think the law enforcement officers that I have spoken to and the different jurisdiction that I have spoken to include the meeting that we had, diversion instead of jail is much more preferred. This is a model that they do in Pinellas County, where they actually have a open access shelter. And if they don't have to arrest, I mean, if you have a felony offense, there's no, or a domestic violence offense, there's really no other choice in the matter. But if you can issue a death ticket or something, then many police officers choose diversion efforts rather than making a physical arrest, knowing that the jails and prisons, are understaffed. So I got the impression from our meeting that our jurisdictions were very supportive of trying to avoid arrest unless it's absolutely have to.
I think what scares me is that we know there's a shortage of shelter beds, and that recently there's been an increase in incarcerations. And so, like, I know that Director Banks did a overview for us and is continuing to keep an eye on that correlation. But ultimately, if we've been painted into a corner from state statute and from an ordinance that allows us to be in compliance with state statute that says that if you don't have a shelter bed, they still can't stay there, then where are we, right? Because now we've opted for the most expensive shelter bed, the most prohibitive, the most punitive shelter bed under law, right? That's the way the law has pushed us. So I'm trying to frame it in the way that if there's an avenue.
Commissioner, let me kind of respond to some of what I'm hearing here.
Yes.
I want to make certain that we remain encouraged by the comprehensive plan that Ms. Clara Graham just presented.
Absolutely.
Secondly, historically now for several decades, our community has displayed the type of compassion that you are speaking to. And it was an outgrowth of several iterations of a jail oversight commission and a report that was made, and recommendations were made to the public policy body, the Board of County Commission, to adopt a public policy regarding leaning into dealing with recidivism of persons who commit crimes, some of whom are mentally ill. On any given day, 40% or so of our jail population has some type of diagnosis or on some type of psychotropic medication. We instituted other treatment to deal with those who suffer with various disorders, substance abuse. We created the Central Receiving Center. We are funding that, and we have done so. All of that has resulted in, over time, a right response, and it has kept our overall jail population down, significantly down at a time when our population continued to grow. Today, we have fewer people incarcerated in our jail than we did going back to 2008 because of this public policy that we adopted a long time ago. To make certain that our response is one that is balanced, I do intend to reconvene the Jail Oversight Commission. That commission over time has been reconvened historically when we have seen certain social developments within our community. To make certain we have been looking at the makeup of the prior Jail Oversight Commission that a couple of mayors or so prior to me instituted. I'm going to do the same. We'll make a formal public announcement about that soon, about the makeup of that group. So concurrent to this comprehensive plan that is moving forward with these experts, these clinicians, these social service providers within our community, we will make certain that from looking from the entire criminal justice system, inclusive of the courts and everyone right down to the law enforcement officers on the street, that we are not inadvertently going to develop a system that causes unintended consequences of incarceration. So I want to reassure you that that is coming within the next couple of weeks. I had the privilege of serving on all of the jail oversight commissions from my days as the Orlando Chief of Police. I was asked to serve by former Mayor Martinez to my days as the Deputy County Administrator and Director of Public Safety. I was asked to serve by Mayor Richard Crotty, and then as we move forward, Mayor Commissioner Teresa Jacobs reinstituted the body when I was sheriff, asked to serve, and so ironically I find myself here in this position again, and I know that the work product of that group of experts, interdisciplinary experts from our community, they did yeoman's work, and it has benefited us right to this day. So I think the time is right to couple that with this comprehensive approach to have the kind of outcomes that we all want to have as a community.
Thank you. I mean, really got the assignment, and I appreciate it. I think that it sounds, I mean, the timing couldn't be.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions, Lisa. Just want to reiterate here publicly our previous conversations that as we start to craft what our current and future engagement with the homeless population looks like, that we have an intentionality with regard to seniors and youth, knowing that those are our most vulnerable populations. They don't have the degree of support that someone who maybe be more able-bodied to be able to engage in finding a job, going to school. And so just making sure that as you have those conversations that you're thinking about our young people and our seniors. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
Lisa, I appreciate all the work. Heather had the pleasure of meeting 40 residents on a Friday at 1 o'clock. And I think what's important is communication. I think that was the biggest thing we learned from that, because there's a lot of moving parts, and I know you guys don't have the luxury of really just kind of looking at this and analyzing it, you know, as a whole. You guys are really looking at it like very, very strategic, and that's what we're here for. And I think we learned something, because even though everyone wasn't happy, they left like they knew what was going on in their neighborhood. And that's a big difference. I think we even got a compliment of, we understand what you're doing and it's a good thing and it will be better. We just have gone through hell in these communities with people breaking in, stealing, everything. And you've got a very, almost like postpartum. There isn't a lot of trust in this system right now. And it showed. I mean, when I walked in on Friday, I couldn't believe within 12 hours how a group of residents got together, left work, did whatever, because they were angry, you know. And then once we kind of got through it, it eased up. And I think it's really essential because, and I'm just going to speak like just taking myself out as a commission role. I'm raising my family in a community, and it may not be the best community, and I want to see it get better. And then there's decisions being made by my local government, and I just turn around and say, what the heck is going on, you know? And so, and I worry a lot because, one, and I've told you this, generational poverty, I know we're limited, but, you know, there's a bigger problem going on socially. And Commissioner Bonilla and I actually went and tested college students on their presentations, and that's like an underlining issue. But secondly, you worry that the most disenfranchised are the ones that are going to get hurt the most, echoing what Commissioner Wilson said. And so we worry about that. And then I feel like you've got mental health and addiction just looming over us that we can't always control. I met a couple over the weekend who said, oh, I need housing, great. And I said, hey, I can get you a bed today. And he says, well, I'm not clean yet. You know? And he was honest. He said, I'm not clean yet, and they're going to make me go cold turkey, and I can't. So he'd rather be addicted and live on the street than me telling him I could get him a bed. You know, so and I'd be interested to know legally, where do we stand? Because we can offer it, we can try, we can guide them, it's like you can walk, you can take a person to water and shelter, but if they don't want to fit that rule, because I don't think any of these facilities are going to allow you to be on drugs, they're not going to allow you to just hang out. There has to be a continual process. And how do we handle that while protecting ourselves legally and without causing more of a jail system, knowing that we have a social issue going on? So just be curious to know your impact on that, your thoughts on that.
I agree with you, and thank you for your support last week. It's a difficult situation because I think we can have, even if we had 15,000 shelter beds, there's going to be a certain segment, there's going to be a group of, the population that is probably not going to want to because they're either drug addicted or the mental health issues, they're not properly medicated. Legally, I'm going to have to pass it on to Dylan, but I mean, from a social work perspective, we just try over and over and over again because you just really don't know. They might not be ready today, but something just clicks in the next 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden, they come to you or you come to them again and they're ready. So that's just kind of always have been our approach, that we try again. But legally, I'm going to have to pass that on because I'm not sure how that would be handled.
And I don't know if you heard that, Dylan. It was more of what happens when you have someone who doesn't want to because they want to be on their, drug of preference and things like that.
Sure. So we can offer them housing, but if they don't want to accept it, the next thing that law enforcement could do, we could call law enforcement and they could give them a verbal warning. There are a few jurisdictions that require law enforcement to issue verbal, or some even require written warnings before they make arrests. And the person could choose to leave at that time. They may not go to a shelter, but they may leave the county property. And if they leave the county property, then in my view, the county has quote unquote cured the alleged violation. I think our risk of litigation has been significantly lowered. But if they still refuse to leave the county property, then the county is put into a position of either having law enforcement forcibly remove them or opening itself up to risk of litigation under this statute.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
So I just wanted to say thank you for all the work. Thank you to all the organizations out there also have done the tremendous work to service our homeless population. And that's all I have to really say right now because I know I'm not going to be making decisions on this. So I just want to at least share my appreciation. Thanks.
Well, we also wanted to thank you for your support and your very good feedback always. It's very helpful.
All right, so thank you, Ms. Graham. In terms of where do we move forward, I think the consensus is that we move forward with an appropriate ordinance. We'll work through all the mechanics of making the ordinance in time before the January date. With that, this concludes the agenda items for the morning portion. We are now going to move into this appreciation moment for Commissioner Bonilla. We will go into recess. We will return at 2 p.m. For those who are aware of we're going over to 105, the staff and others, and then we'll come back here. What time are we supposed to be back here just for this portion?
1:20
okay.
is the.
So let's make it
time that's set.
1:30.
1:30.
So we have the 15 minutes to go over to 105, but we'll come here at 1:30 for the formal presentations that our various department heads and directors will be making to Commissioner Bonilla. So, all right, let's move expeditiously. Thank you. So that'll be dinner for me. Oh, no, I didn't get fresh kiss today. I don't like that. There was nothing on that menu I want. Oh.
There's a wireless microphone too if they need it. They just gotta turn it on. Okay.
Where is it?
It's on the table up there next to their orange bag. Okay.
Oh, well, there's something else.
Is that the way you do it?
Nah, we shouldn't have to do a count. All right, Commissioner Bonilla has joined us now, so Jeff, kick us off.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. We are here to say farewell to our Commissioner from District 5, Commissioner Emily Bonilla. Let's give her a big round of applause as we begin this afternoon. Commissioner Bonilla, we are so thankful for your service. The morning meeting was long, but we didn't want to deprive for your great service to your constituents in District 5. Thanks for your service and for all the time you'd spend, but as the old saying goes, all things must come to an end. With over 200 board meetings and community gatherings galore, you have every reason to be proud as you walk through that door. So in the words of a great philosopher, Dr. Seuss, his words please engage as you move to the next level and walk off the stage. He says this: you're off to great places. Today is your day. Your mountain is waiting. Now get on your way. So good luck to you, Commissioner, as you move forward. We appreciate your service. And now some words from our honorable mayor, Mayor Jerry L. Demings. Mayor?
All right, thank you, Dr. Williamson. Commissioner Bonilla, I know that in many ways this may be bittersweet for you. You know, you get that excitement when you're elected and you have the opportunity to serve the people. You serve the people well over time, but as we know when we come through the door, we do have term limits, unfortunately, in Orange County, and at some point it will come to an end. But as we customarily do in Orange County, all our various departments and divisions, they want to show you some love, and they have various presentations that they're going to be making at this time. And so I think collectively, on behalf of our Board of County Commission, congratulations to reaching this pinnacle in your political career and in your life. We all will cross that bridge at some point ourselves. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to staff, and they have a whole process of how they're going to move forward at this time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mayor. Let's start with families, community families. Is Ven Thomas here? Ven, we're going to start with you all. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ven has something for you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Bonilla. We are so sad to see you go. Thank you so much for your dedication, your support. There are many things that we have been able to work through together. I've always appreciated your thoughtfulness, your interest, and our babies at the Head Start program have a special love for you, and therefore we've presented you with something not only from our department, which is a plaque expressing our appreciation presented to Commissioner Emily Bonilla in recognition of your commitment and dedication to Orange County Community and Family Services. We've also created a banner for you a second plaque that is from our Head Start program and a book of photographs that we treasure depicting you and our children and other activities that you have attended sponsored by our department. Thank you so much, and good luck to you in your future.
All right, thank you, Ven. Thank you, Community and Family Services. We appreciate that. Next, we're going to move on to PEDS. I'm going to call on Tanya Wilson from PEDS. She also has a special presentation. There's a microphone up there if you want it. There's a mic up there, yes.
Testing. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful. Commissioner Bonilla. I think I'm probably the one with the shortest tenure or opportunity to work with you, but it's been so impactful over the course of these 10 months that I had the opportunity to sit and chat with you and really just to hear your vision and the legacy that you leave behind for Orange County. So it was so fitting that we decided a thing that would probably describe your impact the greatest would be the environment. So we have a tree. The tree's not here. I didn't bring the tree. But we have a picture of a tree that we've planted in your honor, and there's a plaque there as well. I'm just going to read the words that we've put together that's here on this plaque. It says, to commemorate your 8 years of public service, unwavering commitment to protecting the environment, and dedication to the residents of Orange County, we are proud to plant this magnolia tree in your honor. So we have a tree planted here. You can see a picture of it, and a quote that's included on the plaque by the tree. One of your statements, it says, this is the second Green Place property in my district that I was able to get. This is such a great opportunity for preservation, protecting the river from further high-density development and ecotourism. This is definitely a purchase I'm excited about. Commissioner Emily Bonilla. So thank you so much for the work you've done. On behalf of the PED staff, we say thank you. This is a card from us as well. And we have PEDs. If PED staff could stand for all the folks that have worked with you for so many impactful years, we're just here to lend support and to let you know that we definitely are appreciative of the legacy you're leaving behind, and we wish you all the best on your journey ahead.
Commissioner, turn the photo off, turn it around. There you go.
All right, thank you very much, Director Wilson, and for all the folks at PEDS. We appreciate that. Let's move on to the Convention Center. Mark Tester. Let's give Mark a big round of applause. Mark.
Commissioner, you may remember I joined the county 1 month before the pandemic began, and all things broke loose very quickly, and I will never forget the tremendous support that we got from you and from the entire commission to first be the first convention center to reopen and start business and lead our industry back. But more importantly, your support in helping us temporary transfer 190 of our employees, and we're so proud that that's the proudest thing, that we were able to retain our workforce. I did a tremendous amount of media during that time, and a lot of my counterparts around the industry would say, Mark, how did you guys do it? And I said, well, the first thing you have to do is you have to have great elected officials, and they have to give you the support and understand how important that you are to the community, and thank you for that support. You were always willing to meet with us. You're always willing to have open dialogue and ask questions, and even the tough ones, which we certainly do appreciate. You always were supportive of our budget. We were able to do a lot of tremendous improvement projects during COVID when funding was limited, and because of that, we were able to come out of COVID very, very quickly and recover and be a leader in our industry. And so thank you for that. And I remember during one of our budget presentations, you said, you know what, you have to be world-class. We have to continue to reinvest and make sure that the facilities are operational and beautiful, and something that we should all be proud of. So thank you for that. We have been a leader in our industry during your tenure, and we couldn't do it without your support. So thank you. We've got a little gift of Convention Center good stuff in here, and thank you for everything you've done for us.
All right, thank you very much, Mark, and Orange County Convention. So let's move on to fire rescue. Deputy Chief Mike Vita. Michael.
Commissioner Bonilla, on behalf of Chief Fitzgerald, Fire just wanted to come and pass on our appreciation for your support of fire rescue. You have always been there for us, whether it was a procurement issue, a project that needed to be approved, a community event, the approval of our new training center. You have always been there with fire rescue. But for me personally, where I got to know you was in the catastrophes that sometimes faced District 5. And that was because I served as your liaison with fire rescue during the hurricanes. So whether it was street flooding, a collapsed roof, people who needed food, we would speak with each other at all hours of the day and night and arrange food. You handed out blue tarps. You were right there with us giving out water. And we really learned that you do care about the community, not only legislating up here, but boots on the ground, delivering the service where we need it. So I think in that we determined that you have the heart of a firefighter. And with that, in the fire service, a white helmet designates a chief officer. So as you retire the title of Commissioner Bonilla, we are granting you the title of Chief Bonilla. So welcome to Orange County Fire Rescue.
She doesn't want to have hat hair. Why don't we get the Chief and Deputy Chief Rios Fire? Are they in the fire rescue? You guys please go take a picture with the... Oh, she put it on. Awesome. All right, Chiefs, thank you very much. Let's move on to another Chief, Chief Luis Quinones from Orange County Corrections. Chief Quinones.
Well,
he's not going to handcuff her.
Thank you for mentioning that. That was a thought. Wasn't quite sure how that was going to go over, so we said we'll stay away from the handcuffs. But Commissioner Bonilla, thank you very much for supporting Orange County Corrections through your years, through the quarterly meetings that you and I have had. You've always pushed us, and I'm very proud of the amount of inmate programs and reentry services that we have. But I always remember you say, well, Chief, could we do this? Well, Chief, could we do that? And I always want to be pushed because I want to be pushing our staff to be the very best that we can. So we always appreciate that. So no, I don't have handcuffs. I was going to get a card for get out of jail. However, I didn't think you'd be a person that I'd find in jail. But through your 2 terms, you've done time with us, and now you're going to do time alone. So on behalf of the men and women from Orange County, we have a little gift for you, and I'll ask that you can open it up, because you will be doing time by yourself as you enter the new chapter. No, it's not a helmet. Orange is the new black. Yeah, it was all those things that crossed my mind. But it's you doing your own time, so. And I'll read what it says. Let me come over here. Presented to Emily Bonilla, District 5 Commissioner, on behalf of the management team and staff of the Orange County Corrections Department. Thank you for your service to the corrections and the citizens of Orange County, December 2024. And it's a time clock, so you can keep up track of your time.
Awesome. Nice job, Chief. Thank you very much. Yes, you may. Oh, my goodness. Yes. You putting it in front of the helmet to cover the helmet up? Is that? All right. Jealousy, the jealousy. Get you every time. All right, thank you very much, Chief. Let's call on Utilities Director, Ed Torres. Ed, give Ed a big round of applause. Ed, stage is yours.
This is heavy, Commissioner Bonilla, so I'm going to lay it here until I show it to you. But what can I say that it hasn't been said? And I thought of two words, passion and determination, that you have shown during the period of time that I have known you. And talking to our staff, you have shown that all along serving the residents of District 5. There's two particular projects that I know you have shown that passion and determination. You have been involved with the Bithlo Water Project, where we have served over 300 parcels for with potable water, drinking water in an area that needed the most. You've been passionate about that. You have been passionate about water with the Wedgefield residents that have been there counting on you all along. And it shows. It shows that passion, again, that determination. And on behalf of Orange County Utilities, we really appreciate your efforts and your support along the way. You know, people mention budgets, the environment. You have been there all along. And again, on behalf of Orange County Utilities, you're going to need both hands for this one. We want to show you a token of our appreciation. Again, Commissioner Emily Bonilla, District 5, in appreciation for your years of service, 2016-2024, Orange County Utilities. And if I could have our deputy directors come over for a quick picture, I really appreciate it, particularly Tim, that has been working with you very closely.
All right, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Utilities. Next, we're going to go to Public Works. I'm going to call on Director Joe Kunkel to make his presentation. Hello, Joe. Give Joe a big round of applause. Joe, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. First things from Public Works. I'm glad and proud to be here, and thank you for your service. 8 years. It's been quite a ride. A lot of things have happened. Being from Public Works, we have a lot of engineers. Engineers like continuity and consistency, as well as over the years, prior Public Works directors and even county administrators have trained me to not create surprises. So, with all that being said, I don't think this is much of a surprise. So, no surprises from Public Works. That's something that we like to try to take our pride in. But I did want to thank you. I know that we've done projects with you from Edgewater Drive, I think it's the very western edge of your district, over to Bithlo and places in between. So I know you've always been a big advocate for our Vision Zero, our safety program, our sidewalk programs, our traffic calming. We've done a number of those throughout your district over the years. So we're happy that we were able to work together, with traffic engineering and all of Public Works. So we have a little gift here for you, if you like to open it, and you can see what it says. So, Commissioner, just also wanted to say, hopefully you'll have all smooth roads and safe sidewalks wherever you go in the future.
Yeah, street named after me.
Who says engineers can't be funny guys? Thank you, Joe. Awesome. Administrative Services, Rich Steiger, the manager of our facilities manager. Where's Rich? All right.
Hi, Commissioner. On behalf of Administrative Services, we wanted to thank you for everything. It's been a pleasure working with you over the years. So we wanted to give you a little something to say thank you. Open it up there. We wrapped it pretty good, as you can tell. Well, you would expect nothing else from facilities, so when you're done hanging your pictures around the house, you can open up your favorite cold beverage and think of us. Thank you for everything.
All right, thank you, Rich. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Dr. Raul Pino from Health Services. Where's Dr. Pino?
But we have the bigger gift.
Whoa.
So, Commissioner, muchas gracias por los últimos 8 años de trabajo con la comunidad. Y esto es un regalo en nombre de todos los departamentos que tenemos y también hay presentes ahí del Departamento de Salud del Estado que quisieron darle un regalo. Lo dejo para que lo abra después en casa. So, this is a gift. This is a gift from every single department every single division in our department, and also include some presents from the Department of Health in Orange County. It is a token of appreciation for your last years of work, and wishing you the best in the new endeavors. Thank you.
And now for the man who runs all the departments to wrap it up. Did I miss any department directors, by the way? Did I miss anyone? Okay, fantastic. I'm going to call on the County Administrator, Byron Brooks, to make his final presentation for the departments. Byron?
Thank you, Dr. Williamson. And so on behalf of County Administration and all of our staff, all of 8,000 employees, I certainly want to say a few words, Commissioner. I think of that very quiet, reserved personality, but we know you've never been shy about expressing your views and your opinions to us. And a few people have made mention now of the questions that we have become accustomed to in our briefings and our conversations, which you always kept us jumping as well. But with respect to public service, you truly have made an impact, which is the desire of all who work in the public sector, and especially those who make the sacrifice and have the privilege to serve in an elected office. So when you look back and you certainly think of your career, you have met that hallmark of being a true public service and have been a true asset to this community. You open up oftentimes in ways sharing your personal story. And you did that in a manner that certainly showed your vulnerabilities, that also, I think, helped people connect with you and connect with government to see that you all are certainly people who have just a capacity to serve. And so we thank you on behalf of, again, the county administration and all of our county team members. We want to thank you, and we express our appreciation to you for your years of dedicated service. And what are these? The check is that.
It's behind me.
Here we go.
Natalia.
So just have a little gift of some edible goodies here, and that we hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for your service, Commissioner.
All right, let's give our county administrator another big round of applause. Thank you, county administrator. Thank you, departments. Let's move on to our elected officials. Comptroller Diamond, floor is yours, sir.
All right, well, I'm going to come down there.
Fantastic.
So I remember, it wasn't that long ago, 2016, you and I were both on the campaign trail at the same time. At any time I showed up in District 5 there, you were working hard. What's that? Oh. I remember, it wasn't that long ago, you and I were on the campaign trail together in District 5. And everywhere, whenever I went there, I knew you'd be there. You were relentless, and you won. You were actually here before me by about a couple of months, and then I joined you. And I was looking around today, and I'm looking all the way from one end of the dais to the other, and I'm now the longest serving person on the dais. So, so for me at least, the bittersweet, I can take some joy in that. But I've always been impressed with your desire to accomplish good. I've always been impressed with your level of questioning, your concern. And I think, you're really someone who you don't want to see things just as they might be right now. You're always looking for, how can I make it better? And I think that's one theme that has really been part of you and part of your service for the past 8 years. And I know how much you cared about and care about your constituents, and I've enjoyed working with you. So thank you for your great service.
All right, thank you very much. Comptroller Diamond, commissioners. Oh, Commissioner Scott's coming down. Okay, fantastic. Do you need the comptroller?
I guess we started on that end.
Come on back, comptroller.
So we're going that way. So we're gonna go that way. Yeah, Commissioner Gomez Cadero, and then you, and then I'll go last.
All right, Commissioner Mike Scott.
No, she's gonna go. Then you, then her. Then you. Yeah.
Commissioner, Emily, I guess first, thank you. In my role as being a commissioner, you have translated commission language for me, and so I've just been happy to sit next to you these past 2 years and just kind of understand things where maybe we don't have enough time, and you're like, well, this is that. So I'm just grateful for you to kind of be like my roommate over here on the dais. Like Comptroller Diamond, I remember meeting you. We were at, I think it's called it wasn't the Milk District, but there was a food truck, and we were both campaigning years ago on Robinson Street, and we were just talking. I think you had on all green. He's like, oh, I'm Emily, I'm running for commission and things like that. And then we met again when I was a county employee, and you said you had no ants, no bugs, and didn't need anything. So just over the years working with you and getting to know you, and really I think the biggest thing for me is you underscore the importance of what it means to have a single member district what it means to be elected from the communities that you reside in, because no one greater than you can articulate the points that you and your neighbors see every day, whether it's at the end of your driveway or to and from work or to pick up your kids. And so thank you for setting an example for me and so many others on what it means to be a strong advocate for a community and the concerns. I'm sure this isn't your last stop in service, and so I wish you luck in your professional and personal endeavors, and congratulations. Job well done.
All right, other commissioners who wish to speak, you can either do it from the podium or you can come down here. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero? No, it's fine. Okay.
They started on the answer.
Whoever would like to speak, come on down or speak from the podium.
The mic.
Commissioner, I'm going to miss you. You're my roommate too. This is from District 4. I hope you enjoy it. And you know, I'm going to remind you of something that you said the first day I was here. It was District, let me see, 2, 3, 4, and I mean, Mayor and 4. Remember that we were the first time that we came here? Oh, because you all are new. You remember that she said that, Commissioner Uribe? And it was like, what? So she was the boss. So anyway, congratulations on everything, you know, that you have done and you're going to do. I know you have a good journey coming up, so wishing you the best and thank you for everything. And on behalf of my staff, you know, we will miss you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Myra Uribe.
I don't know if you like red or white, so I got you both. Okay? So don't drink too much, okay? And don't drive, because you don't want to end up with Chief. Right, Chief? Right? But Commissioner Bonilla, what can I say? I actually knew you when you were running for office. I helped you after you got elected, and then I decided to have a baby. I don't know what I was thinking. But more importantly, I got to join you at the dais. And I respect you so much for your passion, for your love and dedication. We may not always understand when you're coming to us, but I'll tell you one thing, it's never selfish. It's for someone else. And that is the most admirable thing you can do as an elected official and a public servant, because you never made this about you. You made it about someone else. And we all strive to be that, because God knows that when He put us here, our objective is to serve the people who we represent, but then Orange County as a whole. And to all the incredible people who have made us and allowed us to do that with grace is so admirable too. But thank you for dedicating your life, sacrificing your children, your spouse, and everything else that we do that people don't realize that we do because we have a passion to serve. And that's the one thing I'm going to miss the most. And I'm so glad that now, not only were you my colleague, you're my friend. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Uribe, and my commissioner, Commissioner Christine Moore.
Emily, I think the first time I met you, I was still on the school board, and we were competing. We had to sing and do our song and dance acts out at Universal Studios, and I thought you were a really good sport then. And then when I first got elected, we were in a big class of 4 of us, and you came by and offered to give me a tour of the building. So I don't know what all the staff thought when they saw the 2 of us kind of parading around the building and looking at all the nooks and crannies, because it's a lot when you first get here. It's a lot. to take in, and you really made that easier for me. So we probably had a lot of votes. We were always together, but in the end, we were all together on the rural boundary and the annexation issues. And I think my best memory of you is when we actually did get together to work on the water issues out at Wedgefield, and we did a couple of sunshine meetings with your residents and members of the Wedgefield community, trying to see how they could come together to work with one another and eventually partner with the county to solve their own problem. So anyway, I'm going to miss you. Thank you for being here. I can't believe you've been here 8 years. It's gone so fast. And again, congratulations.
And Commissioner Nicole Wilson.
So I did not bring you any wine, but I'd be glad to share it with you later. So I just want you to know that I keep this really short because I know we're going to continue to keep up the advocacy that we did before we got here, while we were here, and I know it'll carry on in the future. You broke the mold when you got here, and I think you continue to inspire people. Fearlessness and lack of deterrent, and I think just keeping that grit has paved a way for people to really question power and what they think about power. So thank you for doing that. And stay in touch. We've got lots to get done still.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the man himself, Mayor Jerry L. Demings.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla, it is my honor to make this presentation to you on behalf of the 1.5 million people who call Orange County home that I got elected by to represent this body. I don't know when I first met you, but it goes back a number of years in public service. I can remember a meeting that we were at in Wedgefield when I was sheriff. I was on the campaign trail in 2016 as well. And then we had lunch, I think, sometime shortly thereafter. But what I've said to the people throughout Orange County and your constituents is they do not have a better person who is an advocate on their behalf than Commissioner Bonilla. I think when we were out in Christmas and there was a group that was there and they were somewhat aggressive, the best word I can find at this time. But I said to them, I said, no, Commissioner Bonilla is advocating for you all the time. And may the work that you've done speak for you. And so this is a presentation. I won't have you hold both of these, but some items here. We are here to say thank you for the work that you've been doing. And I'll take that and I'll give you a hug as well. And all right. So now, who's going to help Commissioner Bonilla carry all this stuff out of here? All right, come on down, team.
All right, well, where should I start? Been with some of you longer than others. Met some of you longer than others. But I have to say, in the end, I really want to thank you for coming together as, like I said, at the Citizens Community, sorry, what was the name of that? Conference. We really came together as a team. And only as a team can we really get a lot done for the county. It takes all of us working together, or at least the majority, to get things done, right? And so, you know, it's been rocky, you know, and we all have different perspectives, but we have different backgrounds, and we have different strengths, and we have different weaknesses, and where each other's strengths could fill in those weaknesses, I think that's what makes a really strong team. And where someone's knowledge fills in for someone's, the opposite of that, they don't have the knowledge, you know, and they share that information, like that makes everybody more knowledgeable. You know, we could communicate and talk to each other and just, you know, have that patience to really, you know, explain things and try to see it from the other person's perspective and explain it in a way that, based on their perspective, you can explain it in a way that they can understand it better, which takes empathy. So I think empathy, loving each other, you know, even though you may disagree with each other, it really gets you to that point where you become a team and you can work together. Even though you may have disagreements, you can still respect each other. And you can still be friends and still love each other. You know, and that's, you know, I use the word love, but, you know, it probably sounds like a really strong word, but, you know, God teaches us to all love each other, right? That's what you learn at church. So, you know, have that love in your heart, love each other, love the community, love your constituents, more than you love yourself, although loving yourself is important. You know, have your self-dignity and respect. But, you know, when you're selfless and you're loving other people, you know, you just, it comes back to you. Like, it may not come back to you in anything physical or, you know, anything that you could really measure, but just that feeling, like, in your heart and in your soul, that comes back to you. It feels so good, rather than the opposite of hurting someone. That feels really bad. So, you know, just be there for each other. And, you know, I know you guys have all gotten there, and I'm so proud of you all. Because I know it was really hard, you know, to have everyone new in the beginning. Like, how many of you came in? Like 4? 4 of you. I mean, you had to really get to know each other, and that was a struggle, especially with sunshine laws. It makes it very difficult to really get to know each other. So, but, you know, we did it. And I think we've accomplished so much true legacy. We really did. I think we've really changed Orange County for many years to come in what we did. So thank you. Yeah.
All right, you got bags. Emily tells all. All right. All right, thank you all, everybody. We're running a little bit behind. We do have the afternoon portion of our meeting, and so which was supposed to start at 2, but we will move along. So, all right.
Sí, pero también mi papá está enfermo. Sí, que me dijiste. Lo puse en el chat de oración. Ok, sí. Entonces estamos viajando, ya hemos viajado veces a Miami y nos vamos este domingo también. Lo Lo que sí quería probar era el cupcake, pero no el cake, la parte de arriba, el icing. Ahí está allí, ahí está, yo no lo vi, está ahí en la pared, anaranjado. ¿Quiere uno? Te traigo uno. Ahí sí. I'll do it for you. Sorry.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome you all back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of November the 19th, 2024. We're in our afternoon session. We had a brief recess. We had a farewell celebration for District Commissioner Emily Bonilla from District 5. This is her final board meeting with her tenure on the commission. We are now going to move forward with the first item for this afternoon, and that is a petition to vacate. Item number A1. I'm going to open the public hearing at this time and call upon Ms. Susan Usack, our Deputy Director of Public Works, who will be framing this item. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a petition to vacate PTB 24-06-021 from Veronica O'Clair of Fernandez Legal on behalf of Palm Village CFB Homes. The petitioner requests that Orange County vacate a 100-foot wide Orange County utility easement that encumbers the entirety of parcel 24-22-31-0000-00-063, containing a total of approximately 3.01 acres. The property lies south of East Colonial Drive and east of Hancock Lone Palm Road. The petitioner wishes to vacate to clear title to the property for the development of the Palms at Waterford. The PSP-21-03-077 was approved by the Board of County Commissioner on January 25, 2022. The Real Estate Management and Environmental Protection Divisions have no objection to the request. Orange County Utility Divisions has also provided a letter of no objection. Approval of this request will have no adverse effect on Orange County, and staff has no objection to this request. All requested action is approval of PTV 24-06-021. This parcel is located in District 4, and I'm open for any questions.
All right, thank you. With that, is the applicant on this item present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments? If so, please come to the mic and just start with your name and address if you don't mind.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your service and for being here today. My name is Veronica Oakler. I am with Eddie Fernandez, PA, doing business as Fernandez Legal. And we are here representing CFB Homes with their Palms, Waterford at Palms development. And this is a simple easement. It was a defunct easement that was not being used in light of a 40-year-old development that never came to fruition. It's now being developed by my client. And so we are just seeking for this easement to be relinquished. And of course, all permitting is in place to move forward with the development that's currently underway. I'm happy to answer any further questions, but we do thank you for your time, and we have no objection to the report and staff recommendation. Oh, and sorry, you needed the address, correct? Sorry about that. So the address is, we are at 135 West Central Boulevard. That is Suite 300 in Orlando, Florida.
Okay, thank you. If you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, then with that, we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. Would you like to offer a petition motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Suzanne. Suzanne, the easement can be developed? The easements? I mean, I know this one is big because they have 100.
It depends on the easement. If it's a drainage easement, it's purely for drainage. If it's a utility, utilities can be in the way. So it depends on the stakeholder and what they allow within that easement. But yes, you can develop in it, depending on the stipulations on the owner of the easement.
Okay, and it seems like it was mentioned that it wouldn't be developed. So do we know what's the
There's
plan?
no impacts because that utility easement was put in place, but to put in a water main connection for like an existing RV site, that never happened. So they requested it, but it never went into fruition, so it wasn't needed.
Okay, so now for future, do we
It's
have?
not needed.
It's not needed,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, so saying that, I will motion for approval.
Second, Scott.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you. With that, we'll move to item B2. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Tim Hall, our Environmental Programs Administrator, is going to come forward, and he will be framing this item. Mr. Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Today I'm presenting an after-the-fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit application, number SADF 2401003 for applicants Brett and Katie Claflin. Here is a location map. The property is located at 1309 Kelso Boulevard in Windermere on the western shoreline of Lake Butler. And here is an aerial photo of the subject property with it outlined in yellow. And here are some existing condition photos of the property. There is an existing wood seawall that's shown on the photo on the right. Upland of all the construction you see there is an old wooden seawall there. That'll be removed after the installation of the replacement vinyl seawall, which, as you can see, it's already partially built, and it is associated with an enforcement case, which I'll step through next. So on September 21st last year, EPD received a complaint about the construction of that seawall at the property. No permits were on file for either the existing wooden seawall, which was constructed by previous owners, or the replacement seawall partially constructed by the applicants. In October 16th, a notice of violation, or NOV, was sent to the applicants for that unauthorized work, and it included a requirement to obtain the proper permits and pay an administrative penalty in the amount of $3,999. Upon the applicant's request, EPD reduced that penalty to $1,687.50 because they had worked quickly, responded to us, and were working to bring the property into compliance. On August 21st of this year, we received the penalty payment, which was designated for use in the Conservation Trust Fund. Here is the site plan. The applicants are proposing to install approximately 101 feet of replacement vinyl seawall, which is shown in red on this plan. It'll have an 11.8-foot return on the north end and an 8.3-foot return on the south end. The proposed project includes installation of a 5-foot staircase within the seawall itself, and that'll be in the allowable 30-foot access corridor. There is no seawall on the property to the south, but the property on the north does have a seawall, and there are other seawalls elsewhere on Lake Butler. Here is a cross-section of the plan. Based on prior board direction, riprap and plantings are normally required for new and replacement seawalls, and so accordingly, the applicants will install riprap, waterward of the replacement seawall along its entire length, and native plantings will be installed except for the area of the 30-foot access corridor. Some considerations for you. This project was reviewed in accordance with Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129, and the review criteria and conditions of issuance therein. We did send out notification of this public hearing to property owners within 500 feet of the project, and we received no objections to the request. Our finding is pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4. EPD has evaluated the proposed SADF permit application and the required documents, and has made a finding that the request is consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 33, Article 4, Section 33-129. And accordingly, our action requested is acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of the after-the-fact shoreline alteration dredge and fill permit, SADF 24-01003 for Brett and Katie Claflin, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1, and we're available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As the applicant on this item present, would you like to make any comments? He's going to stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
So moved.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, and we'll open the public hearing on items C3 and D4 together. Mr. Tim Hull will continue to frame this item as well. And with that, Mr. Hull, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This next one is an application for a semi-private boat ramp and conservation area impact permit for BR 22-09001 and CAI 22-12-081 for the applicant Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association Incorporated. Here's a location map. The project site's located in the Sand Lake Sound subdivision at 7565 Alpine Butterfly Lane, Orlando, Florida 32819. The parcel is located on both Little Sand Lake and Big Sand Lake, but the proposed boat ramp is on Little Sand Lake. Here is an aerial photo of the subject property with it outlined in yellow. You can see a little tot lot type area on the north side of this tract. That's the proposed location for the boat ramp on Little Sand Lake. And also you can tell there's a very narrow hydrologic connection between the two lakes on the western side of the parcel there. And I'm sure we'll be hearing about that from some of the residents. Here are some site photos of the project site looking out towards Little Sand Lake. And just some framing for the request on the semi-private boat ramp. The proposed ramp will be 12 feet wide and extend 66 feet waterward of the normal high water elevation of Little Sand Lake with a 4-foot wide companion dock as required by county code. The subject parcel is designated as a recreation and boat ramp tract on the recorded plat, and it's adjacent to the narrow flowway that I mentioned. Utilization of the proposed boat ramp will be solely for the residents of the Sand Lake Sound subdivision and their customary guests, but only when the resident is present. That's a code criterion. Here are the boat ramp site plans. The ramp is highlighted in blue here, and then the companion dock, which is required, is highlighted in green for you. And here's another sheet from the site plans. Again, the ramp is highlighted in blue and the companion dock is highlighted in green. They are also excavating a small area to allow navigation, which is identified in yellow, and I'll talk about that more in the conservation area impact permit request. So here are the review criteria from the boat ramp code, Article 15, And the applicant has stepped through all of these. There's a total of 15 of them. They are lettered A through O, and I won't go through all of them here, but we can come back and circle back to some of them if they come up. But you can see they address things like how the boat ramp will affect users of the water body, what are the number of existing boat ramps on the lake, noise impacts, also how the ramp will impact fish, wildlife, flora, and fauna on the lake. Navigation is also asked about, navigability, the ecological balance, whether it'll affect any historic and archaeological resources, things like that. So there they all are, A through O. And this is an exhibit we put together just so you would be aware. The stars, the 3 stars that you see, those are existing ramps on Big and Little Sand Lakes. Little Sand Lake does have one ramp in the northwest corner there. That is for the Granada Villas development project. And then there are 2 down on Big Sand Lake. Both of those are for communities. They are semi-private ramps. Now I'll talk about the conservation area impact permit request. The applicant's proposing 0.049 acres of direct impacts and 0.17 acres of secondary impacts to Little Sand Lake in order to construct the semi-private boat ramp. Those impacts include permanent alteration to the surface water and shoreline wetland and the construction of the concrete ramp. That's 0.02 acres for the concrete itself and the impacts to the shoreline wetland. Then there is some dredging, as I mentioned, for a navigation channel. They'll remove 67.56 cubic feet of lake bottom sediment to create a 12 feet by 50 feet or 0.029 acre channel at the end of the concrete ramp for adequate water depth and navigation purposes. And so in the little exhibit on the right, the concrete ramp is depicted in orange coming off of the shoreline, and then the pink diamond or trapezoid shaped area you see there, that is the proposed dredging area in order to have adequate water depth and navigation. So the applicant has proposed to install sediment and erosion control measures during construction. They will implement a water quality monitoring plan to ensure construction doesn't result in a decrease in water quality and turbidity and a water quality violation, that kind of thing. They will monitor the applicable water quality parameters and submit reports to EPD on a weekly basis during construction. They've proposed mitigation for those impacts. It is a $5,000 contribution to the Conservation Trust Fund. So here are the review criteria for the Conservation Area Impact Permit. This project's being reviewed under the prior version of Article 10, which was adopted in 1987, and that is because the application was received December 14th, 2022, when that code was in effect, obviously prior to the adoption of the new wetland code, which was effective June 1st of this year. The 2 main criteria are Chapter 15, Article 10, Section 15.362.5, and that criteria mainly requires that they have minimized or eliminated any impact to the best of their ability. And then the second criterion that's applicable here is Chapter 15, Article 10, Section 15.396.3a, and this is the reasonable use criterion that they have to demonstrate. So staff reviewed the request compared to the criteria, and we've determined that the applicant has demonstrated the proposed site plan allows for a reasonable use of the land and that there are no other feasible, practicable alternatives available to further minimize or eliminate impacts to the Class 1 wetlands. Staff has determined that the mitigation is appropriate and sufficient to offset the adverse impacts to wetlands and surface waters that will occur as a result of the project. And so we've determined the request meets the criteria for approval. Regarding public notice, so the public was notified of this public hearing by newspaper advertisement, posting on the subject property, and direct certified mail to all upland owners adjacent to Little Sand Lake in accordance with the noticing requirements set forth in the code. Additionally, the applicant agreed to notify upland owners on Big Sand Lake via regular mail. That was not a code requirement, but they did agree to do that. And the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board was also notified of the semi-private boat ramp request. Just stepping through the noticing and response a little bit here. So in the map that we created, it's very small, but the green parcel is the boat ramp tract. Identified in red are parcels that were sent a certified mail notice on Little Sand Lake and a little bit of Big Sand Lake. And we sent out 300, or the applicant sent out 340 of those notices. And then in blue are the parcels that the applicant sent out via regular mail, and those totaled to 840 notices. Here's a map that we created of the responses we received. And so the subject parcel is identified in yellow. We received, it's actually 31 as of this afternoon. 31 were in favor and 23 were opposed, and you can see where the in favor and opposed were located on the two lakes. I wanted to give you a flavor for what the responses said, and I'm not going to read through all of these. This slide is the responses in favor, and then I have another one for the responses that were objecting to the project. And you can read these, but I'll just summarize some of the themes. Those in favor said they need access to the water. They've been waiting for several years for this ramp. They would like to see the ramp because they believe it'll have an increase in their property values. The ramp will enhance their quality of life. And then finally, this ramp will reduce impacts to shorelines associated with other ways that they get boat access to the lake. There are a few docks on the lake with boats on them, and so the key there is they'll have a dedicated ramp rather than resorting to other pathways available to them. And so moving on to the opposed, you can glance through here. I will note that there's actually some of the Sand Lake Sound property owners are opposed to the ramp, and it seems to be related to their HOA fees could increase. But some of the themes here were the negative impact on the environment from the ramp, including pollution and vegetation impacts, increased lake traffic. There was no community meeting held, privacy and security of existing docks and properties. And then lastly, it could lead to enlargement of that existing hydrologic connection between the two lakes. So some considerations for you. Pursuant to Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Articles 10 and 15, UPD staff has evaluated the permit applications and required documentation therein. As mitigation for the proposed impacts, the applicant has proposed to make a contribution of $5,000 to the CTF, and they've proposed a water quality monitoring plan to ensure construction doesn't negatively affect the surface water. So I have two additional specific conditions that just didn't make it into your staff report by publishing deadlines. This first one is proposed by the applicant if you deem it necessary. I mentioned that some of the opposition is fearful that approval of this ramp could lead to further clearing or dredging in that hydrologic connection. The applicant was apprised of that concern, and they have proposed this additional condition to preclude any further clearing or dredging outside the scope of the project. So this would be new number 17 in the boat ramp permit and new specific condition number 10 in the CAI. And it reads, no dredging or removal of vegetation is authorized beyond the limits of work identified in the boat ramp application BR 22090001 and conservation area impact application CAI 2212081. Additional work beyond this scope will require appropriate permits obtained from Orange County Environmental Protection Division. So moving on, there is one more additional condition. This one is staff proposed. So honestly, a constituent pointed something out to us late in the process, and that is that the previously issued CAI permit for the subdivision, number CAI 1705017, it prohibits boat ramps on any of the lakes in this subdivision, including Little Sand Lake. It's condition number 15, and it says no community ramps are permitted on Little Sand Lake, Big Sand Lake, or Lake Marie. And so to prevent any conflict with that old CAI for the subdivision, EPD proposes the addition of the specific condition below to the boat ramp as new specific condition 18 and the CAI as new number 11. And it reads, approval of the semi-private boat ramp facility by this permit is contingent upon issuance of a modification of CAI 1705017, condition number 15, to allow for a boat ramp on Little Sand Lake. The revised condition number 15 shall read substantially as follows. No community ramps are approved by this permit on Big Sand Lake or Lake Marie. So essentially, Little Sand Lake has just been struck. It won't be mentioned in the subdivision permit anymore. And so the permittee's authorized agent for the subdivision CAI permit has submitted a request to modify this condition, and that draft permit modification is under review by the county attorney's office. County attorney's office has also reviewed both this one and the previous additional specific condition that I brought up here. So just to wrap up our findings, our EPD staff has made a finding that the permit requests are consistent with Orange County Code, Chapter 15, Articles 10 and 15. Oh, sorry for skipping around there. And recommends approval of semi-private boat ramp permit number BR 22090001 and the conservation area impact permit number CAI 2212081, subject to the conditions listed in the staff reports. And so our actions requested, sorry, I don't know why it's doing that. It's got a mind of its own this afternoon. Acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD division staff and approval of conservation area impact permit CAI 2212081 for the Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association Incorporated, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, and acceptance of the findings and recommendation of the EPD staff and approval of the Sand Lake Sound semi-private boat ramp permit BR 2209001 for the Sand Lake Sound Homeowners Association Incorporated, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report. This is in District 1 and available if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, is the applicant on this item present or representative who will come forward and offer any comments?
Good afternoon, Mayor and
afternoon.
Commissioners. Vivian Monaco with the law firm of Watson Sloan, 390 North Orange Avenue, Suite 1800, Orlando. So I do have a short PowerPoint. And I would like to thank EPD staff, who's been very helpful in answering questions, passing along information to us, and also wanted to let you know that we did meet with Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Uribe, and we met with them to go over the same information that you're going to see in this PowerPoint. And they asked a few questions that led me to do some more research, so thank you, Commissioners. So here, you've seen this before. This is the proposed boat ramp and access on the existing recreational and boat ramp tract. Just another view of it on the aerial. And I would like to mention that this is a gated community. There are 77 single-family homes in the community, 60 of them with lake access, and 34 of them have direct access to Little Sand Lake. And there are also 106 townhomes in this community. One of the concerns that I saw in some of the social media was that this would allow access to the lake for not just this subdivision, but also the apartment community beyond it, and it would not. This is a gated community, so I just wanted to make that clear. Through the process, it has taken us 2 years to get to this point. One of the things that was required was to replat the recreation tract to include the boat ramp. This would still need to go through Army Corps and FDEP for the permit, all the standard requirements for boat ramp permit. And then Mr. Holt brought this up. On the concerns in the opposition, a large number of those concerns were concerns that this permit would somehow include opening up a channel between Little Sand Lake and Big Sand Lake, and that is not part of the permit, but we wanted to make it perfectly clear, so we offered this condition of approval. I would also note, when you look at that channel, the majority of that channel north of that wider portion is not even on Sand Lake Sound HOA property. So it's a different subdivision entirely, different HOA, and so that it just can't be done through this permit. The operation of the boat ramp is from dawn to dusk under the rules. It is a community ramp in a gated community. Semi-private because more than one property owner will be using it. So it will be property owners within the community. Mr. Hull already explained the floating dock is required by code. Something else that I would like to mention is several of the objections that talked about the potential for opening that channel then went on to say this would allow property owners who don't contribute to the MSTU, the Big Sand Lake MSTU, to access the lake without paying their fair share, in essence. Well, the property owners within Sand Lake Sound are assessed for the Big Sand Lake MSTU. So they're, even though these boats will not be going through a channel into Big Sand Lake, there is that hydrologic connection, and the property owners do pay, including, by the way, which I was unaware of, the owner of the apartment community that's outside the gates. So I hope that at least answers that question. And I'd like to reserve time for any rebuttal, and I'm here to answer any questions. We also have representative from Meritage and our environmental consultant if you have any questions for them.
All right, stand by, Ms. Monaco. We'll reserve the 10.5 minutes approximately of your time. With that, are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have 10 speakers on this item.
All right, each one of the speakers will be given 2 minutes max to state your case. And so let's move forward with the speakers.
All right, folks, going to call your name in batches. When I do, please line up on the back wall, approach the podium in the order called, and when you do, please start with your name and address for the record. First speaker today is going to be Tim Hay, followed by Kurt Kotzen, Laura Baker, and Carolina Medeiros.
I believe I had some photos in the queue. I don't see them. There we go. That's the photo I wanted to show. Kurt, who's right behind me, is going to speak on one of the topics, but I sent an email this morning.
If you can give us your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Tim Hay. I'm the president of the Sand Lake Point Homeowners Association. I represent 436 homeowners, and I've lived on Big Sand Lake for 35 years. I sent an email earlier this morning with listing a number of reasons to oppose this. I'm not going to highlight them all. I will say that in the notes in this application, the response back, both the Commissioner Wilson and EPD asked that a public meeting be held, and the applicant pushed through without it. So we really haven't had a chance to vet this. Previously, the Board of County Commissioners passed a resolution. We could dig that out, but that no clearing or dredging of this channel is to be done without the permission of the Board of County Commissioners. This picture here is that channel right now. The bottom of that channel is at 91 feet water elevation. The big problem I see is Little Sand Lake has a much higher natural high water mark than Big Sand Lake, but now the two lakes are connected. So at 91 feet, we're 3 to 4 feet over that bottom. So you can pass through this channel today with no problem. You know, pretty much any motorized boat can get through there. You know, we're flooded on Big Sand Lake. Our environmental swales are underwater, and 50% of our boat docks are underwater also. So homeowners in Sand Lake Sound want a high water level because then they can get through this channel. We don't want a high water level. So you're going to have conflicts in the future.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just as you all approaching, remember that 2 minutes will go very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, for allowing us this time. My name is Kurt Kotzen. I live at 7619 Point Venezia Drive. I am the president of the Venezia of Orange County HOA, and I only have 52 homes, 22 of which are lakefront owners, but Tim's got a heavy job. In preparing for the community meeting today, we found some historical documents regarding the approvals that were granted when the subdivision was first approved in 2017. They were all touched upon in the presentation, but perhaps most significantly that I'm here about today is the Conservation Area Impact Permit that was issued. It states in Condition 15 that no community ramps are permitted on Little Sand Lake, Big Sand Lake, or Lake Marie. That should be enough to deny the application. EPD has done their work and studied it and agreed that it's environmentally not an issue, but this is more than an environmental request. This is a development request. You approved back in 2017 an application to develop a subdivision and set the requirements not to have a boat ramp. If you approve the application now, you're likely to be, I'm going to have to be back, and you're going to have to listen to a litany of developers that own the apartment projects on the east side of the project that were all approved with the conditions that they could not have boat ramps on Big Sand Lake. This will set a precedence for those other owners that have been previously been denied. And so while the application's viable, and I appreciate EPD's work, it does not comply with the work of of planning and zoning and development. This application is contrary to what you've already approved. So, and there's also anecdotal evidence, I'm going to be out of time here, that this lake level rises when it floods. So in closing, on behalf of the residents of the Venezia Orange County HOA, I'm requesting that the Commission consider the requirements of the original development permit and deny this application. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We really appreciate what you do. My name is Laura Baker. I'm at 8060 South Cadiz Court, Orlando. I represent 239 homes. I'm one of the homeowners at Granada Villas. And I'll be brief, because we do have a few concerns. I won't go more than 2 minutes, I promise. One is the increased boat traffic. Two, and I think they've already covered this, but who has use of the ramp? They did say the homeowners in that subdivision. The major concern is the health and environmental issues and the water quality, pollution, possible use of our boat ramp and recreation area. And I understand there's been some security issues over at their area. We do not want boat owners coming into our property, our recreation area, and possibly leaving debris. I'm not sure if they're going to have any security there. I guess, I don't know if that was answered. And then next, and I think they've already brought this up, I don't know if there's any guarantee that they won't open. He said that's already open, that channel, and the boats can get through. That's a major issue on our end as well. We don't want more boats coming through, more traffic. And again, I really appreciate your time and letting us do this today. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Carolina Medeiros. I am one of the homeowners at Sand Lake Sound. I'm fortunate not by the lake and the townhomes, and I really would like to have a community boat in my property where me and my family can enjoy based on everything that was proposed by the law office and Meritage Homes that they will take care of while building the community dock to prevent everything that is concerning the other homeowners. My vote is in favor. I don't think only, I am speaking for my husband as well, who lives in the community, my brother who lives in the community as well, and we purchased the property there with the desire and to have this boat dock there. So that's it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
All right, next speaker is Rabia Tarab. And you have 1 minute donated to you from Jun Wei. Just checking if the donator is here. You just raise your hand. Fantastic. All right. And then after that will be Tracy Chin. And Tracy, you have 7 minutes from Jacob Chin.
Hello, Commissioners and Mayor. Thank you for your time. For the one quick minute.
Start with your name and address, if you don't mind.
Sorry. It's Rabia Tarab at 6025 Bimini Twist Loop. I'm one of the owners at Sand Lake Sound, Orlando, Florida, 32819. We are in favor for the boat ramp. There are pros to having it, and I think a lot of us have that agree on whys and property values, using it for kids and families. And I think, as the lawyer mentioned as well, that we are mindful of everything surrounding the guidelines, and we also would like to use and enjoy the lake as much as we can for being on the property. So I won't take too much of your time, and I appreciate everyone here, and hopefully we can come to a resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker.
Dear Commissioners, hi, good afternoon. My name is Tracy Chen. I live in 7523 Alpine Butterfly Lane, Orlando, Florida. I'm part of the Sand Lake Sound community. And here are a lot of my neighbors. Hello, everybody. All right, good afternoon. So I'm here to express our desire, which is a unified desire, not, in our community, when we're talking about it, we really want to have this boat ramp established and properly built. And there are several reasons, obviously, we want that. And we wanted to share our views on this. Despite some of the other people or adjacent other community owners' opposition, first of all, we want to express the idea that when we first purchased this property in the Sand Lake Sound community, obviously some of us moved in about 4 years ago. And like me personally, I moved in around 2.5 years ago. And we purchased this property based on the inclusion of our dock rights, all right, to the Sand Lake Sound. The Little Sand Lake, right? So in this community, we have 34 properties, single home, that's directly facing this Little Sand Lake, and we have the dock rights. However, how do you have the dock right without having a boat ramp that's properly built? So it means that we are actually owning a property that has the inclusion of the boat ride, the dock ride, where we all desire when we purchase this property, and then we're willing and able to purchase this, and then with the idea that we wanted to build a dock on our property to have the direct water access, because we're looking at it, we're not happy, just look at it, we want to enjoy it and play in the water with our kids, that kind of things. So not only that, the price is already factored into our property value. We're also paying tax every single year for the dock ride that we purchased and never been able to use. So that's another reason why we feel like, especially the builder, the Meritage Home, they're willing and able and very happy to assist us every step of the way and working with the homeowners association to build this, because they have the proper fund, and then they put in a lot of effort and they hire the best attorneys in town to do all the kinds of research, and then making sure that environmentally and all the other things are properly processed so that nobody will get like harmed from having a little semi-private boat ramp in our closed gate community. So basically, it's really, one is that we already factored in, and then everybody, like 34 single family homes, we all bought and own the dock rights we're paying for, and the taxes are obviously more than the other homes around in this area that has similar properties, similar size, however, without the boat dock rights. And the other thing is that you would think that having no boat ramp built, would people actually stop using the lake that's out there? If that's true, then probably whoever that thinks that could be wrong, because we actually live in the area and we saw a lot of people, without a boat ramp, without a proper place to put their boats on the water, and then they start to go into like the woods near the office building on the other side, which is not on our property side, but on the other side of the roads. And then a lot of times when we witness that, we feel like this is so dangerous, because people without a boat ramp, how do you even push your boat inside the water? They do all creative things, which is even more crazy, and without laws to prohibit people from doing that. Because if you don't have the law, then how do you enforce it, right? So I think this is a public hazards, especially for younger people who wanted, like, for example, my two kids, if they wanted to have a boat ride on this beautiful lake, and then we would love and enjoy, we wanted to get into the water and then take more advantage of the natural beauty that God gave us. So what can we do? We can do nothing but just try to hide and then sneak into the little woods behind the office buildings and trying to put your boat over there. Is that even a proper action to do? I don't know. But having no boat ramp actually stopped people from doing the right thing, right? And the other thing is that some people, they're talking about like the audience or the community residents care for the water quality, which I think it's a moot point. Because, I mean, if I only am looking at this beautiful lake, and I'm actually not going to utilize the boat ramp, and so that's another reason why everybody has a dock ride, but nobody is building up a dock, or very few residents, they're willing to spend the money to build a dock. Why? Because without the boat ramp, how can you properly get the boat into the water? Right? And then with that being said, if we're only looking at this water and then we're not being part of the community to protect it, how do we even ask for everybody in our community to care about the water quality? Right? Like the other communities after the hurricane, Milton, people are like, oh, we used to swim here, and now the E. coli the numbers are so high, so you could be sick. So let's do all the things to protect the water quality so that we can swim here again. And guess what? If we don't have the proper boat ramp and we don't have the proper access to the lake, then how could you arouse everybody's interest to protect the water quality as a whole community? I mean, with all that, that's the reason why we strongly express our opinion and then our feeling about having this boat ramp. Having this boat ramp is only to reflect the property value that we already factored in and we paid several years ago. And some of my neighbors who already live in this community for the past 4 years, they're paying above average and all-inclusive property tax, including the dock rights that we thought that we're getting very soon. And of course, sooner, later, better than never, but we're waiting patiently for 4 years already. So if the decision of the commissioners today would be, no, you're not going to have the boat ramp, which means that we will not be able to use our dock rights properly in this situation, then does that mean that we should stop paying the property tax, including that dock rights? That's like overpriced, which is including part of the services that we were promised and never get to utilize? Or maybe like a refund of the taxes for the past 4 years that for people who are already living there, right? So for the environmental protection purposes, the EPD already did their research and already approved it. So water quality or the other things are not a problem. And then for us, for every fellow community members to live in this community and get to enjoy the natural beauty of this God-sent water recreation is also another thing that we wanted it and we pay for it, and then we want to see our community having what we deserve. And that's the time where I am begging for your attention for this issue, and also please see if you can do anything to help us to get the boat ramp properly built and established for our fellow community. Thank you very much.
Okay, to everyone in the audience, you're going to have one warning. While you're here in these chambers, you cannot make noise. That means clapping of any kind or any other noise. If you violate it, I'm going to ask the deputy sheriff to escort you out. Okay, so if you wish to stay, that is your one warning. Okay. All right, so with that, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, our last batch of speakers is going to start with Luciano Silva, followed by Agramario Lieti, Laura Martin, and Eeyore Sales.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Luciano Medeiros Silva. I live at 7404 Alpine Butterfly Lane. I was one of the first homeowners to build a dock at the Big Sand Lake. And I have a boat already, and every time that I need to service my boat, I need to reach out to one of the communities or homeowners that has a ramp and ask for a favor to utilize the ramp to take my boat out and to bring my boat back to the lake. So not that this is just costly, but you know, last time that I had to service my boat, it took like a good 15 days to get someone to allow me to use their ramp to bring my boat back to Big Sand Lake. I know that the ramp, it is on Little Sand Lake, but I'm counting that in the near future, the channel that connects both lakes will be cleared up, so I'll be able to utilize the ramp as well. So, and also we bought that house because of the lake access, but we have the dock, but we don't have the lake access to take the boat in and out from the water. So it doesn't make sense, you know. So that's pretty much it. Thanks so much, guys.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for your service. I'm also a resident. My name is Agrimario Leite, resides at 7373 Alpine Butterfly Lane, and I'm totally in favor of this program, and I came here just to give my opinion. And I appreciate your attention to our case. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Laura Martin, 5838 Bimini Twist Loop, Orlando, Florida, 32819. I am a resident of the Sand Lake Sound community. I am also currently serving as the HOA board president. To be perfectly honest, I've learned more about boat ramps since the meeting with Commissioner Wilson on Thursday than I ever thought I would know about a boat ramp. I do not own a boat. Love the lake, love looking at it, live in a townhome, but don't plan on hanging with the gators, honestly. However, with everything that I have learned, I do know that in our community, someone brought up about trash along the coastline. Since then, we have contracted with a service that comes monthly to clean our coastline. Personally, I haven't seen a lot of trash, but when the concern was raised, we addressed it. As far as security, we've spent countless hours on security with our community. Our previous HOA president, Robert, is here, who was also present at the meetings with the commissioner. He worked tirelessly as well with the gate. So on the concerns for cleanliness and security, we do make a lot of effort to take very good care of that within our neighborhood. So I do support the people in our community who wish to utilize the lake in a way that maybe not all of us would, but I can say that we act responsible within our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yuri Sales. I live in Sand Lake Sound as well at 7481 Alpine Butterfly Lane. And obviously, I'm here also in favor of the boat ramp. I know we are talking from, from a position of great privilege to live by the lake. I think this lake it's amazing. It's a beautiful view. The sunset is beautiful. And I'm talking about this because it was extremely hard for me to get to this position where I got to get the house by the lake. It was a dream of mine, of my family, to get this. And we finally managed to get with the intention of using the lake to its fullest. And I have 3 kids that I do take by the lake from time to time on smaller boats and paddle boards and kayaks. And every time we have to use the lake, we have to go through a big section that is not really safe for my kids and for myself. It's not well developed. There's a lot of plants. There could be snakes and alligators. So this is a safe way for me and my family to use the lake. And I'm talking about this also because I see a lot of the raised concerns from the other communities. I understand that they also are talking from a privileged point of view where they have access to the lake. We see a lot of docks and boat ramps on the other lakes that use the lakes, the Big Sand Lake and the other connections. Yes, there is this channel that is between the communities, but it's not our intention to use it. It's not actually that recommended or possible because it's so shallow, like it's not a good idea to use it. With very rare occasions like we currently have with a hurricane come by and raising the level a lot. Now, I don't think the raise level from the Big Sand Lake is due to the Small Sand Lake. It's basically all this that happened over the course of years, and they've been connected for over the course of years, but nobody uses that connection. So, yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
We have no more speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
All right, with that, we are going to give the applicant an opportunity for any additional comments if needed.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. One thing that I would like to note, I'm trying to pull it up on my phone, but not having much luck. The PSP, the 2017 PSP that the Board of County Commissioners approved did have a note or a condition in it, I believe it was a note, that said that no boat ramps or boat docks permitted without without permits pursuant to in the specific code sections. So it did say that the PSP itself was not approving a boat ramp or boat docks, and that any boat ramps or boat docks had to go through the process, which is what we've been doing now for the past 2 years. So we've complied with every request that EPD has made of us, and we've gone through the process, and the residents, as you can see, are very supportive, and we would very much appreciate you approving this in accordance with the staff's recommendation. And again, we're here for any questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Monaco. With that, we're going to close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Wilson.
So obviously, this is a little bit more of a complicated case, and the staff report, unfortunately, I know that they had to put in the most recent information. I did think it was important, since it was referenced by both sides, to include the 2017 CAI, so I did want to give that. If you guys, I have some questions for the applicant, and I definitely have some questions for staff. If you could just let us know, as somebody who really values being able to come out when there is something coming forward that may or may not impact other people in the community, and do a community meeting, why you all declined to do a community meeting?
Well, unfortunately, when the community meeting was requested, we spoke to your aides commissioner and said we would entertain a community meeting. We wanted to meet with you in person. Unfortunately, I know that was a difficult time for you, and that wasn't possible.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused. My understanding was that you did not want a community meeting.
No, our several emails that we would want to meet with you first before we scheduled a community meeting. And that was during a time when I know you were gone a lot.
Okay, so you're saying that the request was that in order for you to agree to a community meeting or putting one on the calendar, you had to have time with me first. You wouldn't calendar it without that.
Correct.
So that means you declined. So that means you declined a community meeting.
Well,
right. I mean, if you're saying that you would not go forward with putting that on the calendar until I got a chance to meet with you, then you're sort of putting that back on me. But you declined a community meeting.
And that was, the decision and the discussion with the community wanting to meet face to face to find out, what your concerns were, and also to find out, quite frankly, not to be blindsided by not you. I'm not saying not at all, Commissioner, but showing up at a community meeting without knowing what.
Well, no, but I mean, you've had experience at the county. You understand the documents that, quite frankly, should have probably been part of the staff report that we didn't get, that I just shared, that included the 2017, this isn't like archaic history, but a 2017 list of conditions of approval that. And I feel really bad because I feel like potentially the residents at Sand Lake Sound were sold something, a promise, and then the Board of County Commission in 2017 was also sold a promise. And those two promises were absolutely conflicting. And so I'm just trying to get to the history here and understanding, and it would have allowed us some time if I'd been able to come out to the community, heard what they understood from 2017, heard what the Sand Lake Sound residents were sold when they came into their model home, and then tried to help move a way forward. I was blindsided on Thursday by, not having this information until one of our residents actually brought it forward. And so I think, understanding that the applicant is seeking to have a condition of approval more than one set aside from 2017, I think it's important for us to vet why that is and why that process was not actually put all the way through. If there were promises being made as lots were being sold, that people would have a ramp and then they would have access, then why wouldn't that have been part of the package to come through, including the CAI in 2017?
So the CAI, as I've been told, those conditions, if it's not actually shown on, located on the PSP or the plat, then that's a condition that is added to a CAI. And that's what we went through this process through the CAI to take off. And
No, but I don't understand, that doesn't mean, why wouldn't it have been included in the PSP if the CAI was coming forward then anyway? Those things would have come forward much as they are now.
So for that CAI was not for the specific impacts of the boat ramp. That
CAI was for the impacts of a development, which would have or could have included a boat ramp had the applicant decided to do it all at once instead of doing kind of a switcheroonie here.
Could have, which would have involved probably another 2 or 3 years for the PSP approval. And I realize that was a decision that was made, but it was made, it's probably a financial decision.
I don't understand how that would have made, so you were saying that you've been working on this application to undo the last one for 2 years. But if there's...
John Miklos is with Biotech Consulting.
I know who John Miklos is.
Yeah, but he's
his reputation precedes him.
John Miklos, Biotech Consulting, 3025 East South Street, Orlando. For some history on this, so you understand the background. When it went through the first time, the goal was not to put in a boat ramp. The ultimate goal of Meritage was not to build a boat ramp here. That's why the conservation easement...
But you just heard from the residents who explained that they were told there would be a boat ramp, and they even believe that they've been paying...
Can I speak? I cannot speak to what the sales staff may have portrayed to home buyers. I don't know that. But I can tell you, with the fact that the PSP went through and allowed for docks on that lake, it's a right of those people now to have the ability to utilize those docks and utilize them in a way that is not impactful to the environment. There is no public ramp on Big Sand or Little Sand Lake, as you know. None of the other communities around there, as you've heard them comment just today, want any business with anyone using their ramps in any capacity, whether they have docks, those people have docks in the lake or not. So that leaves very limited options. Options available, you have your rights to not approve this ramp today. Of course. Please, ma'am, please. But what you end up with is a situation where you have more environmental impact occurring on a lake than is there. Again, there was no desire or thought that Meritage was going to have to build this ramp there. There was hope that the ramp right across the way could be utilized for just the lakefront residents to put their boats in. No one wants to cooperate. Everyone's got their own and they don't want to share, and that's fine. So Meritage was left with no option but to propose a boat ramp to allow its lakefront owners, there's a bunch of docks that are allowed per the PSP and per permits, to have access to put their boats in. We looked at numerous options prior to even coming into staff with a ramp. We looked at one day a month bringing in a crane to drop boats in there. We looked at trying to use other people's ramps. I met with Mr. Jennings on his community ramp. We offered to build them a new ramp if we could get some access. No one wanted to cooperate. That's fine. It left us no option. That's why we've been doing this for 4 years, 2 years with EPD, and now we're at the position now where staff is recommending approval to do this. And we've met the criteria. We could go today and start backing boats down that open slot at the canoe ramp and back them right into the lake and launch boats if that is the county's desire. That is more of an environmental impact than putting in a ramp that's only going to be used by a limited number of people. You guys have been doing this a very long time. You know these community ramps do not get used. It's just that simple. They get used by the people that have docks on the lake. Once in a while, someone uses it on a weekend. It's a great selling point. It never really gets used to the degree that people are using, putting their boats in constantly.
So who is Gabrielle Shama? Okay, I do have an email that you canceled even a conversation about having the community meeting, and it said we'd like to go straight to a hearing.
The reason for that, we discussed it internally.
Yeah, no, but this was just blamed on me for having had a funeral.
If you allow me, I understand. If you allow me to elaborate, there's no requirement for a community meeting.
That wasn't what I said.
Well, I'm just telling you, there's no requirement for a community meeting. So to request a community meeting for a boat ramp that, in my opinion, does not impact these other people. These people still have the ability to put a boat in at that particular location with or without a ramp. They still have dock privileges and allowed to have boats on the lake. It's not this huge issue. And the notion, I heard someone speak earlier that, oh, we don't want the canal used. There are boats going up and down the canal all the time. It's regularly used by multiple residents in multiple communities out there. So the idea that it's simply we have ours, you can't have yours scenario. We were trying to build a ramp because we had no other option to do it, and we don't want to damage the environment by just backing down at the shoreline and putting boats in, which is what a number of people on the lake do because of the same reason. They don't have access to a ramp, but they have the riparian rights and they have dockage. It's a problem. You don't have this problem in the Butler chain, by the way, because you have public ramps, right? So people can use a ramp, put in, and get there.
We're close. All right, thank you. Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, so
Commissioner Scott.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wanted to find
question.
out if the,
Commissioner Scott.
Commissioner Wilson, Mayor, thank you. Mr. Miklos, and I don't know if it'd be you or council, whichever one of you feel best qualified to answer. This is a common question that I ask probably to maybe 90% of the applicants. The county has a prescribed set of processes, procedures, permits that require time, money, and things that people have to do in order to get things to us or to BZA or any number of boards that we appoint people to. That's the process, right? The basics. But also understanding that when we are doing things that impact people's home, not necessarily businesses, but homes, that there should be a greater attention to detail and a greater level of care and concern with any change, regardless of how it may be perceived by a professional or an organization. I think what Commissioner Wilson is saying is, while a community may not have been required, I always ask myself, what is any given applicant doing to demonstrate that they want to be a good neighbor? You know, I think regardless of what we do on paper and process, it all is informed by the willingness and desire to want to be a good neighbor. And so for me, like things that are controversial or do have, kind of opposing sides, or you have two folks, I try to, look at both sides. And so when I do consider maybe moving something in the affirmative where there is opposition, I'd like to be able to say, and I'm sure the applicant in any circumstance, not specific to yours, yeah, we were required to do 1, 2, 3, but we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And while I'm not saying that isn't the case, it demonstrates to, at least to me, I can't speak for my colleagues, but to me and also the public that's watching, that, hey, we know we're going to make a change to someone's community. They may not like this change, but this is what we've done to try to mitigate this change to get them on board, and that's where you result in the compromises and conditions of approval that you see in any given topic. And so if she didn't articulate that, I want to make sure that from my perspective, because I have those same concerns.
Understood, and I'll articulate this. Part of the reason we didn't want to move forward with a community meeting is in trying those first 2 years to get access to other ramps, we knew what the other communities' attitude was. So having a meeting felt useless to us. We had reached out to Commissioner Wilson's office to request a meeting with her prior to agreeing to a community meeting. She was unavailable. We did not want to go into the lion's den without having spoke with the commissioner first. It was that simple. And so we elected to move forward. And like I said, having had those conversations,
you just called my residence the lion's den. I think it's so offensive that you did that, and I think it's not okay. They're trying to keep their lakes clean. That's not a offense.
So,
it may be foreign to you, but that's very offensive to them.
Right,
ramp or no ramp, the boats will have the ability to use it.
We got it. I'm going to move on because we will be on this all afternoon.
I'd like to answer number 3 or 4, Commissioner. We were required to send certified notices to property owners within 500 feet of the boat ramp parcel, and all property owners on Little Sand Lake, which we did. In addition, we sent non-certified notices to all of the property owners on Big Sand Lake as well. So that's something that we did do in addition to get the word out. We weren't trying to hide the ball.
Right. No, and if that's how you receive my comment, I'm not saying trying to hide the ball. Again, I just, how do folks go above and beyond? When you think of any aspect, we look at what someone's supposed to do and what they do beyond that. So that's all that was. But I appreciate you articulating that you did, what required, and then you did a little bit more. Was there anything else that you guys did in terms of this conversation?
Well, we tried to address the concern that was expressed by several people in opposition to the boat ramp. that sent emails to the county that they had heard secondhand or third hand that this was going to be a way to cut that channel or enlarge that channel. And so that's why we proposed that additional condition of approval. That's not the intent here at all. It is for these property owners, these lakefront owners with boat dock rights in a gated community that's not open to the public, to be able to have a reasonable way to build a dock and access their docks.
And just so I'm clear, because the property owner, or one of the property owners mentioned about having a boat dock rights and paying taxes. If they wanted to, they could get it on their own if they wanted to, because they have the rights, right? There's nothing that's precluding them.
Yes, they can build a boat dock provided they go through the required processes, required code, and Orange County code, yes.
But going through you would result obviously in some potential cost savings because they can use that.
They can still build the boat docks, and anybody who's going to build a boat dock has to go through the process. Having the ramp would make it easier, safer, and more environmentally good for them to be able to access, and less expensive, yes, for them to be able to access their boat ramp, to put their boat in, to put it at their dock, and when their boat needs to be serviced, to be able to take it out and have it serviced.
Okay, it looks like your colleague wants to make some comment. He's moving, so if he wants to share a quick point.
Hi, everyone. Gabriel Shama. Sorry, this is my first time. Address 5337 Millennial Lakes Boulevard. I represent Meritage Homes.
In what capacity?
Sorry, say that again?
In what capacity?
I'm a land entitlement manager.
Okay.
So essentially, let's say those homeowners that have docks on Little Sand Lake, there's only a 5-foot setback between their home and the next home. So that's 10-foot separation between the homes. It's not enough to get a boat backed into that dock. So that's why we need that ramp. The homeowners need that ramp in order to park their boat at their dock.
Okay. Thank you for providing that clarity with the specific word. I appreciate that.
No, of course.
Mayor, no other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe and then Commissioner Moore.
If I can, I think I'm going to ask staff a little. I don't know if it'd be Georgina or who would be presenting for staff. Okay.
Depends on
yes.
the question, right?
So I have some correspondence I received, and I am a little. First of all, everyone who is on Little Sand Lake, Big Sand Lake, and the adjacent lake, Spring Lake, all pay into the MSTU. And just to allow people to understand, MSTU people who pay, you don't have to necessarily butt up to the lake and you pay. We can confirm that. I live on Lake Jessamine, and my neighbors across the street and down the street who don't live on the lake pay into this. It is control, I guess, controlled water quality and so forth by the county, and also state funds are received. So to say that they don't contribute to it, they do. But to also further say you don't have to live on the lake to contribute to it. So a lot of your neighbors, and we actually had your previous HOA member come in, and we went on the property appraisers and saw his tax bill, and he pays into it and has been paying into it since he's lived there. So I want to make that note because it was one of the concerns here. Secondly, I can understand where you're saying you didn't feel you had to have a public hearing meeting, but I can also be sympathetic to Commissioner Wilson because, with all honesty, people always get freaked out when they don't know what's happening. And even though it's not required, it's just a great nature of communication to allow the neighbors to be told ahead of time and not having to come here. I always say if you have a community meeting, you kind of get to work through all the drama at home, and then you come in here and it doesn't have to go in front of us who are not as privy to what's going on. And mind you, Vivian, you came in and gave a very great background, and I know about lakes because I am on the Conway Lake of Chains and Lake Jessamine, Lake Holden, so we deal with this all the time. So I'm not being biased towards lake access people, but I have a little bit more knowledge on this topic because of how access lakes I do have. But I do find that when you do just have a courtesy, now whether people come or not, that's a different story, but to just let people know these are entitled rights that came with that property. You bought property and were able to build with approval of the county on lakefront property with lakefront access. That was given. And normally during a planned development, you don't do the dogs. The dogs come in later by the people who own the property. And that is the process that normally happens. And I believe there's 5 docks right now of the potential. Okay, yeah, that currently. But I'm going by an email that your resident sent to my office, okay? These are folks who clearly they were like, no. But I'm going through the reasons why they said no. And one of them, I understand, they're, just as a courtesy, there could have been a public meeting. Secondly, saying that these people do not pay into the MSTU, that is actually false. They do pay into the MSTU. They do have rights to that lake. So that is not accurate. And then lastly, the wetlands between Big and Little Sand Lake become a vital filtering mechanism for waters. I'm going to go to you, and I hate to put you on the spot, but this is a very big topic that comes with us, dredging, access, connectivity, and you all take this very serious as a county because our nature is very sensitive. When we dredge, there is complications and assets to that because there is an effect. And I have wanted dredging, and you guys have said, no, it's not good because it'll bring in, land and so forth. And I think that's very important because the county keeps quality of the water, and that is very important in Orange County, and that's for any lake in Orange County. I won't talk about municipalities, but one thing I'm proud of in Orange County is we maintain the quality of the lakes. The MSTU pays into keeping up the quality of the lake, which is, again, paid for by taxpayers, matched by the county. But thirdly, you all actually don't even like to change the natural essence of a lake. But when lakes connect. They all connect anyways. Whether there's a road over it, whether it is a major canal, whether it is a small canal, every water body in Florida connects. But the fact that you all are saying we're not ever going to pull a permit to dredge and we own partial of that access, are we able to put that condition so that it doesn't happen? Because that one's a little bit sensitive because they don't really control the dredging. That's more us. But they do own access to that waterway connectivity. Would that actually be a legally valid? This is actually, I asked Vivian yesterday, and I don't believe we got an answer. But if they put a condition on there that they'll never request a permit to dredge, is that valid and legally able to stand?
I'm not entirely sure because we need specifics about, you're talking about the canal. I don't think they own that property.
I thought they said they own.
I think it's adjacent to. I would need clarity. In order to answer your question, I need clarity on whether or not they have the.
Well, just my bottom point is I'm trying to get through what, and this again is why public meetings are good, because you get through what's perceived and you get through what's factual. And, here we are still discussing a private boat ramp. And I know for the quality of your homes aren't cheap, that you don't want people coming from all over and going on your boat ramp. That is not the intent. And just so you're aware, and I know more lakes, these people can't even keep their boats on their property. They're not allowed to have their boat trailers and boats on their property at all, so they have to store them off-site if they're not dropping them in the water and if they don't have a dock. So you're not, and I don't know if you ever heard that story, the best day in your life is the day you get a boat, and the best day in your life is the day you sell a boat. I am proof of that. I bought and sold my boats and do not have one, and I'm on the lake with my own access to my lake. This is not something that every day you're going to see happen. I would invite you to come and sit on our public boat ramp, Woodsmere on Lake Jessamine or Conway. Besides the weekend, Conway's an exception. This is not hey, we don't go to work. The best thing we can do is go to, and I had access to my boat on my yard, and I didn't drop the boat. When you got to go pick it up out of storage, bring it home, drop it, and by the way, you have to get out of the water before sundown because you're not supposed to be on the lakes. It is a very extensive process. So, again, this is where public meeting would have been so good for this community because they're frustrated because they don't know that impact. But my question goes back to.
So I think maybe to get at your concern, Tim proffered a condition that was put forward by the applicant to ensure that the limits of what is being approved does not exceed. If we can maybe look at that and see if it gets at the concern that I believe you're trying to get at.
Yeah, and I'm trying to
It
do
says
that to give some sort of
No dredging
relief.
would be allowed
Yeah.
beyond the limits of work that are approved in the application, and there is no dredging to the canal that is part of the application.
And that would legally be able to stay. I'm just asking, it's going to go
I
back
was
to
going
you,
to say,
but
the problem, though, is that I think what we're missing is that there are conditions of approval that are being undone by even considering new conditions of approval. And so that means this set of conditions of approval mean nothing. Mean nothing, because what's next? And so that's the part that I don't understand, why they didn't ask for what they knew they wanted and needed. You knew you were going to have 5-foot setbacks. That's because you wanted to put every last home on there that you could get on there. That's how you make a profit. I get it. Not a problem with that. You knew that people were going to be able to do docks. That had been part of it. But the conditions of approval in 2017 that were very clearly articulated were that there would not be a boat ramp. And so my feeling about it is that any negotiated conditions now really don't feel like something that can appease anybody, because it's just another promise that in 2 years,
so,
we're going to be like, was there
Georgina.
anybody left here?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask,
So let
they,
me
when,
just, for the benefit, because Vivian said she was trying to pull it up on her phone, and I actually have the PSP, and so we can talk about what the condition in the PSP is. And I'm just going to read it for the benefit of everyone. It says approval, this is the PSP that was approved in 2017. Approval of this plan does not constitute permission for the construction of a boat dock, including but not limited to boardwalks or observation piers, or a boat ramp. Any person desiring to construct a boat dock or boat ramp within the unincorporated Orange County shall first apply for a permit prior to the installation. A boat dock shall require additional permitting under Chapter 15, Article 9, Boat Dock Construction, and a boat ramp shall require additional permitting under Chapter 15, Article 15, Boat Ramps. So that was the condition that was put in the PSP.
so that was, and if I can, that was a condition on the development.
Yes.
So if they were coming back, because I remember we've had this conversation with Horizon West a lot, where people are on the boat, on the lakefront, and they while it says it not there, each individual person had to come back in and request their own dock.
So this condition is written generally to make it clear that whether a homeowner is coming in for a boat ramp, Tim can probably speak to the replatting that needed to occur in order to show the tract necessary for them to get to the application that's before you today. So following this approval, there were steps that they needed. They hadn't platted. They needed to plat the open tract. That was done. I mean, again, I'm not the applicant. They can speak better to the process that got them here today, but whether it was a community, whatever would be required under Article 15, Chapter 15 would need to come back. It was clear that the 2017 CAI was not authorizing either the construction of the ramp, dock, or the associated impacts.
So with that being said, where is the boat ramp? So did they leave purposely?
No, they've replatted an open tract in order to, I think it's.
So Tim, I guess,
Georgina,
can
would
you walk
anything
us
have
through that?
precluded them from including this CAI at that time?
I don't know the specifics about whether or not enough was known. It was one large development. It wasn't broken down into individual areas. And one of the requirements for them to move forward would have to have been a plat showing where it's going to go. They needed the tract.
Okay, so let me just say this. I kind of have a problem with what is happening at this point. All of these types of issues should have been discussed before today. We're taking up a significant amount of time doing the work that should have been done before it got here. That is something that the applicant should have understood, working with Commissioner Wilson, with all candor and being candid. I do live on one of the lakes, and I did get the notice. I do think that it was important to have the community meeting. That did not happen. I want us to move forward. We have significant issues on the agenda for the remainder of today. I want to move us forward. Commissioner Wilson, if you have a motion, offer the motion. I don't want us trying to wordsmith and create something at this point that we don't have the benefit of having professional staff review it, legal review it. Let us deal with what is before us today.
Would the applicant be amenable to a continuance?
Okay, I'm going to ask you all to make your decision. We are taking
All right, I'm going to
way
make a
too much
motion
time.
to continue.
Okay. We have a motion to continue. I second the motion. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Thank you.
All right,
Did they get a
motion
date?
passes.
We need a date.
What's the date?
The 20,
What's the next
I
available
believe
date?
staff is asking for the second meeting in February, which would be the 25th, I believe.
Yeah, February 25th.
February 25th. Okay, that'll be continued to February 25th. Thank you all very much. We at 2 p.m.
So the motion,
or
just for
thereabouts.
record, the motion was to continue to February
25th at 2 p.m.
25th, 2025 at 2 p.m.
Yes. All right. Thank you. We're going to move forward. All right. Next item on the agenda at this time, we're going to move to item E5. We'll open the public hearing on this item. I want to call on Taylor Jones, our chief planner from our planning division, who's going to come forward and frame this item. All right, Mr. Jones, you're recognized.
All right, bear with me as the PowerPoint comes up. All right, apologies. This is case SE 2408065. This is an appeal of a denied special exception and variance. The applicant and appellant is Robert Ziegenfuss for Rex Grove RV Park. Property zoned A1 with a future land use of RS 1 to 5. It's located on the west side of Rex Drive, which we'll see on the map here in a second, on a parcel that's 84.6 acres located in District 1. And the request is special exception and variances in the A1 district as follows. It's a special exception to allow an RV park with 249 campsites, and then 3 corresponding variances. All of the variances are to allow accessory buildings to be closer than 75 feet from campsites. So the overall request is to allow the use of an RV park, and the variances go with the site design. There's a location map, so we're on the very far west side of the county. West of our property is Lake County. It's north of McKinney Road, and then west of both the 429, Avalon Road, and Rex Drive. So there's a zoning map. All the green you see are agriculturally zoned properties, and that red crosshatching you see is the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. And all the pink areas you see are properties that are zoned planned development located in the Horizon West area. Overall area, kind of helps to zoom out because it's such a big parcel. You can see it there. To the north of this parcel is a landfill, and to the south is a county RIB site. And then this is an enhanced aerial, so you can see on the subject parcel, the kind of front half on the east is an old orange grove, and on the west half in the back is a timber tract. And you can see on the Lake County side, those are some houses in Lake County, and then you can see the RIB site in the landfill. So this is a site plan for the proposed RV park. You can see Rex Drive over there. So all the RV sites are what you see. So there's basically kind of a loop road. The loop road comes in, and then there's all the RV parks and a variety of buildings, which I'll get into here in a second. All the orange you see on there are the proposed orange groves to remain, and all the green you see are the existing timber tract portions that are going to remain as timber tract. You can see there's a variety of buildings on site that kind of support the RV park. So it's RV park with these kind of ancillary amenities, including, a pool and clubhouse, museum and core farm area, a maintenance barn, water treatment area, a registration building, and then there's some rec areas like a dog park and a sport court, and then an additional adult amenity area, which includes a pool. And then there are these 3 kind of restroom shower buildings. Those are what the subject variances are for. You can see highlighted in yellow there. That's where the setbacks are less than 75 feet. This is the landscape plan. There's a required buffer around the perimeter of the site, which the applicant would be providing. It's highlighted in green there. And they'd be putting in some landscaping where there's parking areas, as code requires. These are some building elevations. So all the elevations kind of have the same style. They're all designed to kind of this farm look. So that's the registration office and club barn. This is the RV amenity center. This is the adult amenity center clubhouse. The restroom and laundry buildings, there's 3 of these. This is a museum and discovery center. This is a maintenance barn. These are some site photos. So this is standing directly in the middle of Rex Drive, looking west, basically at the front of the property. You can see that front part you can see where the orange grove is. And then you see the trees kind of in the back. That's basically the back half. So that's kind of the halfway line of the overall property. This is looking north down Rex Drive. So if you kept going down that road, you'd end up at the landfill, and it goes into the residential portion of the rural settlement, subject property on the other side of that fence. This is looking south down Rex Drive. On the right side, the subject property. If you kept going down this road, you'd run into McKinney. This is kind of standing in the middle of the property, looking to the north. So basically right at where the tree line starts. Looking north, you can see there's the landfill there. And this is all the way on the north property line, so basically the side property line, looking toward the west. Other side of that fence, that's the landfill. And this is all the way at the south property line, so the other side of the property. On the other side of that fence is a county-owned rib site, and that's looking west towards the back of the property. This is the very southwest corner, kind of looking into Lake County, so that's some development occurring in Lake County. And this is the very rear of the property. So that fence line is more or less the boundary, the western boundary. On the other side of that fence is Lake County and the residential areas there, but you can see the timber tract. So the subject site is located in the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement. It does have a designation of bona fide agricultural by the property appraiser, and it's a little more than 84 acres in site. Currently, it's an existing orange grove in the front half and a timber tract in the rear half. The applicant is proposing an RV park campground with 249 campsites. And along with that are the amenities we looked at on the site plan, a clubhouse and pool, some supporting bathrooms and showers, an event barn, a museum and discovery center, and a farm core area. So RV parks require a special exception in the A1 district, and RV parks are a non-residential use. They're intended for a short-term stay. So they're more akin to like a hotel than, say, a mobile home park. So it's not for people to park there and live there. It's mainly for people to come there, camp for a weekend, a month, less than 179 days by our current code, and then leave. And then with an RV park, there are certain development standards. One of those is that campsites have to be 75 feet from accessory buildings. That's what the 3 variances are for. There are some campsites that are closer than that. And as I mentioned, the property does have a bona fide agricultural classification. So based on state statute, there are certain uses that are just outright permitted because they have that classification. One of those uses is agritourism. So agritourism uses per state statutes are exempt from county codes, including zoning codes, building codes. So certain agritourism uses you can just do outright on an agricultural property that has the bona fide ag use, say like a U-pick farm, if you will. With this application, there are certain elements of it that do qualify as agritourism. So the event barn, the museum and discovery center, and the farm core area, those are agritourism uses by the state definition. So if the applicant wanted to, they could start doing those tomorrow. There's no extra approvals or permits or anything needed. The RV park portion, however, where the RVs are camping there, that is not agritourism, so that does require a special exception, which is why they've applied for a special exception. They're trying to do everything, so the special exception kind of encompasses all the uses. As part of the application, a traffic study was provided. So the 249 RV spaces are going to generate 884 new daily trips. Those are 43 trips that will occur during the AM peak and 67 trips that will occur during the PM peak. There are 3 segments of road in the 2.5-mile area that would go beyond their level of service. So if approved at the time of permitting, because of those insufficiencies, applicant would be required to participate in the cost of improving the deficient road segments to secure concurrency, and they would do that through the proportionate share. The proposal is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. So in the comp plan, A1 zoning is only consistent with the rural settlement future land use designation, especially RS 1 to 5, if the use is permitted or permitted by special exception in all districts common to rural settlements. So in addition to A1, the other districts common to rural settlements are A2, and then RCE, RCEC, RCEC2, RCE 5. So the A1 and A2 are your standard agricultural districts, and all the RCE are your residential country estate. They're like larger acred residential parcels that do allow some, horse uses and things that are typically more agricultural in nature, but not full agricultural. So an RV park is not permitted in all of these districts. The RV park is only allowed in those districts A1 and A2 by special exception, and then not permitted in the RCE districts. So because of that, it would not be consistent with that comp plan policy. And additionally, the Lake Avalon Rural Settlement Policy, FLU 6.3.6, also states that the scale, intensity, and types of commercial and office uses must be compatible with the existing rural development pattern of the Lake Avalon area. So an RV park is a commercial use, it's a short-term stay, so wouldn't be compatible with the surrounding uses. So staff recommends a denial of the special exception and the variances. As stated and looked at on the last slide, use is not consistent with the comp plan, specifically those rural settlement policies I just discussed, and it's not compatible with the surrounding area of the rural settlement. It would act as a detrimental intrusion. And then in regard to the variances have their own criteria. One is that it not be self-created. It's an 84-acre site. There could certainly be some redesign to do to not need the variances. There was a community meeting held on July 17th, 2024. It was attended by the applicant, county staff, and about 90 attendees. In general, the attendees spoke negatively, and they were mostly concerned with traffic, but as well as the length of stay, noise, and other intrusions into the rural settlement. It should be noted that when the community meeting occurred, the original site plan proposed 277 campsites. After the community meeting, the applicant redesigned it to reduce the number to 249 campsites. Public feedback, we did mail out 308 notices in a 3,000-foot area. We received 12 correspondence in favor of the request, and we did receive about 300 correspondence in opposition to the request. Much of the opposition came further south from the Horizon West neighborhoods. I've tried to map the ones that we did receive that were within the notice area there. Those were all negative. So these are the standard criteria for a special exception that you see. The 6 criteria, you can see number 1 is that it's consistent with the comp plan, and then the others also note that the detrimental intrusion, condition number 3. These are the standard criteria for variance, especially number 2, that it's not self-created. So the BZA discussed the appropriateness of the use on site, and they recommended denial of the special exception in the variance. But should you decide to approve it, there are 5 conditions proposed by staff. 1, 2, and 3 are our standard BZA conditions. Condition number 4 is just a time to obtain permits, 3 years. And condition number 5 relates to lighting and requiring the lighting to be dark sky style lighting. The applicant has proffered 13 additional conditions of approval. They've worked with residents on these. So I'll go over those 13 additional conditions of approval that the applicant is proffering, and I'll let them speak to them as well. So condition 1 is that the exit lanes that you saw in the site plan would be right out only, and they would also have 6-inch tall curbing, would basically prevent people from going left on Rex Drive and going further into the rural settlement. Proposing to add a 6-foot tall opaque fence, so that would be PVC wood or block wall, one of those options, on the western boundary, on the Lake County boundary where the residences are. 3, they would be proposing to move the adult pool. It's currently, I believe, at 25 feet as code requires, moving it back further, so it would be 50 feet from the western boundary. Condition 4 is that the dog park would be fenced and double gated to prevent any dogs from getting loose. Condition number 5 is that the property owner would keep an updated record regarding the length of stays, and that they would propose a maximum length of stay of 28 consecutive days and a maximum of 56 days within a 12-month period, and that permanent residence shall be prohibited. Code does already prohibit permanent residence, but code would allow an RV, somebody to stay there 179 days out of the year, similar to a hotel. And condition number 6, the RV park amenities and facility usage would only be for the guests that reside as overnight guests of the RV park, so it wouldn't be open to anybody to come there during the day and generate even more trips. Condition number 7 is that there shall be staff on site 24 hours a day, and there should be a secure method for after-hours entry. Condition number 8 was that there will be no full PA system permitted, and that the sound level limit shall not exceed 55 decibels between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m., consistent with the county's maximum allowed sound level limits for residential areas, as noted between the hours of 10:01 p.m. and 6:59 a.m. in Section 15 of the County Code. All other provisions of Article 5, Noise Pollution Control, Section 15 shall apply. Condition 9 is that the use of fireworks and sparklers shall be prohibited. I should note, when it says sparklers, it's not talking about the 4th of July ones. Sparklers are the technical term for the stuff you buy at like Publix. And then number 10 should be that the use of off-road vehicles and ATVs by guests within the RV park are prohibited. Proposed condition 11, would that be golf carts would be allowed within the RV park, but would not be permitted to leave the RV park, so it would basically be prohibited onto Rex Drive or the other public roads, and that the RV park would install signage that basically said no golf carts beyond this point. Condition number 12 would be that check-in to the RV park shall be no earlier than 10 a.m., and condition number 13 is that the pine forest and citrus grove areas and agritourism activities as presented in the renderings and on the site plan must be maintained in good condition. So on the site plan, that's the kind of orange area and the green area saw. So what they're showing to preserve must be preserved and maintained. So the requested action would be either to deny the applicant's request or approve the applicant's request with the presented conditions. I'm here for any questions.
All right, stand by. Is the applicant on this item present? All right, representative is coming forward.
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I have a presentation that you may need a minute to pull up. Appreciate your time this afternoon, and Commissioner Bonilla. I wasn't able to come in, but congratulations. We appreciate you being up here for 8 years. My name is Rebecca Wilson, here on behalf of the applicant. I have the applicant team with me. Preston Haig and Jake Scrimshire are currently the owners of the 84 acres and also would be the owners of this proposed development. And we also have our engineer with us, Bob. Just a little bit more about the location. You can see the location in green. We call it Old Florida Groves. That's what we would call this. To the north is the Pine Ridge landfill. So when we talk about compatibility, we certainly don't want us to be the same thing as what exists there now. So we've got a water treatment to the south, part of the county and city's Conserve 2. You have your ribs there. As you can see, just over the line west of us in Lake County, pretty significant development going on out in Lake County. A lot of homes and townhomes being built right up against our boundary. You can see here the rural settlement. We are on the western side of the rural settlement. And man, over the last 10 years, this rural settlement has really been surrounded by significant high-density development in what we've seen occur in Hamlin and the rest of Horizon West. So being able to carve out and save a portion of this rural settlement to actually be used as agriculture, we believe is really special, and we've had to come up with creative ways to make preserving agriculture financially feasible in this rural settlement. I'd also point out that the closest home, the closest single-family residential home is 1,600 feet away. Directly across from us to the east, that property is still in ag, and then you have some of the ribs. Our vision here is really to create an agritourism campground. As staff explained, this piece of property qualifies for agritourism, which is exempt from county permitting, and we can do just through the state. What we're adding to that is this idea of having a high-end luxury campground so that people can stay on this piece of property and use these amenities. It also means that these amenities and the agritourism portions of this are for the exclusive use of people who stay here overnight. My clients purchased this property and have already invested a lot of money in improving the existing groves that are out there now. Their current investment is $3.7 million. So this is the first time I've ever had a project that has a 40-acre buffer in the front of it. Usually we're talking about how many feet away something is. So from Rex Road back to the actual RV campground is 40 acres. And in that area, we would have the event barn, museum, classes that would occur in the event barn. We would have U-Pick for the produce and the citrus. We would hold seminars in these different event areas. As you can see, then to the south is where the RVs would enter, and the check-in, check-out is also there at number 15. At the very edge of between the citrus groves and the timber is where we have one of the amenity centers that serves the RV campground. And then we're just cutting these RV sites in under that significant amount of timber that's currently out there. And we also agreed during the BZA to remove any of the requests for variances, so we don't need those. We also agreed, as you heard staff state, that we would move the quiet pool so that it is 50 feet away from that western boundary. And then also, as described, there is a buffer and a fence along the western boundary, and then a landscape buffer to the north. I think what's really important to emphasize is, in a day and age that we talk a lot about flooding and how much impervious surface there is on projects, this has over 70% remaining as pervious open space. Just a little bit about what we're trying to do here. We want to conserve the trees that exist, preserve that ag out front. We want to be good stewards of a low-impact development and really bring people to this site to learn more about agriculture in Central Florida. These are some of the renderings. When you're going along Rex Road, we want it to look just like it does now, so that you see the orange groves. We'd have a split rail fence. This is what it would look like as you're pulling in towards the farm court area that has the agritourism. This is a bird's eye view of that. And then this is a rendering of how the RVs would be cut back under those trees and someone walking over to enjoy the amenities. We also have examples of the rural character of the improvements and signage and landscaping that we would like. You saw some of that in the renderings that were included for those agricultural buildings. You know, I think that I maybe have not done a very good job, maybe at the Board of Zoning Adjustment, in really trying to describe what these luxury RV campsites are like throughout the country. And they are not necessarily sort of what we may think of when we think of kind of the older RV campsites. But, you know, we are modeling it after these types of high-end campsites, and we're trying to attract people who are interested in taking a vacation and learning about agriculture and kind of enjoying a weekend back nestled in the forest. So some of the concern that the staff had was about compatibility. I would offer to you that visually, unless you're staying with us, you're not going to see these RVs. So this is standing on McKinney Road looking north across the county's property. As you can see, the timber line there, that is where the pine forest is located. This is if you're on Rex Drive. When you're looking across those 40 acres, you can just barely see the tops of those pine trees. So when we look at your comprehensive plan, I mean, it's great for lawyers because it's several thousand pages and you're able to pick and choose things that make your point, right? So the comp plan policies I chose also happen to be the comp plan policies that were that staff used in the Special Harts Farm. These are actually snipped from that staff report. So when you look at 8.2.11, compatibility is not necessarily determined to be the land use that is identical to those surrounding it. You can look at other factors, including the design attributes. So bringing this as a special exception, you all can place these conditions and hold us to the site plan that gives a type of physical integration that makes us compatible with the surrounding rural settlement. Again, it talks about performance restrictions that can be placed on properties to make them compatible. And then I had never even seen these, but I thought they were great, about Orange County promoting agribusiness. That is exactly what we're trying to do here. The county also looking to promote the long-term viability of agricultural uses, and the county supporting creation of availability of fresh food initiatives, local farms, and supporting local sustainability. So we think that we're able to do all of that without changing the future land use. The future land use remains the same, and so does the zoning. This is no change to the zoning. There was a statement that RV resorts, they're not compatible, they're not allowed in rural settlements. Well, we found about 5 of these RV campgrounds that are currently allowed in rural settlements. And what your comp plan states about rural settlements is that when they were adopted in 1999, they were intended to recognize and preserve existing development patterns. Well, all of these were in place prior to 1991 and are all included in rural settlements. With regard to the additional conditions of approval, we have worked with the neighbors. We worked first through the HOA board, and then they introduced us to lots of other people. In some instances, the HOA or members of the HOA board were that liaison between us, and in others, we met with people personally to walk through these. And these conditions came about in recognition of concerns some of the neighbors had. There were 2 more conditions that we would like to offer. One is related to traffic. So we would like to offer no RV campsite traffic. There are similar signs for the landfill. We would propose them at the following roads, and it may not show up well, but we put a little flag where we think each of them would be appropriate. And then also what came up at the BZA was a concern about really the quality of the RVs that would be there. And so we can agree that no RVs of more than 10 years old are permitted in the campground. Just quickly about traffic, this is one of the concessions or sort of working with the neighbors that we have agreed to, and that is our traffic would come off of the 429 at New Independence, and it would follow this route into the campground. The campground check-in has been moved a 1/4 mile back so that it would never sort of overflow onto Rex Drive. And then also, there was a concern about the number of trips. So as shared by staff, the PM peak trip using the ITE average is 67 PM trips a day. Also, as stated in the staff report, this site qualifies for agritourism and can hold all the types of events that you see at Southern Hills Farm with no permitting from the county. So we flew a drone down at Southern Hills Farm to see what it looks like when, and they're in Lake County, but they didn't have to do any permitting through Lake County. And this is what it looks like on a weekend. And this is significantly more than the 67 PM trips per day. And you can see the types of uses that they're allowed to accomplish under their agro-tourism. And again, these are things we can do without agreeing to all of these other conditions that safeguard the neighborhood. I appreciate your time. Happy to answer any questions that you all have. As you know, my client's requesting a special exception in the ag zoning to make an investment of approximately $30 million to improve and maintain existing agriculture on a property which we believe is consistent with the rural nature, specifically of the Lake Avalon rural settlement. I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. If you'll stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 4 speakers for this case.
All right. Each of the speakers will be given 2 minutes, and we can start with those in the order in which you received them.
All right. Our first speaker is Lori Forrester. And Lori, it looks like you have 1 minute donated from William Shreen. Is William here? Perfect. Gotcha. Thank you, sir. After Lori, it's going to be Mark Mansfield, Crystal Seidel, and Jane Ferguson.
Oh, I only get 3 minutes?
Yes,
Oh, my
2 plus 1.
2 minutes. Oh,
I
she
hate when
got-
I have to talk
She had
fast.
one, she had a,
Yeah, she had a minute donated.
I thought I was going to get 4. Oh. Lori Forrester, 16050 Sand Hill Road. Our goal is to keep the Lake Avalon rural settlement as rural as possible. And while an agritourism facility coupled with a campground may sound counter to this goal, I believe this is one of the best uses for this parcel compared to the other permissible agritourism options that would not require a special exception, or to have that parcel become a subdivision or other types of permissible development like a borrow pit. These would result in the destruction of the agricultural lands and create more traffic and disruption to our community. This project will preserve 73% of the 84 acres as agricultural use through the implementation of an aggressive grove management and maintenance program and the diversification of new types of citrus trees to ensure many years of production on one of the last citrus groves in West Orange County for a generation or more. It will preserve the topography of the land rather than turning it into barren flat land with retention ponds. It would maintain the scarce wildlife habitat, including endangered species such as gopher tortoises, indigo snakes, and the sand skink, however you say. Minimize septic burden, minimize water drawn from the aquifer, would be virtually invisible from McKinney Road and Rex Drive, have a predictable and minimal traffic and at managed times of the day to avoid contributing to congestion on 545, would provide the on-site guests with hands-on educational experience, including appreciation of preserving Florida's agricultural lands, traditions, and crops. The applicant has designed the agritourism facility as a destination in and of itself. They did not design this for people to go come here so that to go to theme parks, or like in Southern Hills Farm case, as a transient day experience for hundreds to thousands of participants along with their associated vehicle trips running through all of our neighborhood roads, or an event center with festivals, conferences, or concerts, weddings, and you pick. It is not a low-income housing project with full-time residents. The applicant has engaged with our community, and they have added additional conditions for approval that were community requested conditions. It is worth noting that most of the opposition to this project has been mobilized by development interest and real estate agents who are interested in seeing this parcel become a subdivision or other structured development, which I believe is for their own personal benefit. Of the options available, an agritourism facility designed as a world-class destination would have the least impact on our community. It would secure the agricultural nature for one of the last producing citrus groves remaining in Orange County, West Orange County, for the long term and keep us from having to fight against such uses as housing developments, industrial, commercial, and civic uses, among other things, on this parcel for the foreseeable future. Oh, fine second.
all right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Mansfield, 16362 Sand Hill Road, Winter Garden, Florida. I want to speak about the traffic. As the applicant stated, they're talking about approximately 67 trips a day. And if this were to become a Southern Hills type of agri-tourism business, as you could see from the pictures that they took from recent weekend, you could have up to 1,000 cars come in, and all of those people getting out on McKinney Road, Rex Drive, and coming and going. And to get out, they would use those roads. Wincy Groves would be used possibly as a cut through, and of course going north on Rex, getting out that way. And that's a lot of extra traffic in our area on a weekend. The other possibility is this could be turned into a housing development with up to as many as 300 houses on the 84 acres. And you take that times the number of cars per house, minimum 2, you're talking 600 vehicles and a possibility of 1,200 vehicle trips a day. And a lot of those trips will be taken during rush hour. And with the traffic on Avalon and getting out on McKinney being a challenge as it is now, it will just get worse. So people will cut through Wincy Groves to get to New Independence for the traffic light, go up Rex to Beta and Cork, which gets you out to Alps, Old Country Lane, Redbird, Philsey Peters, and Davenport. And with all of that being a possibility, the impact on the community will be much, much greater. And we know that sooner or later, somebody's going to be successful in purchasing this property to put up that kind of development. So we need to take those things for the future into consideration. Thank you.
All right, so we'll move to the next speaker.
Hello, my name is Crystal Seidel. I live at 17133 Alp Street in Winter Garden, Florida. And I live about, maybe 2-3 blocks from this projected area, and I would definitely be against it. I just don't think our area needs an RV park. I don't care if there's 3 others in other rural settlements. I also wanted to know if they were already in the rural settlements before they were established or not, and I could never find that out. And it also says here that the landfill is not a residential use. Well, that's true. The landfill that they're right beside is a closed class 3, thanks to our getting together and saying it smelled too bad and we didn't like it, so we closed that one. But they have the construction and demolition right next to it, and that one smells too. So I don't know how the people there are going to appreciate when the wind blows their way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Slidell. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jane Ferguson. I live at 17701 Davenport Road within the rural settlement, and I'm here to speak against the RV park. I am a longtime RVer, and I love campgrounds, and I love going places, but 249 campsites is huge. That's a very large campground, and the place for those is on a commercial strip like the ones in Winter Garden that are on Highway 50. That's a perfect place for something like that. This land can stay agricultural. That's also a possibility. I'm really not into fear-mongering. So I don't like the idea of, well, we have to accept this or it's going to be worse. This definitely is not an agritourism overall kind of a place. If you do a quick Google search, you'll see agritourism as different kind of farms and ranches that have maybe 2 or 3 campsites on them, not 249. 249 is absolutely just a commercial, trying to make a lot of money kind of place. And as much as they try to say that people are going to come there and just stay put and watch the citrus grow and learn everything else they have to learn there, they're going to be 15 minutes from Disney World, the happiest place on earth. Reality is there's going to be 249 trips out in the morning, 8 a.m., to get to the theme park, and then again back at the end of the night, whether it's in their RV or the cars they tow behind their RVs or Uber or Lyft. That's what people are going to use this place for. And that is not congruent with the rural settlement. I go out for a walk, I see horses, cows, donkeys, goats. I don't want to see 249 cars coming in and out of our rural settlement. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no more registered speakers, Mayor.
All right, with that, I'll go back to the applicant or representative for any potential rebuttal comments.
Mayor, I appreciate it. Just with the last speaker, I just want her to know that we're trying to accomplish the same thing. We're trying to make this so that when she continues to drive on Rex Drive, she doesn't see anything, that it remains 40 acres in citrus, and that's what she sees when she goes down it. We have not fear-mongered that this was going to be a giant new development, but I think that we're also realistic in that we are not able to keep this as 40 acres of ag and 40 acres in timber. And it can be developed currently as homes. And if that's what we're forced to do, then it will become just one more subdivision. in West Orange, and all those groves go away, all the timber comes down, and what you'll see is the side of somebody's house. So we're trying to come up with a creative way to do something, like I said, to keep this as a financially feasible agricultural piece of property. And happy to answer any other questions that you all may have, and I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. If you'll just stand by, we're going to close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner for a potential motion.
So kind of understanding the concerns that are continuing to a little bit bubble up. I know that you all have done an incredible job. The applicant here could not be in any more stark contrast to my last case, because you've been out there and out there and out there, and you've been back to me and you've been asking what are the concerns, what are the issues, and you've removed things. But hearing, and I do think it's a valid concern, the number of sites. Is there any wiggle room in being able to drop that number of sites in order to be able to kind of alleviate some of that concern?
We can drop the number to 199.
Okay, from 240. Okay. With that, I would like to make a motion for approval with the listed conditions.
All right. There's a motion and a second.
Just for clarity, so the motion, and Becky, you agreed to drop the variances, right?
Yeah, what is?
So I think what we need, Georgina, we need to alter it to just be an approval of the special exception,
No variances.
no variances, and then specify the number.
Yes, so the motion would be approving a special exception to allow an RV park for 199
And then,
campsites with no variances.
And then as far as the conditions, we have the first 5, and then they're numbered in this PowerPoint, the additional 13 are numbered 1 through 13. Those would get renumbered, 1 would become 6, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Condition number 1 would just need to be modified because the reduction in the number of units is going to require a modification to the site plan. So condition number 1, just the first part, would be modified to: development shall be in accordance with the site plan dated July 22nd, 2024, as modified to reduce the number of units to 199, remove any variance requests, and relocate the quiet pool to meet the condition as it's written in there. I think it's condition number 8, or, yeah. So it would just be a modified condition number 1.
Let me ask you a question also. I know when I was briefed, I think there was some issue regarding septic that, I was told that these RV units wanted to be on septic, but that was not allowed pursuant to code, and that they wanted a package plan, I think, which also was prohibited. So how are we going to deal with that?
I'll let Dale speak to that for a county standard site.
Yeah, we would need to look at the variance for the septic tank issues, but it could be through septic tank, it could be through a package plant. I know they would still need to run water service out to the site, but those items would really be addressed through a development plan submittal then, because this is really more of a commercial operation.
Okay. You're aware of that, Commissioner Wilson?
Well, and presumably advanced septic would be required.
I was told that there were some issues even with advanced septic and with a package plant. That was the verbiage that I was told that, but that was also prohibited by code. And if it's prohibited, what are we doing here? Are we going against our own code in this regard?
Well, we would need to address this at the development plan stage, which we're not at yet.
Okay, so if we take action today, we're not saying that we're approving septic or,
That's correct. At this point, we're just giving them the special exception.
Okay, you understand that?
I do understand that, yeah. I mean, I think there's obviously a lot of parts of, okay, I'm seeing a finger up from utilities. Hold on.
Andrews, you come?
Let me see if I can clarify. I think the comprehensive plan does not allow package plans in Orange County. It allows
I'd rather have
temporary.
advanced septic.
Pardon me?
Yeah, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It allows, does not allow permanent package plans. It allows interim package plans, so long as they have dry lines, an agreement to connect to sewer, and prepayment of capital charges. But being that this is in the rural settlement, there cannot be sewer. Therefore, you cannot have the permanent, you cannot have an interim, because the interim means that you're going to connect to sewer, and it's in the rural settlement. So from my perspective, I don't believe that this can be on a package plan. However, commercial development, I believe, can be on a septic tank so long as the development is connected to central water.
And can we connect the central water? That's a lot of
That's a long
199.
distance.
That's still a lot of units to try to be talking about
So I just
being
don't know
on
what the
septic.
plan is, but I'm just saying, the way that it can happen is, as far as I understand, Dale, is on septic tanks with central water. But
And are we able to get central water there? That's still a lot of units on septic. That's what I'm saying. Okay. All right, Ms. Wilson, you got a response to that?
Yes, Mayor, I do. My first response is this application had been pending for, I think, about 6 months with the county, and we had proposed a package plant. In fact, that was discussed at length at the community meeting that we all attended. And it was actually never really brought to my attention, but mentioned to me late Friday afternoon that there may be issues with that. And so since Friday afternoon, we've been trying to work through that with your staff. So we understand today that what is being approved is the special exception, and that we will need to deal with utilities. I'd also like to mention, just directly from Special Hearts Farm, which has considerably much more development on its site, they also do not have water. They also do not have wastewater. And their condition says, or the staff report says, the applicant has stated in their justification statement that wastewater will be treated by an advanced septic tank system, which may be a distributed water treatment service by permit under FDEP. So if it works for them, I'm sure it'll work for us, and we'll go that way.
All right, this isn't about Special Hearts Farm, but.
But Mayor, they're also in the same rural settlement.
Let me ask staff to respond, because I don't recall 199 units of individual units trying to access septic or sewer or water. So what's with Special Hearts Farm? Are we comparing apples to apples here?
I'm not sure if we're comparing apples to apples, but as far as the distributed wastewater systems, I'm not sure whether that's going to be approved for the special farms. We're not supporting distributed wastewater systems in Orange County as of today. I know a septic tank is one thing, but distributed wastewater systems are currently not approved in Orange County.
Excuse me, on Special Hearts Farm, that was under the City of Apopka's program, not Orange County's. They agreed to that septic type system through the City of Apopka. That wasn't Orange County.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson, are you still prepared to move forward? I want you to understand the complexities here.
No, I do, and I appreciate that you're keeping an eye on these things, because I think they're really important. I also understood that this portion of this hearing was for the special exception, and that they needed to regroup on that, because I did think that there was, the community meeting, there was talks about the package plant, they were back and forth. I honestly never heard anyone bring it up about Special Hearts, because there were so many other concerns about sort of the actual layout and the buffers, and so, I mean, I don't know if you're saying that you are.
Well, I'm not prepared to, approve a package plan
No,
today.
So today is not approving it.
Yeah,
It
no,
still would
I-
have to
I-
go
So,
to the
so as long as there's no action today, they can work to try to figure out what they're going to do that meets our code. I am not supporting
I agree.
waiving our code
I agree.
in that regard.
I agree.
So as long as something can come back to the board that the board can specifically look at as it relates to the water and wastewater and sewer and septic, okay, that burdens on you all to work with the developer to bring something back that meets with our approval in that regard. Okay. So, all right. Commissioner Wilson, there is a motion and a second. I forget who was
No,
who was
'cause it has to come
who was the seconder on Commissioner Wilson's Commissioner Uribe is the seconder on the motion. So with that, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes with the clarity that we offered. All right, with that, we're going to move forward to the next item on our agenda, and this is item E6. We'll open the public hearing on this item. I'm going to ask Ms. Lakin O'Hara, the Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, who's going to come forward and frame this item. And with that, you are recognized.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is case VA 24-08077. The appellant is Francois Xantis. This is located in the R1A zoning district and is located at 1320 Roger Babson Road. It is in District 6. We have 5 variances here, all related to 3 different storage additions. The first one is to allow a south rear setback of 15.6 feet in lieu of 30 feet. The second one is for a west side setback of 3.6 feet in lieu of 7.5 feet, and both of those are for storage 1. Then for storage 2, we have a west side setback of 7.2 in lieu of 7.5. And then for storage 3, we have a west side setback of 6.2 in lieu of 7.5, and then a north front setback of 23.3 in lieu of 25, and those ones are for storage 3, and that is the result of code enforcement, and that is just a lot of text, so we will get into an actual graphic with those displayed in a little bit. So here we have our location map. As you can see, it is a corner lot with frontage on Roger Babson Road and Erlene Place. And then there's that R1A zoning. And then an aerial map, again, showing that corner lot. So overall site plan, we have our 3 storages, storage 1 at the rear of the property, and then storage 2 and 3 on the left side of the screen. And then here we have the floor plan flipped, showing storage 1, 2, and 3 with those matching colors. And then depicted in the right-hand corner of the screen are those different square footages for the storage areas. These are the proposed elevations. This is not the current display. As you could see coming up, the additions are not finished. So we have the front of the home from Erlene Place, and then we have that storage addition 2 and 3 on the side there, depicted by the red square. And then from the rear yard facing north, straight ahead is storage additions 2 and 3, and then on the right-hand side of your screen is going to be storage addition 1. And then from the rear yard as well, you have storage addition 1 to the right, and then that's attached to the rear of the primary residence, and then in front is a existing shed. So the property is a 2,136 gross square foot single-family home, which was constructed in 1956. There is also a privacy fence that ranges from 4 feet to 6 feet high, which was permitted in 2007, but portions of that fence were installed inconsistent with the actual permit and are not in compliance with code. Same with the 140 square foot shed. It was also permitted in 2008, but it was, again, installed in a location inconsistent with the permit and then is not in compliance with the code. Then you have the 3 partially constructed storage room additions, which are at the westerly side of the primary residence and at the rear of the residence. Those were built without permits sometime after January 2022. It looks like from aerials that the construction started and then kind of continued onward, which then ended up with a August 2023 violation for work without a permit. In November of 2023, the property owner then applied for an after-the-fact building permit for the storage room additions, as well as some other site modifications that were done without permits. The additions don't meet side or rear setbacks, so that's requiring the variance and triggered this process. That permit did expire in October of 2024, just from inaction on it while they were going through this process. So going back to the variance requests, hopefully this displays it a little bit more clearly, but you have that variance number 5, which is for the front setback for storage number 3, and then you have variances 4, 3, and 2, all for that westerly side there, and that is for all 3 storage additions. And then you have variance number 1, which is in relation to the rear setback for that storage number 1. Staff recommended denial as the request does not meet the variance criteria. The request is self-created as an addition could be constructed that complies with the code. Staff mailed a total of 184 notices to adjacent property owners within a 500-foot radius. We received no correspondences in favor, but did receive 1 correspondence in opposition. You all at this point are pretty familiar with the variance criteria, but just going through special conditions, not self-created, no special privilege conferred, not being deprived of rights, not the minimum possible variance, and not in harmony. The BZA concluded that the approval of variances 3, 4, and 5, which are all related to storages 2 and 3, which are on the westerly side of the property, are, as proposed, similar and compatible with the surrounding area and recommended approval subject to 6 conditions. However, the BZA recommended denial of variances 1 and 2, which were related to storage number 1, finding that there was no necessary hardship shown on the land, and further that they don't meet the 6 criteria of approval. The conditions of approval here are the 6, and then the BZA added a 7th. The red highlighted text for condition of approval number 1 is how the condition, should you move forward with the BZA's recommendation, how the condition would need to be reflected to match what the BZA recommended. So those are essentially the standard 3, the first one being that the site plan would be modified essentially to remove the storage number 1, since the BZA recommended denial of those variances. And then the 4th is to obtain a permit for the additions. And then the 5th and 6th are related to the fencing and the shed, which were not in compliance with their permits. So it's either relocating those or getting new permits to comply. And then the 7th is just that the additions shall be painted to match the residence, since they were at this time unfinished. The requested action from the board would be to deny the applicant's request outright, or you can approve the applicant's request with conditions. You also could go with a partial approval and denial, as the Board of Zoning Adjustment did. And I am available for questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. O'Hara. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, would the applicant or a representative like to come forward? Okay.
Good afternoon, you all. My name is Francois Exantis. I'm 1320 Roger Babson Road. So I did do the storage 1 and 2 because I was got a business with my wife, but we closed the business. And to put the belonging and equipment, so I plan, to ship it when my country is good back to Haiti. But nothing happened yet. That's why I built this thing. I don't know. I'm waiting for you, but I come in last time. They approved 3 and 4 and 5, but 1 and 2. It depends on the BBC. So I'm coming to see what you're going to do.
All right, stand by. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we're going to close the public hearing portion. Commissioner Scott, you probably have been working on this. Do you have a potential motion?
Not just yet, Mayor. I would like code enforcement or code compliance to just kind of summarize their engagements with this property owner.
Good afternoon. Megan Marshall, Chief Inspector of Neighborhood Services. You just want a brief overview?
Yeah,
The call came to us as a citizen complaint. Staff investigated, found the additions in violation as well as the exterior portion of the front yard. So we issued a violation, but we've been working with the property owner. It has not yet gone to special magistrate because he applied for the permits and the variance 3 months after we issued the violation. So we've been awaiting this process for compliance.
So can you summarize what would happen if this process is approved, respective to the concerns that you had from code compliance, and what would happen if it wasn't approved?
If this is approved, then he would be able to obtain the permits that we requested he obtain, in addition to the permits that we requested for the exterior portion of the property on the front, bringing it down to one front door versus the 3 that are there currently. And that would bring him into compliance once he's completed, but the applicant is going to have an uphill battle with the 2 storage units that are recently attached. Because I believe, I don't know which one, let me go back. The storage that's outlined as number 2, I believe would be a little bit easier to get a building permit for because it was a part of the original house. And the character of that neighborhood shows that as a carport, possibly, but it was enclosed afterwards. So that'd be a little bit easier to obtain a building permit for. But 3 and 1 are going to be it's going to be an uphill battle to get that up to code.
Okay. And so then if it isn't approved, then what would be the outcome?
The applicant would have to obtain a permit to remove both of those additions.
And that would pretty much flow through the special magistrate, not the code board, correct?
This is going to go before the special magistrate.
Copy that. Okay. Since you've started this process, has there been any improvement? Obviously, it's not a one solution fix all. Has the owner or applicant shown a willingness to communicate to your officers, make reasonable efforts to come into compliance independent of this? I mean, this process came up before that.
Yes, we did have to issue a lot cleaning violation for the large amount of debris that was outside, and that did come into compliance, but as you can see in the follow-up photos, it looks like a lot of that was placed behind the fence that also didn't have a permit. But myself and my inspectors can only issue violations based off what we can see in the right-of-way.
Right.
So that would be a little bit trickier to prove, and then have a contractor go out there and clean up the rest of his yard.
Okay. And then going back to zoning staff, you talked about the fences. Some of them are 4 and 6 feet. I would imagine that from public, the areas where it's 4 feet, those can be observed by either code enforcement or members of the public?
The 4 foot is mostly on the side with the shared property boundary. The 6 foot fence, I went out and did a follow-up to take these additional photos since I saw that there was further code enforcement action. It looks like part of the 6 foot fence in the front, which is what's not in compliance with code, was started to be taken down, but it was kind of just leaned up on the rest of the 6 foot fence that's also not in compliance. So I'm not sure that code enforcement can view all of that. And then the 6 foot fence is still there for most of like the side and rear property lines. So you're not able to actually see beyond that.
Okay. And Mr. Xantis, can you approach the podium, please? In your comments, you shared that your wife and you had a business. That business closed. Can you tell me what that business was and why did it close?
Oh, he was wedding decoration. Wedding decoration, when you got a wedding decoration, sometimes each time you got a wedding, you must to buy more things, make it a new model. That's why, so when I closed it, but before I got retired, I said to my wife, so I don't think I can handle anymore. So the store I get, I can afford to go to the storage. I said, okay. But I didn't know if it was a problem, since I saw the land, I think the land we can build a storage, not a house. That's why I did, well, let's do that, and now we can put the thing until we got access, to take everything out, and then, but I didn't know it was a problem when I built it.
So you're saying you cannot afford storage, is that?
Yeah, because the house was vacant 10 years ago, so nobody lived there. It's no house, yes.
So you don't live in this residence now, you're just using it for storage?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Megan, one final question. The code enforcement complaint that you received, what was their complaint? How can you
Would you
summarize?
like me to read it to you?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Unauthorized structure / building has bare wood. At a minimum, please ask the owner to paint it along with the other bare wood on the main structure. The property also needs a lot cleaning.
And when was this complaint received by your office?
She called it in August of 2023.
Okay. Okay.
This has been a lengthy process, so we're looking forward to compliance.
I have a question.
All right. I'm going to go to my colleagues, see if they have questions or concerns, and then we'll circle back.
All right, Commissioner Uribe.
Megan, if I can ask, does the property still remain in that condition? Or have there been any improvements to try to, keeping the lot clean and et cetera?
The initial lot cleaning that we posted, he did come into compliance with, but like I said a little bit earlier, it appears based off of Lakin's photos that everything's been placed behind the privacy fence, and I can't issue a violation if I can't see it.
Okay, and so basically this was denied and he's just coming back and saying, can you just give it to us?
Correct.
But there's really been, everything else that's outstanding is still outstanding.
Correct.
Okay, and then what's his basis for appealing? Did he put anything?
He can speak for it, but he just wants to see if he can achieve the extra storage space without having to demolish it. But like I said to Commissioner Scott, the two areas identified as 1 and 3 are additions and can be removed, but storage area 2, in my opinion, is an original carport that was enclosed. So that would have to either be permitted or allowed to.
And if I may ask a follow-up, I didn't think this was, normally when we have appeals, there's a team that comes. Is this in a residential area?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. So,
It's
yeah.
right off Pine Hills Road, just north of Dolores, just west
Well, I mean,
of the
it's, you're
fairgrounds.
now dealing with an entire community. It's just not a single partial unit. Yeah.
He does. Again, to confirm, you do not live at this residence, correct?
He said he
Hey, if you could approach the mic.
So I don't live there, so I try, to prepare, all of the 3 rooms and the 2 bedroom and take everything out, and then so I can, rent it to make some money. That's the reason why I do the storage.
Okay. On parle créole?
Ouais, je parle créole.
Okay, on parle créole petit. Just, I asked him if he speak Creole. Jennifer, if you could for a second. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Have any of your staff, either in your department and even to you, Megan, has anyone engaged him in his native language about the concerns, or has everyone been speaking to him in English? What I'm getting at is why I think that he has a fundamental understanding of, why he's here, what he's looking for. I think there are certain nuances that are lost when you translate from different languages. And I think that he would be better served from a compliance standpoint if someone from either of your departments, ideally both, spoke to him in his language to get an understanding of what he's trying to do, but also come to an agreement where both parties, the county and he, get to an agreement. Because I do believe that there is some deficits there respective to what he's supposed to do to achieve compliance. Do you follow me?
Certainly, I can't speak to, because he's probably interacted with multiple staff people. Typically, what happens if someone comes into the front counter and we feel like there is a language barrier, we will call on someone else in another division or department if we don't have that particular skill in our division to help translate the situation. I can't speak to if that happened here or not. I'm not aware of any of my staff people that speak Creole or Haitian. And I can't speak to the code enforcement side of it either. But what I will say is, he was able to apply for it. He understands that he needs to obtain these variances in order to move to the next step, which is what he's requested. So in terms of him understanding what he needs to do to come into compliance, I can't speak for him. He can certainly speak for himself. But, he has applied, he submitted the application, he went to the Board of Zoning Adjustment. And I'm looking to.
Megan,
Did anyone come down at the BZA or speak at the BZA in regard to the language? Okay. And so it doesn't sound like anything happened at the Board of Zoning Adjustment in regards to any different languages being spoken.
Megan, same question. Any of your staff members speak Creole, and have they engaged him in his language?
We do have staff members that do speak French Creole. I haven't had to connect the two of them because we haven't had an issue communicating with him, and I've also spoken with his daughter who speaks perfectly fine English.
So you did speak to, so you've been engaging with the family member?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got multiple notes in here about how he understood the process, was engaging with contractors to get the necessary permits. But you can't get the permit because of the variances, so that's why we're here.
Okay, you can advance the slide to the recommended action.
Say that again, Commissioner? What?
He said go to the recommendation.
Advance the slide to the recommended action.
Okay.
Lo siento, mi amor.
Que estaba para allá, mirando para allá.
Thought he was speaking Creole.
Yeah.
Folks, let me apologize now and in the future. I've worked in call centers when I was younger, and so I'm used to talking fast. You got to get people on the phone, and so I have to work on my pace when I'm talking. I'm sorry.
Commissioner,
So-
I'm sorry.
Hey, boy.
I just had one question.
Sure.
He doesn't live in that facility, but is anybody else living there?
No.
Nobody lives
He's
there?
just using it
It's
as
just for storage, that he says?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to make a motion to go with staff's recommended action and deny.
Second, Wilson.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye, sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And motion passes, and it is unanimous.
So what, I'm sorry, what will happen now that it's denied?
I'll let code, both of them can summarize, I guess.
Yes, essentially, in order for him to come into compliance, he'll have to remove the structures and obtain a demolition permit in order to do so.
Oh.
And those structures are in bad shape.
But we will work with him to ensure that he understands that.
Yeah, and again, I know sometimes people with different languages usually use their children or young adults to engage. I've seen it across the board. But I want to make sure that we have an intentionality that we are talking to him directly in his language. Because again, even when you speak English, there are certain nuances that someone has to articulate. And so if it's difficult in our native language for certain aspects of county code and ordinances, I think that translation becomes more difficult. And if you're talking to a younger person or the person who's not well versed in what's trying to be achieved, there could be some deficits when you're talking to the daughter and then she's in turn translating to the father. And so I think just to make sure that everybody is on the same page, that when you guys are engaging him, that someone talks to him directly in his native language to ensure compliance. Okay, thank you all.
Okay, that might be helpful going forward. All right, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. We're up to F7. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Thelmuller, I understand you're going to lead us off in this effort.
Thank you, Mayor. This item, there we go, is case CDR 2403075. This is a requested amendment to the Lake Vista Village Plan Development. Property is generally located north of World Center Drive, east of I-4, roughly 50-acre subject property. Today, the PD is entitled for up to 1,438 resort hotel or timeshare units. The request is to revise that allowable development program to 2,204 hotel rooms with 70,730 square feet of event space and 240,000 square feet of tourist commercial uses. Here we have the future land use map. Property is designated Activity Center Mixed Use, indicating it's within the iDrive Tourist Activity Center. And the property, as mentioned, is Zone PD Plan Development District, as is all the surrounding property, which is a requirement of the Activity Center. Here we have an aerial, shows the property is currently undeveloped, however, is surrounded by similar and compatible tourist commercial uses, multifamily, timeshare, resorts, entertainment uses, etc. Here we have a copy of the PD land use plan showing the property entitlements and development standards. And the request is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Lake Vista Village PD, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this. This is in District 1, and staff are available for questions.
All right, is the applicant on this item present? It looks like he's coming forward.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Dave Taylor with Harris Civil Engineers with offices at 1200 East Hillcrest Street in Orlando 32803. We have no objection to the staff report, and I'm here for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor. If you'll just stand by momentarily. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson.
I'd like to move the requested action.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and
Thank
it
you.
is unanimous. All right, thank you, Mr. Taylor. We're going to move to the next item, F8. Is my understanding that this item has been requested for continuance to January the 28th of 2025, but it was advertised, so we must open it up. So, Mr. Thal Mueller, we'll go to you once again to frame this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This is case CDR 2305161. This one is an amendment to the Orlando World Resort Plan Development. Property located northwest Earl Bronson Memorial Highway, east 192, south of Walt Disney World's Animal Kingdom. This was continued to this date from the October 8th board hearing. As you mentioned, Mayor, staff, and the applicant are requesting one more continuance to the January 28th board meeting to allow the property owner to have some further discussions with the adjacent property owner regarding some cross-access.
All right, and if we're successful with the continuance, that would be at 2 p.m. or thereafter. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on the item?
We have no speaker cards. Oh, wait, we do have one speaker card for this item, Mayor. Brandon Marcus.
Okay, Mr. Marcus is withdrawn. All right, I don't know if the applicant wanted to say anything or not. Extend him the opportunity. If not, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll look to the district commissioner for a potential motion. Commissioner Wilson.
I'd like to move for continuance to January 28th at 2 p.m.
Second, Gomez.
Okay, I think Commissioner Moore was first on the second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, now we'll move to G9. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, will be coming forward to frame this item. Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon. Good evening, Commissioners. This next item is a rezoning request to go from A2 Farmland Rural District to R1 Single Family Dwelling District. This is for a property located on Hancock Lone Palm Road. The property is currently 17.46 gross acres. The proposed use is 55 detached single-family dwelling units. The property is located in District 4. The current future land use of the property is low-medium density residential, which allows consideration up to 10 units per acre. The current zoning is A2. Proposed zoning is R1. This is an aerial of the subject property, showing that it is currently vacant. It does have single-family developments to the north and to the south. We have received some concerns from residents regarding the condition of Hancock Lone Palm roadway. Our Transportation Planning Division is undergoing a conceptual analysis study of the roadway, the purpose of which is to study both existing and future development to determine short and long-term improvements for all roadway users. The study will look at area traffic distribution, pedestrian and bicyclist needs, stormwater and intersection improvements, including traffic signalization. The study will also look at potential extension of the roadway, which is currently a dead-end road. The study was authorized by the board on June 6, 2023, and began earlier this year. And this is a timeline of the study, which will culminate with a board hearing late next year. Back to the current request. 349 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 0 responses in favor and 2 responses in opposition. A community meeting was held on August 14th, 2024, with 1 resident in attendance who was generally supportive of the request. At the Planning Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there was 1 speaker present to speak in opposition to the request. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the requested R1 zoning, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present or a representative? We invite you to come forward to the microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Luke Klassen with Appian Engineering, 221 Lee Road. Just want to thank staff for all their willingness to work with us and for the commissioner and her aide for coordinating with us on multiple meetings and being able to discuss all the adjacent neighbors' concerns and how to work through those with staff. And so it's really been a pleasure working with everybody. We're here to answer any questions.
All right, well, stand by, Mr. Glassman. We'll open it up to any public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 2 speaker cards for this item.
All right.
All right, our first speaker is going to be Caitlin Barrett, followed by Tara Van Dyke.
Okay, you will each be given 2 minutes.
Can I have his 13 minutes?
No, don't quite work like
I'm
that.
like him, I talk really fast, and I'm going to try. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Caitlin Barrett. I live at 14007 Lone Creek. I'm the president of Waterford Creek Homeowners Association. And what I would really like to do is lean on Commissioner Scott's opinion on public safety. And now I'm going to start reading. The lack of improvements on Hancock Lone Palm have led to several problems for the current residents that have not been addressed, which negatively affect the property value of our homes. Hancock Lone Palm has the following issues: drainage issues, increase in mosquitoes, flooding causing potential damage to properties and cars, no dividing lines on the street. Street racing is a continuous problem down Hancock Lone Palm. No street lights. People walk down the street in the dark in the middle and you cannot see them until you are on top of them. Lack of continuous sidewalks. Again, people are riding their bicycles and walking in the middle of the street. And with the time change, that makes it exponentially harder to be safe on these streets. The lack of traffic light off of Hancock Lone Palm, the lack of a right turn lane from Hancock Lone Palm onto State Road 50. Safety concerns for the fire rescue to get to residents on State Road 50 because they block our intersections. To add additional neighborhoods, businesses, complexes without evaluating the current conditions of the existing road and traffic is unfair to the members of District 4. We are requesting more options to exit Hancock Lone Palm safely onto State Road 50 without waiting 20 minutes to enter State Road 50 because we've not been afforded a light. We are requesting speed bumps, dividing lines, sidewalks, lights for the safety of these residents that are in District 4 that are going to get another neighborhood with no accommodations for the current residents and what we're already dealing with. We would request drainage systems. The road next to 50, or the intersection of 50 and Hancock Lone Palm, water rises next to the Caliber collision and never goes away for days. We have a serious problem of safety, and all we're doing is adding another residence and another cars, and nobody is thinking about this. We're going to address these streets in 2030, but we're going to add these neighbors this year. We currently allow other...
Goes
Mayor?
quickly. All right, thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Tara Van Dyke. I live in the
Woodhaven neighborhood off of Waterford Chase Parkway. Our neighborhood butts up against Lone Creek Palm and Lone Palm, sorry, and we have continual concerns about what's happening on that back side of our community. They consistently are recommending extending the road from Lone Palm to Waterford Chase, which would go directly behind our homes, affecting two neighborhoods, over 180 homes and families. These are some of the things that we have big concerns about. So traffic on Waterford Chase Parkway, if they add another 55 homes on Lone Palm, they need a way to get in and out of there that has not been addressed, as she said. Okay, so we'll just add the road going from Lone Palm onto Waterford Chase Parkway. But we have a hard time even making a left turn out of our own subdivision right now because there are so many cars that are using Waterford Chase Parkway as a cut through. We do not need another 200 cars, and God forbid anybody on Colonial figures out that they can cut through Lone Palm to get to Waterford Chase to then get onto Lake Underhill. We're done. We have so many cars. We've already had a child hit by a car trying to get to their bus stop. We have a particularly troublesome bend coming off of our street that cars continue crashing into the walls. We have a large amount of water that is retained in that area already. So many animals that will be displaced. It will diminish our property values if that road is extended. And of course, we understand that there's growth that needs to happen, but if they do not address how those folks get in and out of there, and they want to come barreling through our neighborhood, behind our neighborhood, we don't want it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you.
I think you made yourself clear there. With that, do we have any other members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no more speakers, Mayor.
All right, so I'm going to go back to perhaps Mr. Glassman, if you can address any of the concerns that the residents have brought up at this point.
Yeah,
and then after you, perhaps we'll have staff kind of come back and address it.
We do understand the residents' concerns with the traffic. One of the things that we've done with working with commissioners and with staff is we've been in negotiations for a prop share, and we have our traffic engineer here who can help discuss this. But the impacts of this neighborhood are something that would happen roughly 3 to 4 years from now is when you get the actual homes being built. The prop share would have the payments, in addition to the impact fee payments, of roughly $400,000 in addition to the impact fees that are already due of $730,000 for the development would be paid at today's date, which would allow the county to be able to address some of the roadway concerns. And so that's something that we've been working with staff and with the commissioner on. And we also have Muhammad with TMC here to discuss any questions or anything else that staff has. We'd like to be able to address all those comments.
All right, Mr. Abdullah, you want to come forward?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Mohammed Abdullah, Traffic Mobility Consultants, 5301 McGuire Boulevard, Orlando. As Mr. Klassen said, the project has gone through an extensive review process with staff. With respect to the discussion about improvements to Hancock Lone Palm, obviously that is a county road. The applicant will be making localized improvements for their access as is required by code, and those will come in. So there will be an upgraded condition at the intersection, at the project entrance. As far as the RCA and what comes out of that, obviously this applicant has no bearing on that at all. That is a county-run project, and whatever this commission sees fit to do with Hancock Lone Palm will be what this applicant will work with.
Okay.
Here to answer any questions.
Thank you. If you'll just stand by, I ask staff to come forward and kind of augment what has been said at this point about potential improvements for the roadway, pedestrian safety, traffic signalization, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm Tina DeMasi. I'm with the applicant. Can I speak for just a moment?
Sure.
I wanted to at least address some of the neighbors' concerns. I think Mohammed fluently addressed the concern about the whole RCA, that we don't control that connection to the south. That'll be a decision that will be made by the county. We've had some concerns with our adjacent neighbors. She's got a lot of concerns about what's going on out there. With direction from the commissioner, we're going to work to add some additional lighting at the front of our community. There's been a few other things. We're going to see if the neighbor next to us will let us install some sidewalk that will at least connect to the north, if he'll let us do that across his frontage there. So we're trying to kind of listen to some of the concerns that are presented in the interim while the county works on their project. So we've really tried to establish compatibility with this. We're lining up our lot sizes to match the lot sizes adjacent. We're working on a tree preservation plan to preserve some of the trees along the perimeter near our neighbors, and the lot sizes. And then the density allowed by the comprehensive plan could go up to 146 units. We're only doing 55. So, and that's, again, part of our effort to maintain compatibility with our neighbors. So, and it's Tina DeMasi, MI Homes, 400 International Parkway, Suite 470, Lake Mary, Florida. But just want to let you know, I mean, we've heard the concerns, commissioners, been watching and going to make sure that we kind of do the right thing as we move through our PSP process. So thank you very much.
All right, maybe we can have staff address safety improvements and/or drainage or other issues that may be of concern to these residents who live nearby.
Hi, Krista Katayer-Shesky from Transportation Planning. We do have a roadway conceptual analysis that began separate from this applicant. We have began discussions with the HOA to the north and the south. The study will look at the roadway and its current conditions, look at the possibility of widening the roadway, adding pedestrian and bicyclist features, as well as to the south, the current unopened county right-of-way. Look at the determination of if we need to extend that roadway or provide other improvements to the south. We have finished our data collection. We are getting ready to roll out with stakeholder and public engagement over the next couple months. We will begin with the Homeowners Association, including both master HOAs, and do our first community meeting next quarter of the fiscal year. Afterwards, we will come back in fall of 2025 with our recommendations and ask for board approval to continue with the process. When funding as available, we'll continue in design and construction.
All right, thank you. With that, I'm going to close the public comment period at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner for further questions or comments.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow with what Jason said. He stated in the beginning, my office has been working with staff. Like every week, we have been meeting and we have been having, meetings and tours as well for the drainage. Last Thursday, Philip went with one of the staff, well, two of the staff, for the drainage issue, so they went through that as well to check, because it's true what Ms. Caitlin is saying. And I said, thank you to both of you for coming, really, and for being, active in communicating with me. And, in regards to the residents in Hancock also, and yes, there's a lot of safety issues and concerns in that road. And that's why the study is going on. And one of the things also that you didn't mention was the traffic light for the signal for the Colonial Drive, which is much needed, as Caitlin said, and my resident is very difficult to go in anywhere. So thank you, because I know that will be, recommended. And all those good things that we are going to bring for Hancock Palm, which is lighting, sidewalk, which we already discussed with the developers. It would be also a better drainage. I don't know about the connection yet to, I don't know yet to Waterford Shakes, but let's see what happens there. But saying that, I want to say that I understand and I appreciate all the concerns and surrounding that my neighbors and the residents have, bring to us, and the staff that have been always available to help me and, meet with them. So, the county comprehensive plan is clear when it comes to the need and for the importance and interconnectivity among new developments. So saying that this rezoning request must be considered for consistency with comprehensive plan policies such as T3.2.1, which clearly state the county shall require developments to provide interconnected transportation streets, pedestrian, and bicycle network. That's one of the things that we're going to do. The subdivision plans surrounding this property, which provide full vehicular connections via public right-of-way, were considered and approved based on the same policies. So at this time, saying this, I will motion to approve.
Second, Uribe.
Okay. Were you finished?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So we have a motion for approval by Commissioner Gomez Cordero, second by Commissioner Uribe. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
All right. There's one no. Yeah, motion passes 5-1. Okay. All right. With that, we'll move forward at this time to the next item on our agenda. We're going to item H10, and we'll be opening this item. Mr. Sorensen, you're at bat again today.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is a future land use map amendment request as well as a rezoning. This item was continued from the September 24th board hearing. So I'll just, again, go over the highlights of the request. I did get a chance to speak to the applicant who was absent at the last hearing, and he did state that there would be a representative here today. So the request is to change the future land use from commercial to low-medium density residential and rezoning from R1A to R1 for up to 5 homes. The subject property is located in District 6. Again, currently now it is commercial, future land use. The proposed future land use would be low-medium density residential. Zoning currently is R1A, which is inconsistent with the existing commercial future land use, and the proposed zoning is R1, which would be consistent with the proposed low-medium density residential future land use. This is an aerial of the subject property, showing it on the east side of Tacoma Street. The Planning and Zoning Commission is recommending that the board make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt the low-medium density residential future land use map amendment, adopt the associated ordinance, and approve the R1 zoning, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? All right, it's coming forward. Please give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Gustavo Oliveira, address 601 Magnolia Avenue, Orlando, Florida. So we agree with the approval. We have no
Okay, all right.
concerns.
All right, then stand by for a moment then. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Scott, would you like to offer a potential motion?
I just have some questions, Mayor. EP has been out to this property and doing some action. So if you could come up and summarize your engagement with this property owner.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Miola Aganovich. I am the Program Supervisor for EPD. My address is 2808 Kinlock Drive. Okay. Just copying everyone else. So we do have a notice of noncompliance that was issued for this property for...
Hold on 1 second. I feel like, did we ask about public speakers?
Yeah, he said that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
So we do have a notice of noncompliance issued for this property for the property owner for fill in a wetland. To date, we have received some response from an environmental consultant. We've explained what permits may need to be required for the site to bring it into compliance, but since I believe September, we have not heard anything else. The deadlines have passed for the notice. And so it is about to be escalated to a notice of violation for no response with a penalty.
When you said we received some compliance from the applicant or owner, what was that response?
It was from an environmental consultant asking about what needs to be done on the property. And we gave them some information about permits to apply for wetland determination and possibly other permits if they wanted to permit the impacts.
So you spoke with them, they received the information from you, they understood what was needed, and you haven't had any follow-up from them?
Correct.
Okay, could be that. And then, I'm good with you for now.
Okay, thank
And then the applicant or his representative, can you share kind of your role and give us an update on that exchange with EPD?
Sure, I work with the, on the company with the, I do the engineering most of.
You are the engineer for who?
No, for the Daniel Hort, the applicant. I work as engineer.
You work as, I understand you're an engineer, and you're representing the applicant.
Correct, yes.
Okay, continue.
We are working with a consultant for that because there's it was done previously on the wetland. There's some, I think, concrete dumping previously before we got there. We started working with the applicant, and at this moment we're still working with them. They're getting the paperwork ready. The applicants is the owner is actually paying working with the payments and stuff like that. So, well, I don't have all the information specific for the environmental service.
What information do you have?
They're actually currently working on it. But I don't have the
Working
full
on,
detail.
you're working to bring the property?
Yeah,
into-
they're working on the mitigation also and to work on the mitigation on the property.
Do you have a timeline on that?
I don't have it with me right now, sir. No, I don't.
Okay. What was the last update that you received from the environmental, what's the name of the firm that you're contracted with to do the environmental?
Oh, actually, so I'm not handling that specifically. The owner was was actually handling that. The actually owner of the property.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Commissioner, we have questions.
I'm going to go to staff, or sorry, wait, I'm going to go to, you're good.
And we
I'm
have
gonna go to commissioners.
Commissioner Uribe and then Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Uribe.
If I could ask staff, I mean, with all due respect, I think this is a major issue that we've been seeing in the county, where people get to bring forward applications and they're not even in compliance currently, and they're violating. And so it just becomes an issue of how do we enforce and get the respect of what we're doing and what is to be held accordingly. And we're, you know, I really, and Byron, you're here, and I know John's not, but this is something we've seen consistently, where there's violations on the property and they're coming to ask for some, entitlements. Yeah, and not even, I mean, with all due respect, sir, I know they just sent you here today to just say, we agree with staff, but it's a little bit more than that. Somebody should have prepared you, because you don't have any information to provide us. And to come here and request from the commissioner, and granted, commissioner like me, we have communities that are challenged that aren't as insightful to come in and know what's going on. And, but it's our due diligence to protect those communities and also what's coming forward. And I really would love to see a measure where folks can't come forward and ask for entitlements when they have pending, and it's even worse, they're not even working with you, you just haven't even heard. I mean, it's been like, yeah, okay, violate us, whatever, we're just gonna move forward. And so I have major, major concerns approving this and going forward, knowing, it proceeds to make me think, well, how is the developmental process gonna be if we can't even to respect the code that currently exists and the violations that are present? So I just wanna, on the record, just note that. And I would love to see this moving forward so that it empowers you. We've had a couple of these situations where it's like, well, we'll just apply and oh, well, it'll all get sorted out by itself. And there should be a respect to what the staff is dealing with and what we're trying to do, especially as we are updating our codes and all that.
So, Commissioner, to that, they really are two kind of separate processes, the application for a rezoning or future land use map amendment and whatever violations there may be on the site. So really it comes down to a policy decision on how much that would influence your decision. We can do the best that we can to try to let the applicant know, look, we shouldn't take you forward at this point. You need to, satisfy whatever issues you have on your site. So we can certainly do that.
Yeah, and Jason, and I totally respect what you're saying, because one is one thing and the other is other, but it'll eventually meet its head, whether they start breaking ground and whether they move on. But it would empower you all to get, regardless of what, even if they have a code enforcement violation, like those should be respected and adhered to, because there's a community that surrounds this project that is being affected, overly by what is happening on said property, whether it's environmental, code enforcement, debris, whatever it is, you know? And I would love to see that just for the county as a policy, at least an attempt or some sort of condition that will be in compliance as this moves forward.
Yep.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I agree, because I think it's really hard to try to build a good project in a community if you're already acting in bad faith. And, you know, so to look at this and see that as part of our rezoning, we do have to make, I mean, it's a rezoning, but within that, it looks like the subject property would either be 4 or 5, depending on what happens to the wetland that's been filled in, right? So they are tied, whether it has been something that we've been able to use one of those things to evaluate the other or not. And I think that we need to use whatever tools we have to make sure people do comply with those very important environmental protections.
Yeah, and we want to make it clear in the staff report that the approval of this rezoning would not allow for the impacts to the wetland. That's a separate permit that they'd have to go through. So we do try to specify that it could be up to 4 or 5 if the wetlands are impacted, which is, again, a separate process.
Okay. And then, yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you. Jason, what engagement do you have with EPD? Do you guys talk in instances like this, or they been bringing you up to speed in terms of their engagement with the applicant?
So initially, when the case is first opened, they are one of the initial reviewers. Sometimes there are instances, I think this may be an example of one, where we don't know of certain issues until after we get those initial comments from EPD.
Okay. Miles, if you wouldn't mind bringing that image up on the screen, please. All right, so Commissioners, Mayor, if you guys will recall, this came before us about almost more than a month, less than 2. And so the property is on my bearing would be on the east side of this particular home. There are about 5 sets of homes on the west side, Dover, and what you see is a man-made drainage into they have above-ground drainage in front of their yard, so it's not under the sidewalk or underground. You see it, and so there's about 18 inches of fill dirt on the subject property. I've seen it myself. They've already impacted the wetland to the point where it's causing flooding to the homes on the western side, which is on Dover or Tacoma, and then they're impacting the 2 homes that would be situated on the south side of the property. And, you know, EPD has made numerous attempts to engage, yet as recently as a week before the storm, they were still bringing loads and loads of fill dirt. So they've already impacted the wetland. They've already started a foundation that has caused, flooding. This was one of the properties that I personally delivered sandbags to, and in the 4 instances that I visited the home, whether it was raining or not, there was flooding coming from this subject site. There are 2 sites. Like I said, you remember we had a number of residents come and oppose and said even they have been talking to the owner via text messages. So with that, can you bring back the recommended action? Miles?
But the case today is the one that they used.
Yeah, from before. And so, you know, I did the continuance to give the applicant time to come, to engage, to make adjustments. And, you know, the fact that he's not here, the fact that, you know, his representative isn't prepared to answer any questions or make any alterations, I'll make a motion for denial.
Second, Wilson.
That was really quick, Commissioner Wilson.
Quick draw, McGraw.
She was with you all the way on that one. Okay, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move forward then to item I-11. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Ms. Lindy Wolf from our Utilities Engineering Division is going to come forward and frame this item for us. And with that, Ms. Wolf, you are recognized.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. We're here. We're back here with you all for our septic tank work group request to adopt the ordinance, Chapter 37 ordinance. We were last here in August. We went to all of our stakeholders. We got recommendations of approval, and so we're here to request adoption. So I'll go over our outline, our background of our work group, recap of our recommendations, the Chapter 37 ordinance. There was one change since we were here last, clarification change. I'll show you that, as well as I'll go over all of our stakeholder feedback we got since we were here in August, summary and requested action. So as you know, the county identified the need to protect our water resources from excessive nutrient loading from conventional septic systems. Septic systems are one of the largest sources of nutrients in our water bodies, and excess nutrients can cause an overabundance of algae. Our county's water resources are vast, with lakes, rivers, outstanding Florida springs and water, wild and scenic river, and we want to protect those. So we've looked through our work group, we've looked at these different ways to treat our wastewater. Conventional septic can provide effective wastewater treatment in the right locations and densities. However, enhanced septic does provide higher nutrient removal than the conventional and could be used in those nutrient vulnerable areas. And then, of course, connection to central sewer is the best solution, and mandatory when it is available. So we created the work group to protect our water resources. We've got multiple county departments, and they're represented here in the audience, and DOH as well worked with us throughout this process with objectives to address the appropriate use of conventional septic in the county, identify those areas that are outside of the PFA that are most vulnerable, and to propose policy changes to provide protections for those most vulnerable areas from the nutrient loading from conventional. So before we started the work group, there was an existing legislation for the Wekiwa and Rock Springs Basin Management Action Plan, the priority focus area. It's shown in the purple outline up on the northwest portion of the county. This was effective May 21 and requires enhanced septic systems for new development on lots less than 1 acre. They also have, for existing systems, an upgrade or connection to sewer requirement that will be enforced in the future in that area. While we were working on this work group, another rulemaking came out last year, House Bill 1379, that covers what's shown in this map are all the BMAPs and PRPs in Orange County. And those also, similar to the PFA, are now required to have enhanced septic for new development on lots less than or equal to 1 acre. That area is a pretty large area of the county. It covers 80% of the urban service area of Orange County. That was effective last summer, and unlike the PFA, there's no existing septic system requirements for those areas. So we looked at outside of the Wekiwa PFA and did our groundwater vulnerability assessment, and we identified these PVAs. The blue are the Orange County priority vulnerability areas. These are overlaid on top of the BMAPs. You can see about 70% of them are in a BMAP or PRP, which has protections by the state for the enhanced septic already. So we've done lots of outreach the last couple of years, and these are some of the tools we've provided to the public with websites and email addresses that we monitor. We also, the last couple of years, have gone out to different associations, to their meetings. We've had webinars. We've gone to advisory boards, and we got a lot of good feedback and support from these groups. And then just, this is the overall BCC work sessions we've done here. We've had 8. The overall introduction back in 2022, 4 subgroup work sessions the same year, and then the GVA was presented last year. And then finally this year we had 2 presenting our recommendations and the draft ordinance. And so the policies are the same that you've seen before. We've not changed those since our last meeting. These are policies for new development in the vulnerable areas. So it only affects the PFA and the PVAs for new development. The first one is the sewer connection requirement for the flows up to 2 equivalent residential units. the requirement would be to connect to a force main rather than just a gravity. So it's gravity or force main. And we are implementing that, we will be implementing that through our current plan review process. So we'll be checking for the location if it's in the vulnerable area. The second one is for higher flows, and this would be increasing the distance to extend the pipeline from 100 feet to 600 feet for those new developments that are more than 2 equivalent residential units. And again, that would be incorporated into our staff review process for vulnerable areas. Then the final recommendation for new development is the enhanced septic. This would be 2 subsets. The first one being Orange County PVAs, basically the areas that are not already covered by the BMAP. We would be enforcing, requiring enhanced septic on those similar to the BMAPs, as well as countywide for any systems that don't meet our current requirement for 150-foot setback. And again, we'll incorporate this into our current review process, and we're already reviewing for setbacks. And existing systems, again, no proposed policy changes. We're going to keep doing what we're doing in the Wekiwa PFA. We have our septic to sewer projects and our septic upgrade incentive program. And we'll expand to the Orange County PVAs when we can, when there's funding available. This just summarizes all those policy recommendations. The first 2 in the new development in vulnerable areas that we discussed regarding sewer connection and enhanced septic. And then again, existing, we'll continue doing what we're doing and expand when we can. So the draft Chapter 37 ordinance, we only had one change from the last time we presented it. So this is a new section in the, a new definition in the code for Orange County PVAs. The yellow, you saw this last time. The green is what's new. And so we're just clarifying the description of the PVA includes a 150-foot buffer. That's part of the groundwater vulnerability assessment. And also we're clarifying the intent, to meet the intent that we are consistent with the BMAPs regarding the land size. So we added the 1 acre or less that are partially within the boundary shall be included. So those are the clarification changes that we made to the ordinance, and you should have that complete ordinance in your backup. And so we went to the stakeholders after getting your consent, to move forward with the ordinance. So we spent the last 2 months at these meetings, and we got recommendation of approval from all of these different boards, the DAB, the SAB, EPC, Planning and Zoning, and the Sustainability Advisory Board provided a statement of endorsement that you should also have that in your packet. So we did get recommendation of approval, but along with that, the Development Advisory Board had requested consideration of an exemption for affordable housing single-family residential lots, basically to not require that extra cost for the enhanced septic in those vulnerable areas or the sewer connection in the vulnerable areas. And so we looked at the approximate cost and the cost difference for a single-family lot. The conventional septic system is about $15,000 capital cost. The enhanced system is about a $10,000 increase in capital, and the grinder pump station with the force main connection would be about a $15,000 increase. And that $15,000 includes the wastewater capital charge. These other systems, the enhanced septic and the force main connection, would also require, as you see, annual operation maintenance fees or utility bill for the sewer connection. So with that recommendation, we would like to say, in lieu of the exemption, the board could fund the increased capital costs. It's about $10,000 difference between the conventional and the other 2 systems for the construction cost, capital cost. The existing ordinance already includes a discount for the wastewater capital charges for those that connect to sewer. And so we also did some analysis, and we estimate a limited number of parcels, only 10 that would benefit from this funding that would be affected by the ordinance. And so we have a staff recommendation to establish a grant program to cover the increased capital costs of certified affordable single-family homes affected by the ordinance with the following sources. So the Affordable Housing Trust Fund would cover the increased construction costs, and utilities would cover the wastewater capital charges for those that are required to connect to sewer. And so in summary, the work group was created to protect our water resources. The state identified vulnerable areas. We also identified areas outside of the Wekiwa in Orange County that are most vulnerable, the PVAs. We recommend enhanced septic and more stringent sewer connection requirements in those vulnerable areas. And the recommendations address our goal to protect the water resources. The draft ordinance was presented, recommended by the various stakeholders. And as mentioned before, the ordinance effective date will be March 1st, 2025. So we have the requested action today is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and adopt an ordinance amending and creating certain provisions of the Orange County Code, Chapter 37, Article 17, known as the Orange County Individual On-Site Sewage Disposal System, OSDS ordinance, and providing an effective date and authorize staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener's errors, and direct staff to develop a grant program from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to cover the increased capital costs of certified affordable single-family homes affected by this ordinance.
All right.
Yep, that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very promising program to help reduce the cost of affordable housing for some in our community. And this is an administrative item, so we don't have an applicant, but this has been driven primarily by county administration. But I will open it up for any public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time, Mr. Theo Mueller?
We do have one speaker card for this item, Mayor.
All right.
Dominique Buhat.
All right. You're welcome to come forward to the mic. And as you're coming forward, you have a couple of minutes. Just remember to give us your name and your address if you don't mind.
Hello, Mayor. I'm Dominique Buhat, Commissioners. Thank you for the invitation. I am a member of ORA, Governmental Affairs Committee, and I've been very outspoken, and I was actually a reference for FAR, for the Association of Association Real Estate Agent, and I'm working on this type of program for the last 23 years, 25 years. I went to Tallahassee many times. He started with Mayor Crowley at that time, Richard Crowley, and what I wanted to say is they did a lot of effort to improve the language. I participated to some of a conference online, and I've been very confused, and they addressed my concern, the concern of a resident and basically of homeowner associations. And the cost is a bit off when we talk about cost of this system. When we say $800 to $1,000, well, I'm a master contractor. You are more in the $1,500. You are more in the $100, $225 a month. The issue I have, and I want to confirm, is originally they planned to have different level of treatment. They used to have performance-based system, secondary performance-based system. They had, and we have a program, a protocol called NSF 245. So is it my understanding that it will be only NSF 245 and no more confusion for the improvement, or you still have, according to the level of vulnerability, different technology that you want to impose?
Okay, just let me just try to manage this time. Do you have other questions? Because you have about 30, 40 seconds left.
No, it's my main question, because that will simplify the whole project. It will simplify with DOH, who is gone now. We have a big chat in the back room over there, and it will simplify, because when you have one technology, one protocol that is NSF 245, that simplify for DOH standpoint on the permit level, for contractors installation level, and maintenance also requirements. So, and setback issues. So I wanted to be sure that that was one of our main concerns, that we simplify. So that's my question.
Okay, I just want to make sure you got your full question out before your time ran out. All right, now we'll let her address your question.
Yeah, our requirement matches the state's requirement for the 65% reduction. And so the NS 245, anything on that list would meet. Also, the INRBs and the performance-based treatment systems, any of those that would meet 65% reduction are all, would be acceptable. Anything that meets the FDEP's requirement. Yes.
All right. Do we have any other speakers? Just double checking.
We have no more speaker cards for this item,
All right.
Mayor.
Then we'll close the public hearing portion of this. We'll go to our commissioners. Commissioner Wilson?
Not a question, just a comment. Thank you. I know this is a lot, and I think, it just feels like right direction, language fixed, all good. So that was pretty much it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, you see the requested action. I'll move the requested action.
Second, Wilson.
All right, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous of those of us present for the vote.
Right.
Thank
Thank
Ms.
you all
Wolf.
very much.
All right. We're going to go to the next item on our agenda, and this is item I-12. And I-12, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Scott Scraven is coming forward, Deputy Director of Planning and Environmental and Development Services is going to frame this item. It's an administrative item brought forward also by County Administration. With that, Mr. Scraven, you are recognized.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Commissioners. We are here today for this public hearing on the impact fees for additions to residential homes. I have a small outline, the background, the ordinance review, a summary, and the action requested. So the last updates for the school and transportation impact fees occurred in 2021, and at that time they introduced tiering to the assessments for equity. And this was basically the size of the home drives the assessment rate. But traditionally, we did not receive those in the impact fee office because they were a flat fee. So this were not routed to us when this change occurred. So the impact fee office identified that oversight in November 2023. The routing commenced. We started doing those assessments, which led to upset customers. These are existing homeowners that were adding on to their homes. They became concerned with these new impact fees. So we held a work session September 10th. In that work session, I provided an analysis of the permits that we missed and some example cases. We looked at some data on the applications that we were receiving to try to understand what the market is requesting. We found that the average addition was at 885 square feet. We also looked at where there's current exemptions to impact fees, and this is on accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. These can be up to 1,000 square feet, and they don't pay any impact fees. We also looked at the benefit of residential additions in the current housing market. We know that the interest rates are high, the housing costs are high, so a lot of people traditionally would just buy a new home if they needed more space, but people are limited today. So we want to be able to support aging in place, multi-generational housing, and mobility modifications such as adding an ADA bathroom onto your house. We also reached out to the local governments for feedback on the school impact fees. So we reached out to the school board and the cities, and we also sent them the ordinance update, and we received no new issues from them. The school board still does not want to issue refunds, so if we do adopt that portion, the county will have to cover that. There was a staff recommendation at the work session was to exempt the first 800 square feet. We also recommended to adopt an ordinance update through the public hearing, which we're here for today. We look to reduce fees for affected active permits, so anything going through the permitting process that has an assessed fee. If this is adopted, we would lower those fees. We would provide refunds as appropriate, and then we have to waive unassessed missed permits that are over the exemption limit. So during the board discussion, there was consensus to increase the exemption to 1,000 square feet. There was also discussion to make the exemption effective date retroactive to 2021. That way we could resolve all the missed permits that we missed from 2021 through 2023. Also to refund the permits for fees for those exemptions. And I've got the dollar amounts for school impact fees. We collected $60,432, and we collected $86,794.74 in transportation impact fees. We discussed at the time that we would send out a letter if the board adopts this ordinance to allow the folks that paid those fees to know that they can request a refund from us. So the board provided direction to advance an ordinance to exempt the first 1,000 square feet of an addition. So we also looked at the number of permits. These are all the residential additions that came in since 2021. We see the blue bars are everything under 1,000 square feet, and the yellow bars are over 1,000 square feet. So 77% of all the permits would be captured by the 1,000 square foot threshold. We also looked at the items that we would have to write off. So these are permits that are above 1,000 square feet that would have been assessed a fee that we missed. So we had 14 permits for schools at $17,612, and 12 permits for transportation, $20,846 and 31 cents. So now the ordinance review, this is based on the 1018 draft. We have 4 sections, and I'll walk through those. Section 1 are just the amendments in general. Section 2 is amendment to Section 23-98. This provides a new 15th exemption that would exempt for transportation up to 1,000 square feet for residential additions. And it also adds in a period from the December 5th original adoption through today where we could provide refunds if they submit that application. We'll give a 6-month period to provide those requests. Section 3 is amendment to Section 23-161. This provides a new 10th exemption for the school impact fees. That would be the same for residential additions up to 1,000 square feet. And for this period, it would be April 2nd, 2021 through November 19th, today, for anybody that paid those impact fees that would want to request a refund. And again, they would have a 6-month period. Section 4, the effective date would be pursuant to general law. So in summary, the assessment hearing was adopted in 2021 with the school and transportation impact fee updates. At that time, we overlooked that and were not routed to the impact fee office. That was corrected in November of 2023. That led to the discussions leading to the work session that was held on September 10th. At that work session, we presented the analysis of the permits that were missed. Board provided direction to advance a public hearing for a 1,000 square foot exemption. Refunds for permits paid under the exemption amount would be offered. And then we would write off the missed permits for greater than 1,000 square feet. So the action requested is to make finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, approval of the draft ordinance, approval to write off the unassessed school and transportation impact fees, and authorization to correct any Scribner's errors. So with that, Mayor, staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scraven. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. With that, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. And there's the action before us. Any motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe. Second, Gomez.
I don't know who the second is. Commissioner Moore is the second. Motion by Commissioner Uribe, seconded by Commissioner Moore. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous of those of us who are present. And now we'll move to the next item, which is a work session. Mr. Alberto Vargas. Oh, there he is. All right. We'll be framing this item as an update regarding Vision 2050 and Orange Code. No action is being requested today, but we just want to give you an update of where we are. There's been numerous meetings with different stakeholders within the community, including the school district, and Alberto will update us on that. With that, you're recognized.
Mayor, thank you, and good evening to the board. This presentation today, the work session, is the second of 3 before we enter the roadway of landing through the plane of the adoption of Vision 2050 and Orange Code. This presentation is 3 parts. As you remember, Mayor, back in September, we started with the first one, which framed all the outstanding items. It was decided and recommended that we frame 2 of the ones that came out of the white paper in the topic of transportation and stormwater. So with that, you see the outline on the screen. I will be doing a general introduction, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Brian Sanders, who will go into the details of the policy framework. And then he will be turning it over to Mr. Brett Blackadar, who will expand on the policies that exist within the comprehensive plan as it relates to stormwater management. So I'm going to go ahead and get started just to frame the general introduction of what Vision 2050 is as a general question. And Vision 2050, Mayor and Commissioners, is the comprehensive plan for Orange County, the one that has been already transmitted, and we have received no comments from the state as it works its way through adoption. It emphasizes on sustainable development and smart growth. As a matter of fact, the actual comprehensive plan introduces best practices as it relates to smart growth. And it also expands on equitable distribution of the resources as it relates to infrastructure as well. Creates a balanced approach towards urban growth in ways that we have not experienced in the past 32 years since 1991 when the comprehensive plan was adopted in the county, urban in character, much more directed towards a certain area to concentrate that growth. It integrates land uses differently than we have experienced in the past as well, either horizontal or vertically. And it also balances the approach towards transportation and housing and the environment for the purpose of environmental protection. What Vision 2050 is not, however, it is not short-term. It is a long-term planning horizon, 25 years in the making. It is not an action plan document. Action plan documents live within Vision 2050. One example is Housing for All. It's been integrated into the vision plan, into the comprehensive plan, and it guides development and improvements not to be oriented towards just automobile dependency. It's not car-centric, and it's not limited only when we speak about infrastructure improvements to just road expansions. In terms of the focus topic of this evening, which is transportation, as an element and as a chapter in Vision 2050, it is one in Chapter 7 of the document itself. It seeks to create a balanced, sustainable transportation system that enhances mobility, safety, and reduces environmental impacts as we implement over the next 25 years infill and redevelopment, and supports economic growth in that matter. It advocates for a comprehensive and resilient multimodal transportation future for the county, and it has several goals in the comprehensive plan that focus on promoting sustainable mobility, multimodal options, similar to what we have been discussing earlier in the day today regarding transit. Also, walkability and biking as alternatives to modes to dependability on the automobile, reducing greenhouse emissions, and building resilient infrastructure with very strong key strategies that include expanding public transit and improving connectivity and interconnectivity, very common topics in today's board hearings as well, using smart growth technology and supporting transit-oriented development in areas that are suitable for that, in terms of pedestrian-friendly communities, which will be the result of the growth implementation. We also wanted to introduce today's work session to remind the board of what we discussed and was also highlighted during the September work session, which had to do with concerns related to transportation impacts resulting from increased densities within the targeted sector, which is that area where growth is being directed. As a matter of fact, if we anticipate 500,000 people in the next 25 years, approximately 177,000 of those new residents will be directed within this general area that we understand is the targeted sector. Just that translates to just over 70,000 units. So we need to plan together, anticipate growth, areas that will evolve and transform from their existing single use. Vision 2050 transportation goals as it relates to that emphasize in greater shift from, again, reducing the dependency on automobile and focusing on creating and increasing the multimodal transportation opportunities in those particular areas for a much more integrated character within those new communities that will have mixed uses, mixed incomes, and for the purpose of creating vibrant places. We also heard about the need to have a transportation plan, long-range transportation plan for Vision 2050. It is required to have a Vision 2050 LRTP as part of the adoption of this particular comprehensive plan. It is anticipated, and it will happen. As a matter of fact, it will be adopted through the county's long-term transportation impact program. It will have a map identified as Map 1 in the transportation map series, and the 5-year capital improvement program. State transportation projects will be identified as part of that, as well as other projects of infrastructure that are county governed and in terms of improvement projects within throughout the entire county. So, and Brian will expand quite a bit of into the details of that. We also heard, and it was brought up again on September 10th, about concerns regarding stormwater impacts resulting from increased densities in areas that are maintained within existing neighborhoods, those historic neighborhoods that anticipate growth either within them or in the surrounding areas. Vision 2050 and Mr. Blackadar will expand quite a bit about in the policies and all the work that has been taking place in the last several years regarding what is in Vision 2050 and what is in the current comprehensive plan as it relates to those policies that require new developments to evaluate their impacts of stormwater systems before any approval is granted for new development. That controls the peak discharge rates to mitigate stormwater runoff and avoid further risk of flood within developed areas. To protect also the integrity of existing improvements related to infrastructure and all roadways as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Brian Sanders, who's going to go into the policy framework of the transportation chapter.
Good evening, Board, Mayor. Here to talk about the transportation element. The county has approved, the board has approved the transportation element underneath the comprehensive plan. It has amended it from time to time. And the goals and policies framework anticipates a safe, a comfortable, and environmentally sensitive approach to delivering a multimodal transportation network for all users. The element also considers the network's ability to function at acceptable levels of service as well. And that is done under the watchful eye of the concurrency management system that we have that monitors and mitigates transportation deficiencies. And finally, the element informs the board and the public of the future infrastructure needs of the county, and it illustrates the amount of funding that is necessary to deliver a financially feasible transportation plan. So the general principles behind a multimodal transportation network are centered around safety and comfort for all users. The board has committed to Vision Zero and the Safe Systems approach to delivering projects, and it's all focused on driving fatalities and serious injuries down to zero. The board has also adopted complete streets and a context-sensitive approach to the transportation investments that we deliver also. In maintaining a positive transportation level of service and quality of service is critical to ensure the safety of all of our users in the multimodal corridors. And in most of our transportation facilities are measured on a level of service by the automobile only. And the transportation element allows the board to set quality of standards for all the other modes of transportation within those corridors as well, for bicycles, for pedestrians and transit. The board has approved a collection of fees from a variety of sources that help fund the transportation projects in the long-range transportation plan. The transportation element also encourages the board to pursue additional funding sources to help mitigate the level of service challenges that we have on our roadway corridors. We also conduct a fiscal exercise to look at the capacity projects and other transportation projects within a 5-year period, and we look at the amount of funding that we have in order to do that, and we publish a 5-year roadway capital improvement program. The state of Florida rendered concurrency management systems optional after 2011, and our board wisely retained the concurrency management system that we have because it continuously monitors the health of our collector and arterial roadway network, and it imposes mitigation fees through proportionate share agreements that you see regularly. And that's also an indicator of the health of a transportation network. Backlog roadways in the CMS system can be alleviated through capacity improvement projects, and the constrained corridors within that system can benefit from multimodal improvements as well as transit improvements. And the funding that we collect can go to that. Now, in terms of the long-range transportation plan, the tools and processes that I just described help develop the recently approved 2030 LRTP. We are required by Florida statute to provide that to the state for their approval. And the program is developed based on the population projections that we have, future land use maps, and the committed and planned funding that is available. It's a financial feasible, needs to be financially feasible program. In this plan, we also designated partnership projects. We loaded those in the high growth areas of the county to allow development to help finance those projects well in advance of when the county would have accumulated enough funds to build those projects. Also, roadway capacity projects address the backlogs and meet the adopted levels of service. And in those constrained areas, we have to rely on multimodal projects, as I mentioned. We also showed the high-capacity transit projects that have been vetted by links on the map to help guide and inform where the high-density development projects should go. Moving forward. As we look forward to 2050, we need to make sure that it will accommodate the population growth expected in 2050. That's nearly 500,000 people are planned to show up. We have taken the partnership roadways classification off the map. We've just converted that to planned county roadways. We'll deal with them the same way we did with the partnership roadways and roadway agreements and that sort that we've used like in the Horizon West area. The capacity projects will take care of the backlog, the constrained corridors. We will be seeking more complete street projects, having to rely on more bike ped improvements as well as additional transit investments. And we look to links to fulfill that, the transit investment, to help our travel needs. In terms of the modeling, we've taken the modeling impacts of the place types and plugged those into the traffic analysis zones, which is shown on the first map. We've connected all of that. The police types have been assigned to those zones. This is a big supply and demand model, and so the demand is the population and the employment centers, the socioeconomic data, and the supply is the capacity of our transportation network. And when you run those, you see the deficiencies that happen throughout the model. Now, we also looked at comparing the existing future land uses to year 2050 with Vision 2050. And we saw that, of course, there's going to be a lot more constrained projects, a lot more backlog projects. And we saw comparable results from looking at the existing land uses versus Vision 2050 place types. And in fact, we saw some efficiencies by using the Vision 2050 place types. The measures of effectiveness that we looked at and compared between the existing land use and the Vision 2050 are shown in the top chart. We looked at vehicle hours traveled and the congested time during those trips on a countywide basis. And as you can see, the orange bar, that is Vision 2050 place types when we used to model that. There's some efficiencies that we saw there. So it's really not a Vision 2050 place type issue. It's the population that's going to show up, the 500,000 people that really stun the model. And then we broke it down even deeper when we looked at the individual place type performance and the vehicle hours traveled, and in each case we saw improvements except for the targeted area. And to remind you that the 41% of the population is going to show up in that sector. And we know that transit investment is going to be key in those constrained areas, and that will help trim that difference down quite a bit. I'm just going to run through what the model showed us visually as we projected into 2050 in the deficient segments. So countywide, 554 miles are anticipated to be failing. That's about half of the collector and arterial roadways in the county. Now that represents not only our roadways, but DOT's roadways, the toll roads, et cetera, municipalities. Just about half of those roads are ours. All right, those are going to be our failing roads to deal with. About half of those, we're able to add capacity. They're not constrained. And the other half are constrained. We're going to have to lean on more transit, more high-quality transit, and multimodal improvements in those corridors. And then there was a small percentage of 27 miles of segments that partially constrained, partially backlogged, where we could widen some, but we have a strategy for that. Now, when we enumerate the cost of our deficiencies, the 159 miles of backlogged roads represents about $3.73 billion. The 106 miles of constrained roadways, $0.61 billion. And the combined roadway, the 27 miles, about $0.966 billion. So overall, we're looking at a $5.31 billion deficit in roadway infrastructure. And we added a chart on the side here that kind of gives a comparison between the cost differential between widening a corridor by lane and improving constrained roadways. In the smaller lane roadways, it's a factor of about 6.5. In terms of revenue sources, our annual budget allows about $100 million per year for these capital projects that we've been producing. As we project out 25 years, that enumerates to $2.5 billion. So when you look at our deficiencies versus our supply of funding, we only supply about 47% of our deficiencies. And that's, we max out our development credit card every month, yet we're only paying the minimum payment necessary. In terms of developing the 2050 long-range transportation plan, with the current revenue sources, will not be financially feasible. Will not be able to meet the level of service for the growing needs of the population that's going to show up. Complete street projects are costly also. Right now, we don't have a program for that, all right? So that's a new cost. That's an additional cost to what we're doing. Impact fees are not raising enough funding, and they can't be used for maintenance. And inflationary factors have created high costs for maintenance and construction over our very large transportation network. The results confirm it's a 2050 population issue, not Vision 2050. So I created a table. The lower left shows the $100 million in the sources of funding. That's about $2.5 billion over 25 years. The board has a policy right on the top. It talks about pursuing additional funding sources to mitigate our level of service and capacity issues. I've also added a column of potential revenue sources that we've looked at before. We're going to look at them again today. They're in order of how much they produce. The 9th cent gas tax produces $7 million. That can be done through a local ordinance, an extraordinary vote. It's not shared with anybody else. The rent-a-car surcharge produces $27 million. That requires a legislative change. The 5-cent fuel tax can be done through a local ordinance. It raises $32 million per year. That one we would need to share with municipalities. And then the next two, we start to enter into that Goldilocks zone of financial feasibility. The next one's ad valorem, very unpopular. It's not shared by the tourists that show up, the 80 million, the 100 million in the future that show up. And then the sales tax can be done through local ordinance, a referendum, and we would share a portion of that with the municipalities. So in summary, the results confirm it's a population issue, not the place types and how we organize them in the county. The current funding is inadequate. We do need a guaranteed funding stream. We're going to have to lean on ped bike and transit facilities to support the place types, as well as our Vision Zero action plan. A lot of those projects will be taken care of through this. And the 2050 LRTP is only financially feasible through additional revenue sources. So our next steps, we're going to enter into an impact fee study and ordinance this coming year based on the latest construction costs and ITE. Implementation of Vision 2050 is planned in June of 2025. We need to prepare for that. We're updating our CMS system to reflect context classification-based roadway. And our future steps, we're going to continue to produce our 5-year capital improvement program. We'll continue to try to update the LRTP, and we'll continue to investigate additional potential revenue sources. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brett.
Thank you, Brian, and good afternoon, commissioners. Try to make this pretty, we're still, I guess we're past afternoon. It's dark out, so. We're going to make this trip pretty brief today. Talk about some of the stormwater sessions that we presented to you, kind of summarize those over the last year and a half. We'll talk about what's in Vision 2050, many of what was already in the comprehensive plan. And we'll talk about a little next steps, what we're doing with stormwater, and we'll relate those back to what's in the comprehensive plan. So as you probably remember, we came to you in 2003 in May with 2 very comprehensive work sessions. We had multiple speakers from multiple departments and divisions. And then we came back in June of this year with an update on the work that we started. So when we started on that May 2nd, we started with an overview of really the storms that happened in 2022, primarily Hurricane Ian. And we went through very comprehensively our entire current stormwater management system and everything touches that. And if you remember, when we reported back on the Ian, much of the systems that were built since 2000 were in good shape after Ian. They did not have significant flooding. Most of the flooding occurred on that older infrastructure, especially ones that were in the floodplain. So then we went to the second work session in May, and we started to look at the future, and particularly, are there changes related to climate change or rainfall intensity that will affect how we do stormwater management in the future? And we looked at our current master basin studies that we're updating and changes that we're doing with those studies. And then we also looked at innovations, the real-time flood forecasting, integrated water resource solutions, and we spent a lot of time talking about that stormwater fee because we have it on the books, but we have not implemented it. And compared to other jurisdictions, we have a lower amount of funding on stormwater than ones that are comparable our size. So we started looking into that. This year in June, we gave you an update on what we're working on. We're well into the rainfall intensity studies. We're well into the stormwater fee study, and we've implemented a portion of the rainfall, our real-time flood forecasting. And if you remember, we also approved our low-impact development manual at that same meeting as well. So we're going to talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan and what's in there. And there are several chapters which include stormwater. The two primary ones that include stormwater are Chapter 5 and 9. And you see that there's a policy in Chapter 5 on surface water protection and stormwater runoff. 9 includes a section on stormwater management and water resource conservation. So those are the main ones, but there are many other sections scattered throughout the entire comprehensive plan. So some of the main goals and objectives, if you look at goal SM1, the two things that it talks about really are the primary purpose of stormwater, flood protection, and stormwater pollution prevention. Those are two. But you also see we have sustainable and resilient development. We have stormwater in the Wekiva study area. And then we have technology and sustainability also in goal T3. So those are some of the key key objectives in the comprehensive plan. And then what we did is we took the summary from the presentation that we did in June of this year. If you remember, Julie Bortles was up here, and this was one of the summary slides. And these are everything we're working on, what's planned, started, or completed. And then we kind of attached each of them to one of those groups we mentioned in the Vision 2050. So the point is what we're working on is all related to elements of the comprehensive plan. We're continuing to work on that. We're continuing to address the different initiatives and goals that are in the comp plan. And we'll be back to you. I think we have it scheduled now for the April 22nd meeting tentatively. And we'll be presenting that final stormwater utility fee study. I say final, it's phase 1. We'll be asking for guidance from the board at the end of that study to whether or not to move forward. And we'll also be bringing that rainfall intensity study results. We have a very comprehensive analysis that's been done on that we'd like to bring to the board at that same meeting. So those are the two next steps. And with that, I will turn it back over to Alberto.
Thank you, Brett. And fiscal sustainability analysis tool has already been an item that we have had the opportunity to brief you on. Just wanted to display it here to remind the board of the scope, which is a two-part scope. One would take into considerations the entire framework of Vision 2050 and run scenarios and projections for fiscal effects of the vision plan. That will be a delivery that we will be able to evaluate and get presentations on. And then we also have the creation of the development evaluator tool, which is going to be the leave behind, if you would, of this initiative, which will help us present to the board and any other recommending boards, local planning agency included, the results of any application that takes place within the confines and the parameters of the policy. The policy is consistent with the existing policy in the comprehensive plan, and the policy transmitted in Vision 2050 is consistent in terms of the language. Applicability of the tool itself, it would be for any projects that recommend an expansion of the urban service area, any projects within rural settlements, and any projects that happens to be outside the urban service area in the rural service area. So this is the policy that was transmitted to the state back in July of last year. And earlier this month, with the charter amendment and the vote of the electorate, what that has been able to accomplish is a targeted date of October of next year, 2025, to have the tool in place. The rest of the language of the policy itself is consistent in terms of when the tool would be used in terms of results that would accompany a staff report going in front of the board. So I will close the work session with the adoption timeline. We're here today. Anticipate the last of the 3 BCC work sessions to take place December 17th with a summary of all the changes in the comprehensive plan, both text and map amendments coming back to you to review during that work session. We also have a check-in with the Department of Commerce later that month, maybe a day or so after the work session with you. If that will give us some guidance whether or not the comprehensive plan, Vision 2050, needs to be retransmitted to the state. And if that's the case, we would be going in front of the local planning agency in January, coming back to you with a recommendation in February, the end of February. And then the adoption public hearings will start in the month of April, third Thursday of April, would be going in front of the local planning agency and PCC with a first hearing for one of 2 for the purpose of adoption of Orange Code, implementing Vision 2050. That would be in May. And the second public hearing for that purpose would be in June, along with the final adoption of Vision 2050 as a public hearing. That is the timeline that you have already seen as part of the briefings as well. That concludes our presentation, Mayor and Commissioners. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Alberto. There are questions or comments by members of the board. We'll start with Commissioner Moore, followed by Commissioner Wilson, and then Commissioner Uribe have indicated a desire to speak, and now Commissioner Bonilla. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Okay. Thank you, Alberto. I think there's one piece that there's a disconnect with our community that what I see on social media regularly, they think we can solve all the problems by turning down every development and tell everybody to turn back when they hit the county line. And so what do you recommend we say to people with these projections of another 500,000 people? I'm sort of at a loss of what to say. So that's my first question to you. And then I've been exploring, and I went to a conference this last week, and I've already heard about it once with some experts on tactical urbanism, and I was curious, and I mentioned to Brett earlier in the hallway, if that might be some lower cost ways for us to deal with the safety issues. I know we're talking complete streets, and all of our dollars at this point are mainly going to safety projects and not capacity projects. I mean, I know that's been the priority with Vision Zero, but I was curious if the tactical urbanism would be a solution. And then I'm concerned about their, transportation department, because we're just always so short-staffed. And I know with the sidewalk program, where we've contracted out, that has gone beautifully. You just have to weather all the people who hate it, and then as soon as they're in, they love it, and then they tell you they were wrong. I've had that over and over and over. And like, oh, our neighborhood looks so wonderful now. Yes, I wish you'd believed me about 6 months earlier. But nevertheless. And so I'd be willing to look at some of those short-term options for funding, because we keep putting them off, and then we never get the sales tax passed, yet we had some other lower dollar. Some of those amounts there would at least get some of these projects going, because we just don't have the money. So my main question is, how do we explain to people growth and this conundrum? And I would really hate Brian Sanders' job. Don't quit after my spiel. I mean, plan, but if you don't have any money, it becomes a useless exercise. And so I think, again, we've got to find better ways to reach our public to put all of this together in a helpful way.
So, Commissioner, the response to the question of growth is simply it's unavoidable. It's happening. It will happen. We are a desirable county, premier county in the state of Florida. Great things happen today. Historically, great things have happened in Orange County, and we're halfway there in terms of planning for future growth as we have transmitted what we consider to be a fairly complete, sustainable, healthy vision plan for Orange County. Unavoidable, we cannot stop growth. The best thing we can do is learn from the mistakes of the past and do things differently, as we have already realized that continue to plan and conduct business the way that we have been conducting business in Orange County for the last 32 years with the growth that's coming our way is simply unsustainable. So you have helped us enhance the plan that has already been transmitted to the state of Florida. Those residents that continue to anticipate perhaps very light level changes on those rural neighborhoods, in the suburban neighborhoods, some changes but not drastic changes, would help appease some of their concerns. But in the areas that is anticipated for growth to take place in the targeted sector, 41% or 42% of the projected growth, areas that will transform, evolve, and grow from what they are right now. Single uses are no longer part of the formula of Vision 2050. We need to continue to do the best job that we can to educate not only staff for how to review projects according to the policies in the comprehensive plan. Great recommendations today as part of the board hearings, but also to continue in the future to better understand that very different land development code that continues to implement in a very predictable manner, no longer an element of surprise because it was not expected in their backyard. So hopefully we will continue to do the best we can collectively with in every area of the county that is very different planned-wise than we have been planning in the past. No longer a one-size-fits-all, Commissioner. In terms of tactical urbanism is a great tool to make things happen very quickly. It's temporary. It's temporary, and it could be a test for perhaps a much more permanent condition that could be an incremental change for the character of a crosswalk, for a character of certain lanes that may introduce elements to reduce traffic impacts, or even areas that have on-street parking that could introduce people's places, such as parklets and things like that. Temporarily to test, how the effect of changes. The beauty about Vision 2050 is that it takes one particular area of planning, which was moving cars, consistent with the topic of the discussion today, corridors, and it's turned it into a land use. We have urban corridors, we have suburban corridors, we have main streets. And within those, there are different types of tactical urbanism approaches that could be implemented.
And the one, I'll leave you with this because of time, but with FDOT on State Road 436, they had presented to us initially a wonderful idea to take a lane out and have it be a complete bike lane and really deal with my pedestrian issues. And then they had a community meeting and basically said they were cutting all of that from the project. And then I would have had a perfect corridor that I could have done that all the way down from basically the Seminole County line through downtown Apopka. And they're saying now that we have to fund that. Well, we don't have the money to fund what we need to fund now. So funding issues, I think, are going to continue to haunt us on all of these plans if we don't address the funding as a community. And thank you for your work on this. I'm glad you were still aspirational, not worrying about that. But, I want to see your plan come to pass, and we have to have the funding.
It's your plan.
Commissioner Wilson.
So I may be a terminal optimist, but I do believe that built into Vision 2050 as the goals are laid out, that there will be efficiencies. I know for a fact we cannot pave our way out of this. And so the hope is that we create these place types that then allow for the types of mobility that when is needed, we have options. When it's not, we've got everything in a more localized area. I think my two quick questions are, so looking at the slide, I think it's on 31, and Brian, this might be for you. It says updating CMS to reflect context classifications and roadway capacities. And because I think that for me, I have long been troubled by the idea that we have new roads. These aren't old roads. These are new roads where we knew that there was going to be residential here and a school there, but we still managed to throw out 6 lanes, 2 turn lanes. And then we're like, it's okay. We'll just have the kids walk down a mile, cross there, and then come back up because that's the safest way to send them. And then we wonder when things go wrong. Does this address that? And how do we make sure that that capacity thing takes second place to the context, right, for safety?
Right. So we're in the process of converting the CMS over to the context classification basis, and it looks at the surrounding area as part of the determination of the level of service of that corridor. Now that needs to continuously be updated because those corridors change. Far too many times we have a high-speed road, and then development comes in, and there's a big lag in the adjustments that we make, slowing the traffic down based off the character of the corridor. So, that all fits in together.
Well, I guess I mean, just the proposition of letting capacity mandate just concerns me because, quite frankly, some of these failing roadways, my thought when I look at them is we cannot go wider because we're going to really make more islands out of residential areas, and we really have some options, right? So for many of these, we already have large expressways that have already divided communities. I'm like, we need to make sure that if they can get on a designated high-speed corridor to get through this community, then they don't come off in order to shortcut. And so, I don't know if I would call it failing if they had to slow down to go through in some of them. And I don't know, where we get to that definition within Vision 2050 because we look at it sort of in that old modeling, right, of what these failing roadways are. But we've had conversations in areas, and we just were out, Brett was with me, in Hunters Creek where we sort of took some hits on slowing people down, and then we got emails afterwards saying, thank you for doing this. I can finally ride my bike to work. Thank you. And so understanding that it's not going to always be easy or convenient, but at the end of the day, it's going to be livable, and we're going to be able to grow sustainably by doing it that way. I don't know if you have any thoughts.
Yeah.
I don't want to take away from Brian, but I do want to point out one thing that there's a lot in Brian's slides. One thing that when it talked about constrained corridors, backlog corridors, those are ones that the decision's already been made not to widen.
Okay.
And those are ones that we would have the complete street. So when we were looking, earlier in the year, we were kind of updating those sales tax 20 years. We actually used a lot of the same stuff to bring it into here. So there was a big number in there. There was like a 4-point-some billion, and there was about a 900 million. That 900 million was safety improvements on projects that are not being widened.
Okay.
So we are shifting that thinking. We're looking at roads and saying, you can't widen this anymore. We need to do that. So the discussions in the Vision Zero, which is not to be confused with Vision 2050, right, brings that in too and says, like our meeting the other night, you got to slow people down. So sometimes it's not just not even widening. It's how do you take those, vehicle speeds and bring them down. But it was built into Brian's analysis. It's just there was probably so much out there. It was hard
No, that's
to see.
okay. I just wanted to kind of reconfirm, and I know we've talked about it. And in fact, I think our first conversation sort of about that was after the transportation sales tax meeting, where I had residents come up and say, oh my gosh, please tell me you're not going to make that wider. It's already really scary for us to try to pull out right there. And so knowing that was not the plan there. And then my real quick second one on this is a stormwater, so stay put. The LID manual, I know it has been adopted, super excited about it, feel like it is a opportunity, another one of those optimistic places for me to rest my hat on. But I saw here that there's the long-term for budget for that, because it looks like for existing. Are there opportunities in the short term for enticements of some kind I know it has to be that is a context specific, it is very specific to soil types and what have you, but are there going to be opportunities? I know right now it's just an option, right? There's a manual there if somebody coming through wants to take up that option.
Yeah, we're certainly looking at it. Julie Bortles is now our sustainability project manager, and she has been looking at that. That's something that, it's part of some of we have a drainage manual that we're doing. We did that LID manual, but one of the things we are working on is a more comprehensive overall drainage manual that would encompass the LID and other drainage. So it's kind of pulled out of the code, so we have more to work with, and that's one option that we've looked at. You're probably aware that they changed the Florida stormwater rule. That's going to drive more use of LID because you have to in order to do water quality. So we're actually got a meeting Thursday with all our maintenance staff to talk about LID going forward and how we're going to maintain these because they're different. But we did have a recent project that was an existing neighborhood project where we did go in there and look at it and say, okay, where can we put the LID? And we're going to put some tree boxes in. So Julie's kind of tasked with looking at all of our existing projects, where can we put them in, where they make sense to put them in. So we're starting that, and she's starting to build up the budget. She's done an enormous amount of training on the LID manual since it passed. So we've trained, I don't know how many people, but there was a lot of staff. So it's moving forward. First of all, we got to kind of shift some mindset a little bit on that too. And we're looking for opportunities on some of the facility projects too. We've got a new maintenance unit we've been talking about doing. We're looking to see if we can do that. When we do some of our own property, can we put LID in there? So I know that the facilities group is working that too.
That's
so
very exciting.
Hopefully you see some more coming.
Yeah, I was going to say it's very exciting, and I love the idea of setting the example. Thank you so much.
All right.
Commissioner Uribe.
So, Brian, you and I obviously are in the circles of transportation more aggressively than most, and we're seeing, we do have a complete street process. I just recently did the blind experience on South Street and OBT, and you actually can't even get a straight line across OBT. It's so unsafe and it's beyond lack of complete streets. It's worse. It's not even regular visible streets. So we have a growing population of people with disabilities, and we're really so behind on this. When Commissioner Wilson, I respect the fact about you don't want more roads, but it's going to be a very hefty financial requirement going forward. I was just with DOT last week, and it's like all the funds are committed and the costs keep rising. So it's a serious issue, but I think that one that's very viable is we have 75 million people visit here, yet they're here for an average of 3 to 7 days. They use all of our resources, but they don't contribute to our, outside of a sales tax, they pay for a very brief moment. And I think that we should be looking at the rental surcharge a lot more closely, because consistently, and it's beyond transportation, it's even public service, we have our public safety being used on people who visit us, and it's being paid for by the people who live here. And the same thing is happening with transportation. And I would love to actually have us really dive into that. When I was with Assistant Secretary, I was talking about that last week too, because I think it's a growing issue that we just keep not really doing anything about it, and we immediately keep saying, well, residents should pay. I know Commissioner Bonilla and I and Commissioner Gomez Cordero have had quite a few sunshine meetings with the public and have gained a lot of perspective on that. And Commissioner Bonilla, I hope you won't abandon it, because I need you. We've got folks in our districts who are very knowledgeable. You do, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, and Commissioner Wilson. You also have, because one of the things that I've echoed from the beginning, and I know, and Alberto, I want to give you credit where credit is due, is that we are not the same countywide. And I think that we have to continue to be respectful of that, because the storm drainage issue, having attended the AMPO conference, the Metropolitan Planning Association conference, they state infrastructure and transportation should be the first things done before you plan. And I have, from day one, has said infrastructure and transportation, and I'm glad we're having the conversation now, but it's like a year late, because you guys have worked significantly moving forward, and we're now adapting it. And even Brett's comments, it's concerning when established neighborhoods and beyond Rio Pinar, because I always talk about Rio Pinar and Commissioner Scott has Orla Vista, but now Azalea Park is flooding. And we're not talking about catastrophic storms, we're talking about heavy rain afternoons. And we are, and what we have done and we have learned through this process is we've had very outdated piping. I know in Rio Pinar we've done better turn piping so that it could flow better. It's flowing north, it's flowing south. We're doing comprehensive studies now. But I just had an HOA meeting on Sunday afternoon in Rio Pinar, and everyone in that room is terrified every time it rains. And I'll never forget when we just had our last hurricane, being on the phone with Danny Banks, Ed Avianera, and myself well into the evening and starting at 6 a.m. the day after when light came up, because people were terrified because they're about to be redlined for home insurance because they've had so much damage. So while I appreciate everything that's being done, I really want to see much more comprehensive conversations about one size does not fit all and looking at everything. But I do worry as we are pushing, and Commissioner Wilson's a big champion of biking and walking and getting places, but yet those avenues aren't even safe. You know, when I did the blind experience, there's a video that they did on us, and like I would have fallen into a hole. I would have tripped over an uneven pavement on the road. We're not even talking about the sidewalk. That's a whole other story. But those are very valid. And I remember crossing the street, and I'm like, why are we going at an angle? And they're like, that's the line. That's the line to cross. And I think we have to be very viable of that community and what they're dealing with and what's happening, because we are an ever evolving. Just like people are moving here, people are not the same. We're not all the same. And I'd like to see more of that, but I would like to see us look at resources that don't have to be put on immediately first the people who live here. We should look at all resources that are available for people who visit us, spend time with us, do contribute economically while they're here, but have much more of a reliant income stream to help us. And I think it's very important in Alberto. And I'll just say, I'll give my kudos to Alberto. Alberto has gone and helped me micromanage certain communities that have been well established, Pine Castle, Azalea Park, Taft. And we have worked through those that my communities are feeling more comfortable as we discuss this. Because another issue, and Commissioner Moore may agree to this, I have plenty of lakefront communities that are on septic. They're still on septic and they don't have another option to go but still be septic. So when we're densifying a property and knowing that it's septic dependent, that's a big one, because we don't have that infrastructure to support that densification. And Alberto, I'll give you credit because you did work through some of those on my lakefront properties, especially in like Holden and established areas. But it is almost like a full-time, and I hope that while this transition keeps moving forward, that we continue to be able to keep interjecting. I know that you recently, and I feel bad that I missed this meeting, but I had this little thing called an election, so I couldn't come to your developmental Vision 2050 meeting, because I would have liked to hear, because a lot of the concerns I'm actually hearing are from developers, because ultimately they're liable when they're developing, and there's a name and a liability associated with how that community is going to grow. Is it going to flood? All of those measures are being handled. But at the same time, we should, continue to circle back with residents who live here, and especially some of our leaders. Isn't Eric Grimm here? I saw him earlier. Because I think even different perspectives are respectable, because everyone lives in different areas, and I'm not going to play suit to Commissioner Gomez Cordero's district, and she's not going to do that to mine. That's my responsibility to know what's important in mine. But I really think we need to look at all streams and really analyze what that can do, and also maximizing our federal funds of infrastructure support. Because one thing we do know is it's one thing to plan it out as we're growing, but there's another much higher cost to have to go back and fix it. And that's what I'm dealing with in Rio Pinar, is having to go back and fix it and not even knowing how we can efficiently fix it. And that's where the problem also arises with established communities.
Commissioner Bonilla.
Alberto wanted to respond.
I just wanted to mention to the board that we will be getting a report, Commissioner, regarding the developmental roundtable that took place with ULI. That's in the December 17th, and we will brief you before that. And thanks to Tanya Wilson for organizing that entire effort. It was very successful. We learned a lot from it, and you'll just wait to hear back from them because we have a lot to share.
All right, Commissioner Bonilla.
You know, during the break, I mentioned about legacy, but this is, you know, another legacy-making thing here if this passes. And the transportation sales tax that I know is so needed cannot happen if we don't get this right. Because this, I mean, we have the annexation that passed, we have the rural boundary that passed, which definitely gives the residents of Orange County more comfort. But having a Vision 2050 that works and that everyone is happy with and agrees with, I think will bring more trust to the public to be able to pass something like a transportation sales tax. So I definitely feel like getting this right is really, really important. But you can only get it right if you really listen to the public and what they want. And I know that staff has worked so hard on this for many, many years and is probably attached to so many of the policies that are in it. But if there is an issue with some of the policies, you have to be open-minded and flexible to change those in order to fit the people, because this is supposed to be a bottom-up process, not a top-down process. I definitely, just a couple of things I know, and Brian, we talked about it, you know, I keep pushing for trees along the sidewalks. We really need that shade, so if we could figure that out somehow, you know, even if it's requiring, you know, the properties to plant trees along the sidewalk, you know, let's do it. You know, we want more mass transit, but having those transit shelters, the bus shelters, are also important. Perhaps that's something also we could require, you know, some of the development to do, you know, have them help pay for some of these things. You know, I was going down some road, and one of the things we really need to look at when it comes to Vision Zero is that we have these bus stops in the middle between two crosswalks, and then people are trying to cross where that bus stop is, and there's no crosswalk. And these are these are the areas where people are getting hit by cars. So we really need to work on where these bus stops are located as well. They need to be closer to the intersections so that people can actually be close to where they're crossing the street and it's safer. What else? I mean, definitely, I mean, I've submitted documentations with lots of ideas that, you know, some of our residents have worked diligently on as well. You know, the sunshine meetings are super important, you know, working with your residents, some who are even, you know, willing to volunteer their time to really go through this. It's an enormous document, lots of policies to go through. Definitely one of the things that my work group had found is that there shouldn't be a blanket rezoning all at once. It should be targeted areas. I know we've talked about also just not, you know, the areas that are not targeted for growth, keeping them similar densities than what they are now. And we had that Dean Road townhome, remember that case? Back when we first started it was said that in Vision 2050, that would be townhomes. And then it was clarified, though, during that public hearing that it wasn't going to be in Vision 2050 based on setbacks and plot widths. So I think some of those things need to be clarified more in Vision 2050 as well, because if you look at it, you know, it says townhome, or it says the densities so high, I forget what it was, like 6 units per acre or 12 units per acre, whatever it was. It says that, but then they realistically, with the setbacks and everything, can't do that. So I think those two need a match, you know, because that's very confusing, and it can't be that confusing especially to developers. And I know right now, there's a window where we're allowing some applications to come in, and there's some hiccups that some of the developers are having right now because they were asked to do their development based on Vision 2050, but then there were some issues with some of the things in Vision 2050 that's being worked out. So that kind of affected them. And now they're in this window where they have to put in the application with our current comp plan, but they can't because what they were doing was with Vision 2050 and it's not allowed in today's comp plan. There's a whole issue there. So that's something that needs to be worked out as well. So it's just a couple of things, and Mayor, after December 3rd, I would definitely like to sit down with you and talk to you about some things. That's all I have for now.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Gentlemen, you guys have worked on this for a long time, and so I'd like my colleagues to say thank you, because obviously it requires a lot of late nights, early mornings, coordinating with different folks and trying to find the right mix of solutions that makes at least most people happy. I only have one question. It would be for you, Brian. You talked about the potential revenue sources, and obviously, ideally, we'd want to, move forward with the 1 cent sales tax. But absent that, from a feasibility standpoint and a short-term solution, what would be the best? I mean, kind of to what Commissioner Uribe was saying with the the rental car surcharge. So is that a flat $1 charge per rental vehicle?
We can't do that. I had asked for that a while ago, and they said we were preempted by the state from doing rental car tax.
Can you bring that slide back up? It's 27.
Yeah. That would be
Did that
would
change?
require a legislative change.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought
In
the
order
5
to do
cent required the legislative change.
The 5 cent is a local ordinance, majority plus one, and it's shared with municipalities.
And then the rental car would be the legislative change.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. The 9 cent, I thought.
It's number 27. Thanks, Miles.
Right, so the 9 cent through an ordinance, local ordinance, extraordinary vote, and that's not shared. 7 million per year, that could do some safety improvements. Rental car is a little different. The 5 cent shared. So it could be one of these, it could be a combination of these. It's really at your purview.
And just for my purpose, I don't recall, you saying the 9 cent, I have no reference, I don't recall us discussing this piece.
It's a fuel tax, it's the 9 cent, there's other
At
pennies.
the gas
ahead of that.
pump.
Okay, we have the 8 cents per gallon of gas, right?
Yeah.
And so it would be 9 cents per gallon of
No.
gas,
It
and
is
that
a-
would go to us.
It's not 9 cents, it's the ninth,
Ninth.
literally the 9th cent, because there's some other.
Right.
Copy that.
It's like another cent.
Okay.
But, the challenge with that is increasingly more and more of our vehicles are electric vehicles. They're hybrids, they're fuel efficient. So it has really been at best a static revenue source, if not declining over time. And we're one of the few states does not charge some type of administrative fee for those who have registered electric vehicles. Last time I checked, it was like 27 states. It's more than that now. That when you register your tag, if you have an electric vehicle, because they use the roadways, and so that the gas tax is used to help support the maintenance of roads, et cetera. And so, some people would be getting a free ride under Florida law today.
Right.
If we did that, we would be putting that burden just on the people who still have gasoline-powered vehicles.
So that takes us back to the 1 cent sales tax. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All
And
right.
and look at the difference now. $7 million in that 25-year period of time, or what have you, 175 million, it's just not enough. They have articulated to you, we're talking about multiple billions of dollars of deficit. And no one wants to pay more taxes, but the thing about the sales tax is everybody pays. All those visitors who come to town, they pay the sales tax, and it's an extraordinary amount of revenue that we would get that would potentially relieve the burden on our other revenue sources so that we could do other things with general fund dollars and not have to put it in the roads. We could put it in the social services or other things that are needed in our community.
Cool. Thank you, gentlemen, for your work and your time. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Those were the final comments. Let me just say I'm looking forward to landing the plane, as Alberto was saying, with Vision 2050. Hopefully in the June period of time, we're all done with everything that we need to do at that point. So we look forward to the future with a great roadmap. All right, so the final thing that I wanted to at least talk to our board about today is regarding this issue that has developed centered around the Supervisor of Elections office. About a week ago, as a result of an inquiry made by a local news reporter who had apparently received some information from either inside, I'm going to say, the Supervisor of Elections office, or inside one of these organizations that were to be recipients of said dollars, somewhat akin to a whistleblower type of a situation. They contacted us here at Orange County and asked if we were aware of the Supervisor of Elections diverting some dollars from his budget into a scholarship fund named after himself. And as we began to look into that, we did not have, when I say we, I'm talking about Orange County, I could not find anybody within Orange County government, not any of our elected officials, not any of our senior staff members or others who were aware of this particular scholarship fund that had been established. It appears that from public records, documents have been signed as far back as September the 27th, I think it is, of this year. So a month and a half or so after these agreements have been signed, we began to look at the agreements, and that's how we got to this point, okay? Because as we had our fiscal people began to look into the issue, they validated that there had been some transfers, as questions by the media have been asked of the Supervisor of Elections. Certain statements were made, and as a result of that, I tasked our County Attorney's Office and our Office of Management and Budget to begin to take a look at the budget that we had established in consultation with the former Supervisor of Elections, Bill Cowles, for the fiscal year 23-24 period of time. You all may recall that when Supervisor Cowles came to us during the budget work sessions, which is typically how we establish budgets. We look at everything in the context of all of the budget pressures that we have on our general fund, our undesignated dollars to fund the constitutional offices, as well as everything that we do. Mr. Cowles said to us at that time that in anticipation for a very active, perhaps consequential election season in 2024, he would likely need additional dollars because of anticipated elections within the municipalities, various political party primaries, and a presidential election cycle. He was requesting additional money for security purposes, to deal with cybersecurity related issues, to deal with community engagement issues, to deal with voter equipment and processes, and we supported Mr. Cowles and his request for additional funds. We now know that there was not a Democratic primary for presidential primary, and as a result of that, there were potentially some cost savings within the supervisor's office. We did not question it. Our position here as the Board of County Commission is to hold everyone accountable who we fund, including our own departments and divisions, as well as those constitutional officers. When they come in here and they advocate or request certain funding amounts, we have to hold them accountable to that. So as we move forward with the week last week, we had additional conversations with Comptroller Diamond. We had conversations with the county attorney's office, with county administration, conversations with the former supervisor of elections to clarify some of the concerns that we identified. We had conversations with Valencia, conversations with Career Source of Central Florida, and others who thought that all of the conversations and communications with Orange County government had been underway between Mr. Gilzine and the Board of County Commission. You now know that that had not happened as it relates to this issue of establishing these scholarships. After our legal reviewed various issues and we had these conversations, it became clear to me that it was an inappropriate use and designation of county funds. Now, that remains to be proven. I believe that we have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to make certain that when we set and make decisions about how to spend the taxpayer dollars, that we hold true to that. If we get into a situation where we allow the constitutional officers, after they have come in good faith and said to us they will want funds to be spent in a certain way, we have to hold them accountable to that. We cannot or should not allow them to request funds for one thing and use them for something else. I have a healthy respect for our constitutional officers. Obviously, I've been one of them. There has never been a constitutional officer in Orange County that has reallocated funding in the manner that Mr. Gilzine has done. There has not been one when we check the records. There has not been one that has done that. So as we move forward, Mr. Gilzine in his response to a public inquiry decided that he would take his name off the scholarship but still move forward with his plan of action. So by virtue of the fact that he took his name off, he acknowledged that maybe that wasn't the best decision that he could have made. But there are a number of others who feel the same way. And obviously, when the media came to us, we wouldn't have had the inquiry if they thought it was a good thing. So I say to our members of the board, any of you all think it's a good thing to take public money and name a scholarship fund after yourself? Okay. There's not any of us that believe that that is a good thing. So this is what Mr. Gilzine has said based upon what the Orlando Sentinel has written when he released certain statements. He says that county residents should be concerned, disappointed, and offended And I'm assuming he's making reference to the fact that I have questioned the expenditures regarding efforts to recoup $4 million in election funds spent on non-election programs. But he goes on to say in his statement these words. He says, this is what the Sentinel says, in an email to the Orlando Sentinel and other news outlets, Gilzean promised to vigorously defend our mission to expand voter participation and improve the lives of Orange County citizens. If Demings and county commissioners sue to recover the money he gave to Valencia and Career Source of Central Florida, the county board plans to discuss the issue. That's the Sentinel saying that part of it. But Gilzean goes on to say that he acted well within the law to divert, these are his words, money to the two programs. The cost savings our office achieved last year helped pave the way for two innovative programs central to the mission of this office to increase voter outreach while putting a college education within the reach of low-income students across Orange County schools. In addition, our office also returned more than $700,000 in unused funds to the county. Unfortunately, that's not enough for Mayor Jerry Demings and some of his colleagues. Orange County residents should be concerned, disappointed, and offended that the mayor wants to waste hundreds of thousands of tax dollars on attorneys and legal fees to deny low-income students the opportunity to improve their lives. Well, all of us believe that we should support our youth in getting an education, but that's really not the question here. The question is, did he have the independent authority to use the dollars in the manner that he did? And especially to the tune of $2.1 million to establish the scholarship fund at Valencia. Now, that was a bad idea to name it after himself. And in conversations that I had directly with Dr. Plinsky from Valencia, she said to me that there were drafts of the agreement that ultimately were signed between the supervisor and Valencia, that there were drafts where they had taken the reference to his name being on the scholarship out. But he was insistent. But after being called out publicly, he decided to take his name off of the scholarship. So here we are today, and because we cannot talk in the sunshine, time was of the essence. This happened last week. It appears after the initial story was written, then some others came forward and said, well, we have entered into an agreement, that being Career Source. They called saying, well, what does the county want us to do? Well, from a legal perspective, Orange County is not a party to the agreements that the supervisor signed with any of these entities. And therefore, I did not think it would be appropriate for us to be put in a position where we're giving legal advice or advice regarding public relations to these other entities. That's something that they need to figure out on their own. But the county attorneys, they're familiar with a term called fruits of the poisonous tree. And I know Commissioner Wilson is also an attorney. And that is one of those legal doctrines where if law enforcement obtains evidence of a crime, something unlawfully, everything that they gain as a result of that unlawful seizure, et cetera, is tainted. And so in this case, because Mr. Gilzean, we believe, transfer some funds, use some funds without ever checking with the Board of County Commission. Anything that, from the bad action that occurred with Mr. Gilzine, taints everything that flows from that, including these contracts with these organizations who are now saying, well, if the county wants us to give the funds back, we'll give the money back. You know, I've said all along that I think Mr. Gilzine is the one who we hold accountable. Mr. Gilzine and the Supervisor of Elections Office are the ones responsible for returning the excess funds that his office had in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. Now, on top of that, you all may recall, and I think it was July of this year when we were having our budget work sessions, and through conversations with the county administrator, Mr. Gilzine came over asking for additional money to do community engagement, voter outreach, et cetera, et cetera. And we did not provide him with the millions that he was requesting because we really did not believe that he could execute that in a timely manner related to the very pressing, ensuing, consequential presidential election that was before us. We said no. So now we find out that he really had, if he was really concerned about doing voter engagement, perhaps this nearly $5 million that he's talking about, he should have been using that. Now, since then, since this story broke, a number of individuals have approached me in the community who have worked in the various polling places during this election cycle. They are saying to me, I just want to talk to you and let you know that we got paid 10 days late. There were long lines at our location. The locations, there were not enough locations. The processes were inefficient, not enough equipment, not enough people. And so while Mr. Gilzine pats himself on the back and says, I saved a bunch of money, and so because I saved the taxpayers' money, I can use this money that I saved in whatever manner that I deem appropriate in establishing these respective agreements. If you go and you look at the agreements that he entered into, in my humble opinion, the agreements are insufficient to be able to guarantee the type of outcomes he says post signing of the agreements. The reason why he established these scholarships, there are really few performance measures, if any, in any of those agreements. So this is bad governance. This was an inexperienced individual who was appointed by the governor who had no experience to manage the office. I've since gotten calls from the former supervisor of elections and others from that office who have been concerned that just do not believe. It's incredible to them what has happened during this cycle. So I'm not alone, and I just want our board to understand where we are. The position that I have taken in my role as CEO for the county is to direct staff to explore all of our options to appropriately deal with the situation at hand. We believe, based upon conversation with the county attorney's office, that we have a case in terms of spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think we have very competent staff inside the county attorney's office that can probably handle whatever litigation that we go into, and we already pay them. The county attorney, he's getting up now. But whether or not we proceed, I wanted to, at least in this sunshine meeting, look you all in your eyes and understand from where you sit do you understand how we would be, in my opinion, derelict in our duties if we do not hold the constitutionals accountable to what they're supposed to be doing? I know that Mr. Diamond, as a constitutional, he has weighed in on this, and he said he's essentially in agreement that that's the way he runs his office. And I've talked to some others who have said, I wouldn't have done that. So here we are. So this is the conversation today. Mr. Newton, did you have a question or a comment? Since I brought you
I was
into
just going
it.
to say, Mayor, as you mentioned that, we get paid every 2 weeks. We're here to defend the county in most instances, and so there's not going to be any outside counsel involved in this matter, and so the taxpayers will get that much more effort out of the county attorney's office with respect to this. And as you know, we typically are defending the county and not have an opportunity often to actually prosecute and file the complaint. And so the litigators in our section are chomping at the bit to go forward with this one. It's just unfortunate that it's a fellow constitutional officer that has engaged in this conduct that we believe is completely inappropriate in accordance with the Florida statutes as well as the case law.
Okay, so there you have it to all of you. Some of you have pressed your button to speak. I will stop at this point. I've tried to at least frame the issue from my perspective, what has happened within the last week. And then when I don't think two kind individuals who double down begin to attack my character. I've been in this community far too long in high-profile positions. I've been a law enforcement officer. And when you attack my character and say that somehow the action that I've done is responsible for the actions that you have taken, that just is not fair. And I will tell you what I see is Mr. Gilzine making excuses. He continues to make excuses for his poor action. I understand he's gone to Tallahassee to try to get some type of, support from somebody in Tallahassee. But to me, excuses are tools of incompetence that build monuments to nothing. So I'm not going to be tolerant of the excuses that he's making when it comes to protecting the people's money here within Orange County. All right, so we'll start. Commissioner Wilson.
Oh, thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you for taking, I think, a pretty clear position on this. I will say, as a county commissioner and as a candidate who was, kind of just trying to get through this time, that it was really concerning that because of state law, we had, vote by mail ballots, requests cleared, right? So we knew. And so when that budget request came up, and I asked the question, will this go to making sure the people who think they're getting their vote by mail are back on the ballot? There was a look around, like, well, of course, that's what we're doing with this. And then we had a 16% turnout at the primary. I am one of 5 voters in my house, and we only got 1 voter guide to share. I don't know how everybody else's house did, but all I know is that when you look at where I believe these cost savings came from, it was at the cost of democracy. It was the cost of the voter being able to access the polls. Never once did the extra sites that popped up end up on the website, so people in District 1 couldn't find them or didn't know if they were supposed to be able to access those or if they were something special. There was so much miscommunication between the supervisor's office and the poll workers that I had residents asking me. I overheard, and this was something that was overheard, a poll worker saying, you don't have to fill out the whole ballot. We know there's a long line and everyone's waiting to get in here. You can just fill out the ones that are important to you and go ahead.
Just real quick, I heard that too when I was voting. The same thing.
Well,
which I thought was just that one person saying that. Apparently,
no, because this was a District 1 resident that called me.
They must have been told to say that.
Well, and this was what, when it came down to it, I asked for the clerk. I said, can I get an understanding of how the workers here are being trained? It's really important. Words matter. And making sure that voters had the full understanding of their rights. The other one I heard was people being told by a poll worker that if they did not have with them their Orange County picture ID with a signature on it, that they were in the wrong place. And I said, whoa. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I just happened to be there, skulking around, doing my thing. And I said, there's provisional ballots, and people who've been waiting for an hour, they're not going to come back now and get in line if they just happen to forget their ID or they're waiting for it to be replaced. And she said, well, I'm just telling people what I was told. So we're talking about things above and beyond that fiduciary duty that were really concerning along the way about voter access, voter suppression, the ability for everyone to cast their vote. I didn't want to take those things that way because my, persistent optimism thought, okay, maybe there was a lapse in training. We do have an interim. Maybe there was some miscommunication, but they were continuing to layer and layer and layer. And then here we are at the end of this, looking at all this money that could have been used for good, consistent training, that could have been used to open up extra polling places so the lines weren't like that could have been used to make sure that people who didn't have their mail ballot knew they needed to re-register, that could have been used for sample ballots so people could got through the line at a timely fashion without skipping their actual options. So I am very supportive, Mayor, of whatever we need to do because I think it's bigger than just the fiduciary duty. I think it's really a duty to make sure that that constitutional officer in the position of supervisor of elections continues to protect and guard the elections process that we've known so well here in Orange County to be really rock solid. We were really used to very smooth elections here in Orange County, and I hope this was the aberration and we get back to that because we knew this one was consequential, but they're all consequential. And so, anyway, I thank you for bringing it forward. I totally and completely support whatever we need to do to make sure that those dollars are accounted for and that the people's money is used for what it was allotted to be used for.
Well, and Commissioner, I know there are those who think that this is a partisan issue. When it comes to the supervisor of elections, that is an office that is supposed to be above any type of partisanship. It's supposed to be about the electoral process. That's the role that the supervisor plays when it comes to making certain that our children, our youth, and others have access to getting a good quality education. We support that all the way in a number of ways. In fact, on the board agenda today, we approved funding that will go to various organizations. You know that we were already supporting Career Source of Central Florida with job skills development, and we have supported them in a major way. So to infer somehow that we were not doing that, and his inference was that I was not doing that. I don't know where he got that from, but anyway, Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Bonilla, and then Commissioner Scott.
This is a legal question. So I know we recently, the county elected a new supervisor of elections. So what happens, when does she take office, and how would this whole situation be impacted by that change?
Well, I believe she takes office on January 3rd is when she's sworn into office. And in terms of how it might be impacted, I think that's a discussion, depending upon what happens between now and then, that we'll have with the new supervisor of elections that's coming on board.
I mean, because she was here earlier, I think she thought we were going to talk about it this morning. It's too bad we couldn't have spoken with her. Well, I know Commissioner Gomez Cordero and I were on the canvassing board, and we were down there a lot of hours. And so, from my perspective, things were running fairly smoothly. I didn't see anything different in the training.
Nothing was mentioned there. Our last meeting would be this Friday, so I don't know. Nothing was mentioned.
Yeah, no, and so I heard little bits and pieces. One day I met the students from Evans High School, and he said something, Mr. Gilzine said something about scholarships, but I didn't, really understand exactly what was going down at the time. But I don't think, Commissioner Wilson, that the election wasn't counted well or won well, and because we had the new scanning system which was in place, and they were very meticulous. If the scanning machine did not pick up the vote, there was one stray mark. I mean, we had to sit there. They couldn't count anything if we weren't in the room.
I think it was legitimate. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I think there could have been the uses that the dollars were intended for. There were still expenses that could have been paid. We could have made things a lot easier for people at those polling stations. And that's where that money was supposed to have been spent.
But I don't want, because we were there an awful lot, I don't want anybody to think the election wasn't run well.
I'm not saying that, but I will tell you right now that there were, I mean, every single day of early voting in the general, there were over an hour waits. The two pop-up, and I will call them pop-up, polling places in District 1, because they were never listed on the website. And I mean, I checked every day. I'm like, still not here. Why are these not listed on the website? Is it like you need a secret password to get in there? I had a number of residents call me about not getting their sample ballot. These aren't things that I don't think the counting was an issue.
Right. Well,
I think actually
this is my
training
turn.
and-
So,
yeah, sorry.
so that's anecdotal. I can tell you because they had a new program. I saw it. What I can't speak to is what they did with the data. There was a new program there that was marking every early voting site and how long the waits were. And so we could request that, you could request that to see if that data was not followed and if it necessitated opening another polling site. But that was new programming, new software that they had for this election. So, because we would sit there and they would show you exactly how long the wait was at every polling.
Remember, factually, he came to us and asked us to work with him to open additional polling sites, voting sites, late, within a couple of weeks of the general election. We worked with him in Orange County. And I said, absolutely, we'll work with you on that. What was the delay? What caused that? I don't know. But
maybe
this conversation really is about the funding. I know that he came on the one hand and asked for additional funding to do what he says he's trying to do with this $5 million. Well, it appears he had money that he could have used it for. So just think about it. Had we given him the money, this conversation might not have been about $5 million. It could have been about $7 million.
That's what I was going to ask.
So we did not. We saw through that. We said no, absolutely not. So
right.
in either case.
Well, so back to Mr. Newton. In terms of our policies, procedures, is it written anywhere? I know I've seen it as a practice, but do we have an ordinance or a statute that talk about the constitutional officers reallocating dollars in the mid-budget year? I was curious what the legal background is for that behavior that I have observed.
Statutory. There's a constitutional, I should say, statutory provision for each of the constitutional officers in terms of their budgeting practices, as well as a statutory provision for Orange County in terms of its budgeting practices. So that's what we're basing the opinion that we've given to the mayor with respect to our ability to recover the funds from the supervisor elections.
And what I don't want to have happen is us to be talking about specific litigation strategy. That would not serve us well. But Mr. Newton and his team have sufficiently advised me, and I asked them to provide briefings to each of you because I cannot do that outside of the sunshine. So if you all have not, I will say to Mr. Newton and his office, let them sit down and maybe talk to you. And keep in mind, these are confidential types of conversations that we have.
And Mayor, just one correction. I just found out the new supervisor elections will be sworn in on January 7th, not January 3rd.
January 7th.
Okay. Well, I guess the only thing that I wish had happened, Mayor, is that you and Mr. Gilzean could have, gotten together and tried to work this out. Because I don't really, it's putting us in a bad situation.
Let me just say this to you.
Okay.
The time to have worked this out was before he took the action that he did. Mr. Gilzean even went so far as to say I saw an interview with Channel 9 that he had fully briefed me. That is not true. So I don't, he's being very manipulative in his behavior. Listen, you can't work, when you do that, you can't work it out. I said from the very beginning, before we ever talked about litigation, in my opinion, it was inappropriate, return the money to Orange County. I have not wavered on that. It's that simple. That's what he could have done. He didn't talk to me in advance. Did he talk to you?
No.
Okay. All right. Did he talk to any of you in advance? Okay. So you can't come to me after you have done wrong and say, let's work this out. That's not appropriate. I'm not that guy. Okay. Maybe because because of my law enforcement experience, criminals can't come to me and say, I committed a crime. Let me work this out with you afterwards. I wouldn't put myself in that position, and so I don't want anybody asking me to put myself in that position. It's too late for that.
Can the contracts be canceled? Because, I mean, from my understanding, the money is
Listen,
is
he
not in
amended
this-
one contract to take his name off. The contracts absolutely could be, but we're not a party to the contracts. And so, again, I don't believe that it's appropriate for me to give him or them legal advice or PR advice. That's for somebody else to do for them. Is that fair?
No, I hear you. But, he did come mid-year, and I don't know if he didn't listen to his legal advisors. I don't support what he did, but I do understand he came mid-year, and he didn't go through a budget process. And so the reason I was asking to see if we've given him a chance to fix this situation, rectify the situation.
He has an attorney, and his attorney they know how that works. But I don't, in this situation, I don't cut deals with people who do that, okay?
I don't think there's any deal. At this point, the money needs to come back to
I've
the
been
county.
real clear. I've been transparent about what I thought he should do, Commissioner.
And I understand, because we've been talking about giving money to Valencia. We've talked about piloting the program. We've talked about all these things that he was interested in doing. It just needs to come through this board, because those functions are under the duty and responsibility of this BCC. They're not scholarships for students, as wonderful as that is, doesn't come under the role of a supervisor of elections.
That's not the supervisor's role. That's the point I'm making here. We are the decision makers that look at all of the county's revenues and make determinations what those priorities are through a very arduous process that we go through. And that process has to have meaning and purpose, and it has to have transparency and accountability to it. And if you come in, if you're constitutional and you're less than transparent, and you're less than forthcoming about how you're going to use the dollars, then we have to hold them accountable. That's the position listen, as a constitutional officer, when I saved money, I came and I sat down with Mayor Crotty. And I said, in one instance, when the economy was in the tanks and we were in a full-blown recession, I came to him and I said, Mayor Crotty, if we save money, will you return the money that we saved to offset the budget cut that you're asking me, the substantial budget cut that you're asking me to make in the next fiscal year? And he said, yes. We did it publicly. We talked about it. There was nothing clandestine that went on in that situation. Everybody knew how we were playing. But what did I do? And every time I saved excess money, I returned it to the county. And that's all I'm asking him to do, live by that standard that every other constitutional officer has lived by in modern history. That's what they have lived by.
Well, that's my hope that that's what he'll do, and that's all I have.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Bonilla.
Well, on the scholarships, I think whenever we give scholarships, we raise the money. We don't use the taxpayer money for scholarships. That's, as far as I know, right, how the county's done it?
Sometimes we use different terminology, when we say grants, scholarships, and other things, depending upon how
Well, I mean
we
scholarships to actual students.
But to students, there was a reason why he did it the way he was doing it. Obviously, he was trying to do some self-promotion there. That's the only reason why he put his name on there, and then thought better of that after public outcry as a result of that.
Okay. So I don't disagree with anything, the situation, but I would like to say, I was going to say the same thing as Commissioner Moore. Has there been any conversations with him besides, the back and forth through the media? Like, has anyone actually sat down with him? Like, that was going to be my question too. And I really feel that if we could just solve this without a lawsuit, that would be preferable. Just sit down with him and have a talk, before we actually go into a lawsuit.
Yeah, that could be possible. Have you read his statement?
Yeah, but again, that's going through the media.
I'm just saying.
And I'll just tell you, sometimes I've said things to the media and they did not write it down exactly how I said it.
No, he put it in writing. These were written statements he released.
Okay, but just saying. But, not to knock on the media. The media does as best a job they could, but they are looking for clicks too, and so sometimes, controversy can happen, with the media, and they get their clicks, and, they get people wild up. I think just pause and have a conversation with them first before we go jumping into a lawsuit. Just give him the opportunity. And the reason why I say this too is because I sat down with him. We were trying to get the extension on the the charter, to get it on the ballot and stuff like that. And, he was upset that he didn't get the money, right? But he went ahead and gave us the extension because he knew it was the right thing to do.
That was the deadline. It wasn't in the deadline.
But he had control over that deadline, and he could have changed it. And he was going to change it, but then he kept it at that longer deadline to give us time because he thought what we were trying to do was the right thing to do. So just sit down with him, give him the opportunity. That's to do the right thing. That's all I'm saying. Before you jump into a whole lawsuit.
What is the right thing in your mind?
For him to not give the money to those people and cancel the contracts and give it back to the county. Exactly what you said.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is just give the opportunity to sit down with him.
He's aware of that.
I know, but you can't do things through news articles. You have to actually sit down with people and talk with them.
The contracts were already signed, Commissioner.
So what? They could cancel them.
Well, we're not a party to the
I know,
contract,
and that's not
okay?
that's not our problem.
That's not our problem.
The contracts are not our problem.
That's-
What I'm saying is just sit down with them and say, give us the money back.
I said that to him.
Through the media. But, just sit down with the guy.
So I won't be sitting
You're not
down
in
with
sunshine
him. I can
clause,
assure
I
you
mean-
that. I won't be sitting down with him.
Okay. Well, then have Byron. or the county attorney,
I'm not that one, okay? All right, I hear you. Somebody might, but I won't be doing that. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. This is certainly a new experience. I remember when I first took office, my first agenda, the sheriff's office requested, I want to say, maybe about $20,000 or $30,000 for night vision goggles. And so, to make sure I understand, when the constitutional officers do something different, I know sheriff's office is a little bit different because of law enforcement trust, but generally, if the constitutional officer of any position wants to make a significant adjustment, that they should, in one way or another, reach out to us through our budget office or even potentially in a board of county commission. Am I understanding the process correctly?
There's a way, there's a process by which if they want to amend funds, move dollars around, this particular circumstance is somewhat unique because this is an individual who chose not to run for election. And the statute speaks specifically to those individuals and that similarly situated, and the expenditure of dollars you know, there's probably somebody's name, some county, somebody's name is on that statute. But the statute circumstances are very unique to these circumstances that we're talking about.
Because I remember working here, you know, we do budget transfers, and then I learned as a commissioner from Kurt that I think each year we do a budget amendment and we have to make adjustments because we cannot spend money in any other way other than what we shared with the public that we would do so. Mayor or Jeff, when you reference the statute, that's the FS, Florida Statute 129.06, am I correct?
There's a couple of statutes. It's 129.06 subsection 5, and then there's 129.202, and there's 129.201.
Okay, and then
very similar process, Commissioner.
Okay, and then Comptroller Diamond, do you have the ability to audit any constitutional officers or how anyone like? How does that? I guess what I'm saying is, do we have to request an audit from through the comptroller, or could he just go ahead and do it?
First of all, yeah, I do have the authority to audit any constitutional officer. In fact, interestingly enough, some time ago, the new election supervisor and I had a conversation about doing an audit after she came in. And she and I have a meeting set up with my chief of audit in the next couple of weeks. As far as auditing Supervisor Gilzine, typically we would do an audit to discover things. And here, I don't think there's any mystery about the issues that we're talking about. I don't think the supervisor has denied making a $2.1 million gift here or a $2 million gift there. So I think the facts are known. And I think the question really, in fact, if we had discovered that in an audit, we would have brought it to the county attorney and ultimately to the board and said, what, if anything, do you want to do? So I think that's really the question is, number one, do you think it's okay? And number two, what do you want to do about it?
Well, I think we have some time before she takes office, so I think in your authority, I mean, I can't tell you what to do. You've got your own, but I think it makes sense to look at, we only know what we know, but there may be other things that we're not aware of, but we wouldn't know that if you didn't conduct an audit. And I think, you know, maybe waiting for Karen to come in. I mean, you guys do spot checks on things when we, you know, do P-card purchases. So I'm just saying to what degree you could get some information for us to be aware, for our county attorney's office to potentially inform their actions prior to the new supervisor taking election. Jeff, if I understand correctly, most government contracts as a standard practice have things where they can terminate contracts for convenience. And so let's say we don't get recover the funds in this calendar year. When Supervisor Dental takes office, couldn't she potentially cancel those contracts? And could she do something?
As far as I know, she could.
Okay. And do we, as an entity, do we have copies of those contracts?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Will those be shared with the board? Can those be shared with the board?
Be more than glad to send a copy to each of you of both contracts.
All right. Mayor, I'm supportive of you. I think that, you know, we all take these, we hold everyone who works for any government agency holds a position of public trust. And I tell folks the difference between, you know, us as electeds and then the county staff members is that we take an oath as opposed to just doing the job. But at the end of the day, the common denominator is a position of public trust, that you do what you said you were going to do, that you are, you know, upright and forthcoming. I know, like in meetings, that you want to do things in good and proper order. I can't speak to all the motivations of Mr. Gilzine, but I think that to what Commissioner Benini was saying, and if he's watching, we would love for you to either come to this board or reach out to our staff, because I have seen some of the back and forth in the media, some of the statements, but I think it's clear, you know, what the mayor's position is, what I think my board member's position is, and so, you know, kind of the action or onus seems to be on the supervisor to, for lack of a better word, do the right thing. Mayor, I definitely did see what you did there with the monuments thing. I remember that from my days in college. Yeah, people take elected office to serve and to serve in the sunshine. And I think that we certainly need to figure out a remedy that doesn't require the back and forth and doesn't result in us having to spend legal fees, even if that is the legal fees of our county staff. So, Mayor, I'm in full support of whatever our county attorney and his team think we should do. But likewise, Comptroller Diamond, I think that you're in a good position before the supervisor takes office to, do some fact finding for us so we can have a better understanding. I've had a number of reporters reach out to me for comment, and my response to those reporters was, I can't comment on anything when I don't have a full scope of what has happened or what is currently happening. Yeah, I know, kind of the basics or the facts, but there could be other things that I'm not aware of, that we are not aware of, and I think that, your team could potentially get some additional context that can help inform not only our decisions going forward, but the county attorney and his staff. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to understand a little bit more, Mayor, there were $4 million, or they were how much money did he use? Do we know?
We don't know.
We don't know, okay, we don't know. So that was.
We know at least a certain amount. We don't know, there may be other things out there. We know at least the amount with Valencia and the least amount with Career Source, but there may be others. We're hearing that may be other contracts and agreements.
So then there was some money given to Valencia, but the money that was given to Career Source, that was for what? Do we know?
We know what he said in his statement that he gave to the media and what's in the contracts. And they're going to get you copies of the contract.
Okay, so there was scholarship for Valencia, and then we still don't know for sure for Career Source. Okay, so my question is, Mayor, I know he came in September for $2 million, which we didn't approve. So this $4 million came from what? From the budget that was approved in 2023 for 2024? And how we knew that that was the money that was not used? I don't know. I mean, that was left over that has to come back to the general funds. How does that work? I mean, I don't.
Mayor, would you like for us, Kurt Peterson, come and brief you individually to walk you through how the budget, that end of year budget process kind of works and the dollars, their object codes? Kurt, that's something he can perhaps sit down with you individually, Commissioner. And walk
That's
you through
fine.
that.
What I'm saying is, I want to know why he couldn't use that money if that money was already assigned as a budget approved in 2023 for 2024. The problem here is that it's not used for what he did use it for or what it is. Because we're going into a lawsuit, so I want to know.
Well, to my knowledge, there was no money assigned in this budget for giving $2.1 million in scholarship money to Valencia, nor $1.9 million to Career Source.
Okay.
Correct. You have the budget classifications, you have the categories, and so you have personnel costs. If you use it for personnel costs, you may spend more, but that's fine. It was in personnel costs. But this was not one of the uses he's done was not something that was, in this case, Bill Cowles presented that fiscal year 24 budget. It was not for that purpose that he has now used those dollars. And he transferred dollars from other sources, other categories to access those dollars. That's the crux of the issue.
Okay, that he transferred that money. Okay, now I'm understanding a little bit more how the serious of this case. Okay, and I just wanted to say, just because, we were in the canvassing board and we're in Sunshine meeting now, that yes, there was a high outstanding number of voters for this general election. And it's true, during the primary, there was long lines as well, and that's why I think he came, and he said it in the canvassing board that he was requesting 4 more polls to be open because of the people, the outstanding numbers of voters that were going there. So, well, I don't know. I just wanted to know what the Career, source money was for, If it was for training, there was volunteers over there saying that not to fill the whole ballot, I don't know. So, okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you. I did want to ask Legal or Byron a follow-up question. So by the information that we received, it appears Career Source 1.9, Valencia 2.1, and OC Votes $1 million. That's what we've learned so far. And is that what the county also has, which is to a tune of $5 million? It's just adding up to that amount?
Yes.
Okay. And I mean, one of the things that stands out to me is, like on Career Source, we do give a significant amount of funding to them, and we have continuously. But my question is, if these three agencies return the funds to the county, regardless of what transactions take place with the supervisor of election, does this still mitigate some sort of lawsuit if the funds are returned to the county, which are general funds that, which are general fund funds? I mean, I didn't want to say that inappropriately, but these are general fund dollars. If these three agencies return the funds to the county, is there still some sort of legal requirement that we have to still partake in?
There's no legal requirement that we would follow through with litigation, but that's a discussion that we would have at that point in time if those funds were returned to the county.
Okay. And have you all, this has been more on the mayor and you all have clearly discovered all this, have had discussions. I would like to be briefed on all of it. I don't know if anyone else has. But my question is, while we can go back and forth and the mayor has been very strong at, his concerns, my thought is, can we fix this? I mean, we're looking at 40 days, 45 days of we are going to have or 50 days, a new supervisor of elections. If these agencies do cancel those agreements and return these funds, I mean, this is a momentarily problem, because one of the things I wanted to say is, let's say you do go in litigation, it's not going to happen by January 7th. It's going to be way more advanced than that, and then it's too bad the supervisor isn't here she sat with us for a long time, so kudos to her. But I can't imagine that she would still honor those agreements once she acquires that position. So that's where my question is when we get into litigation, I've never seen anything resolved that efficiently in that time. So I'm just trying to ask from you all where we are.
Well, I've never seen anything resolved that quickly either, but there's a very easy way and quick way to resolve this, and that is to either transfer funds to the county in the amount of $2.1 million, or make a check payable to Orange County, Florida, to the comptroller. He'll figure out where to deposit it, and another check for $1.9 million, and perhaps, we haven't looked into the third one that extensively, another check for $1 million.
And my follow-up question, and again, our new supervisor is not here, has she taken on a commitment to return these funds once she goes into office if it has not been done by that said date?
I have not had that discussion with her.
Would it be worthy us having a conversation with the incoming supervisor of elections? Because, again, I've not had conversations with anyone, but through the media, she has also stated publicly that she does not support this. So she also has the authority, if these agencies don't return it and it makes its way to Comptroller Diamond, does the incoming supervisor of election have the authority to cancel these and receive those funds back?
I think that's a discussion that she'll have to have with her counsel to figure that out from her perspective, whether or not, given the agreements that they've entered into, that she has that authority to cancel those agreements. I believe she does, but that's something for her counsel to figure out.
Thank you, Attorney Newton. My last question is, has anybody in the leadership of the mayor's office had any, I know the mayor said I'm not, I know, but has anyone in leadership, either Byron or you, contacted Mr. Gilzean's attorney or Mr. Gilzean to discuss any of these issues? Because it does appear it's been what we've heard through the media, but I'm just curious if there's actually been any kind of discussion. But it goes both ways. I mean, have we met with their attorneys or Mr. Gilzean, or has anyone attempted to communicate with anyone from his office in that sense?
I have not.
So Mr. Gilzean and I have had a couple of conversations, I have related the same message that the mayor has conveyed publicly. That's the message. So he knows what position had been expressed, articulated. I don't know, there was no other option. There wasn't an option of, can we work this out, i.e., if I take my name off, am I okay? The only comment I can give him back, I can convey to him is the position that had been expressed, that we believe this was an inappropriate use of the dollars, and those are dollars that should have come back to the county. That's the nature of the conversation.
And so you're saying he did not agree with you on that?
Clearly, we're still in this.
Okay, no, I'm
place.
just trying to find out, because I mean, there seems to be attorney discussion, like Ms. Castor talking to her attorney. Mr. Gilzine has an attorney.
Yes, he and I have had a couple of conversations over the course of, since last week, since this came to our attention, but they've both been essentially conveying the concern that the county has with this action that he's taken.
Okay. I mean, my only thought at the end of the day is we have a fiduciary duty to return these funds that are taxpayer funds to the general fund, and to try to eliminate more spending to get us there. And ultimately, by January 7th, this won't be resolved. So would it also behoove us to have a conversation with our incoming supervisor and her attorney to make sure that she would be in accordance with us to follow through on those return of funds if we are not able to get there by January 7th? Are we able to have that conversation with her to ensure that? Because I think at the end of the day, we want those funds back. That's where we are. Everything that's been discussed here.
Let me jump in. The county staff and I have had numerous conversations. In my role as the mayor and the CEO, we do talk about our strategies of going forward. Some of that is not for us to sit here now and say, this is what we're going to do if they do this or do that. My underlying commitment has been to ensure that the supervisor of elections office returns the dollars to Orange County. How we get there, the threat of litigation is but one angle. And so let us do what we are supposed to be doing. The reason I'm bringing that to you now is to inform you that we have a strategy about how we're working this. Let us do that. We cannot do this by committee, unfortunately. There are some things that when you talk about litigation, some of your strategies you have to keep close to your chest. There's no exception.
I understand that, and that's your role as the mayor. My only question is, can we get briefed to get more information? Because these questions are coming out for me because I had not been shared any information to this point. And so if I would have had a briefing, I wouldn't be asking these questions publicly, but they're questions I don't have answers to. So I'm not asking a question that I have an answer to. I'm asking a question because I think ultimately at the end of the day, it's the funds that we're talking about. And like the mayor just, referred to, is getting those funds back. So I would like to request a briefing to learn
Just so
more.
you know, I've asked the county attorney's office to brief all of you.
Okay.
And I thought that happened before now, but if that has not, then that will occur.
Well, we did.
Yeah, we had a briefing with each commission. During a regular.
We were kind of just brief, but like
Not a
a
briefing.
solo briefing,
Yeah.
more dedicated.
No,
Well, we were more in depth, but yes, each commissioner,
Yeah, it was a few words while we
Yeah,
waited for
correct.
Byron to join the call. I mean, that was what we had. So it wasn't.
So I don't know.
It wasn't an in-depth briefing
wasn't.
along the lines of, we wanted to wait until the mayor had an opportunity to present what he needed to present this evening, and then we'll
Yes.
delve into it further, but
Yes. Commissioner Gomez-Cadero,
Yeah.
would you have a question?
Yeah, anybody can answer this. So the issue here is not, our thing is not with the Valencia College or Carrier Service, because we don't have nothing to do with that. We all. Our main thing is that the supervisor of election office return the money. However it is, they have to return the money. That's what it is. Because we're not going to go after Career Service and so on and say, hey, you have to, give that money back to the county, or yes. How is this going, because our thing is with the supervisor of election, no? Yes? Yes, Mayor? No?
You know, if the question is, does Career Source know what our position is about them returning the money? That's yes.
Okay.
And some of them, in their own statements, they've said if the county wants us to return the money, we'll return the money.
Okay, okay. Oh, okay. And then everything would be okay, or what?
Commissioner,
I wanna know,
Commissioner,
because
so,
As long as we
It's
get
still-
the people's money back for us to then sit and make decisions about what we would do with that money,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm just saying because, we have an elected official, a new one, and just going into that position to be all of
Yeah,
that,
we-
but if they stay
We
away.
have an obligation to obviously work with all of our constitutional officers, and we have great relationships with them.
Mhm.
Our administrative team works with them on a regular basis with budget transfers and various other things that happen throughout
Mhm.
the years. We true up with them over what we have codified in our
Yes.
budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Scott?
Jeff, Attorney Newton, you're going to share with us those contracts. Does any, I don't know if it's you or the comptroller, does someone have, I guess an itemized summary of the smaller grants and who those were made to? I mean, obviously, those were going to smaller organizations, so I don't know that we'll be able to get that back, but do we have a list of the organizations that received those funds for the $1 million?
I do not, but I understand that there's a list on the website as well as each day as the media continues to dig, there's a drip that occurs of more information related to organizations that have received funds.
I was looking for it, I couldn't find it, that's why I asked for that. And then I remember, Byron, correct me if I'm wrong, when Supervisor Cowles came to us, he asked for money to buy equipment, he asked for money to buy kind of software, and he also shared that because of budget constraints, that he'd have to break it up between fiscal years. Am I right? First, in my understanding of how that presentation went? Because I was here for it.
Yeah, so the practice has typically been, though, you look at where the bulk, where the majority of the activity will occur, and he uses those dollars for prep. And so that's what he was asking for, certainly articulated in the summer of '23 when he was asking for dollars for the '24 budget. And he has a schedule. He would put out that schedule of how many elections he would anticipate. But the majority of his ask, of the increase ask that the board approved for fiscal year '24 was in that fiscal year '24 budget.
Yeah, no,
I may not be answering your question.
So I guess he asked about equipment and software, and so I'm just curious, do we know if any of that equipment or software was purchased? Because he showed us voting machines.
Right, so he had a separate, then we had a separate discussion that he talked about advanced purchasing and the procurement process. He came to the board to talk about that procurement process of new equipment, new machinery, and if I recall correctly, he even actually spent less on that than he had initially, but he came to the board at the start of that process. But it was two, so one, correct, he did come and have a separate discussion with the board about the new equipment.
Okay, and then do we have the ability, I mean, we're in session now, we're here late. Don't we, as the board, have the ability to at least put a freeze on future? Because I've seen news articles, but I've also seen RFPs on the website, and I know Seminole County has had similar circumstances with the supervisor not being reelected and putting things in place. And so we're here in session, we're talking about legal action, but from an administrative operational standpoint, don't we have the ability to freeze or somehow limit his expenditures to personnel? Can we do that now that we're here? I mean, or give you, or empower you as the county attorney and county administrator to do that? Because you can spend a lot of money in 2 months. And if the concern is...
Well, that gets addressed by a different matter. I think the mayor mentioned about there's a provision about October, and I'll leave that to Jeff to explain that provision about October 1st. But your larger question, I'm not sure if a constitutional officer is spending dollars within those categories that were approved, I'm not sure the board can limit that spending.
Yeah, we have to determine which object codes that money's being expended from. And so there are certain things that the board would not have any jurisdiction over. And certainly there are, I think, periodic dollars that get funded to, or at least paid to the supervisor elections. I'm not sure whether it's a quarterly basis or whether it's monthly or Kurt's around. Perhaps it's monthly. And so I wouldn't feel comfortable tonight telling you that this board has authority to freeze any of the supervisors' funds that are supposed to be paid on a monthly basis.
Mayor, I just, going consistent with our charter and how county commissioners engage with county staff, but, in your conversations, I would ask beyond the litigation piece, what we can do in the interim, because what I'm hearing is we're going to potentially pursue some type of legal action strategy and the like. I'm hearing that, either Phil and/or the county attorney is going to have a conversation with the supervisor, the incoming supervisor. But what I'm not hearing is how do we stop the bleeding that we're not even sure that's occurring? Because again, this is only what we know. Comptroller Diamond has not done an audit to know what's going on right now. So there may very well be things that are happening that are yet to be discovered. And so for me, it's trying to figure out between now and our next meeting what we can do from an operational standpoint. We're going to do our legal stuff regardless, I get that. But I think from an operational and administrative standpoint, there should be something that we can do just in the interim. Because I'm thinking about our new supervisor, her coming in with a budget, and I don't want her to come in at a disadvantage if there is something that we as a board or the mayor or the county administrator could have done to help her to some degree. The legal piece, I get that, but I'm just talking from an administrative and operational piece. I'm sure we'll support her. Kurt is amazing at helping us navigate budget challenges, but to what degree this board and this leadership can do something beyond the litigation piece, I would love to see us try and potentially discuss it at the next meeting, should circumstances allow for it. Am I making sense? Because I talk fast sometimes. So I'll make sure
Commissioner Scott, we understand where you are. That's part of the strategy as we go forward. When we say litigation, that's but one option that we have to get the results that we're looking for, and that's the return of the money. We're briefing you in that if we can avoid that, certainly we will avoid that. But that's one option. If you have a party that is non-responsive to the other things, then litigation may be what we have to resort to. And so we're leaving that open as an option, but in the interim, what you're asking is, what I would tell you is by shining a light on this issue, we're putting the current supervisor in a position where everyone's watching now, okay, what is going on. And I think by virtue of that, he won't continue to behave in the same manner that he is. And hope. But you asked the comptroller a very important question. I don't know that he said yes or no whether or not he would look at an audit. That's a decision that he has to make.
Let me go back to that. It's a good question, but you raise a better question as far as what if you don't like what he's doing? Are we prepared to go to court and get a temporary restraining order or an injunction to either return other expenditures or to prevent him from spending money? We can look at what's transpired since March or whenever it was that he became the election supervisor. But I think ultimately, I think that's the decision for the board is, are you ready to jump in? You're asking my office to jump into action, which I think would be incredibly fast because he's gone in 6 weeks. and you've got one more meeting, I think, in December, and then you're done, maybe two, but then you're done for the year. You know, one thing we do differently, and by we, I mean the collective we, which is my office plus the Board of County Commissioners. Every single check that's written on your behalf by my office, as well as every check from my office, we put it on our website. It's transparent, it's open, because that's what we believe in, and I'm proud of that. I can't say the same for the Supervisor of Elections office. They don't run the office the same way. So,
Well, Mayor and Comptroller, just so I'm clear, so I stopped short of asking you directly to conduct an audit and just kind of talked around the issue, because again, that requires staff, allocation of resources, and that's not something you can do kind of on the fly. So that's why I didn't ask the question directly. Mayor, to your point, I understand your position and the county attorney's position about litigation. What I'm saying is just maybe asking the question. If we put it out there and he doesn't respond, okay, that's one thing. Things have been out there on our side on what we're potentially going to do, but just maybe even a memo, hey, Supervisor of Election, this is what we're looking for, see if and or how they respond to that request. Commissioner Cordero, I thought about something you were saying, and I'll let the county attorney correct me if I say this wrong. In reading the articles, I feel like certain organizations are reluctant to return it, but they're doing it because of the public scrutiny. They asked for us, Orange County, if Orange County will ask for the money back. And so I interpreted that to us writing a memo saying, hey, whatever entity, give us this money back. But to the mayor's point, we're not a party to the case. And if I remember from just my experience working in around legal profession, we don't have standing. And so the person that has to ask for the money back has to be the Supervisor of Elections office from those individuals. While we are indirectly impacted from the purposes of the legal agreements, the request of the ask has to be made from the Supervisor of Elections. We don't necessarily have a place to ask for them. I mean, we know our position, but because we're not in that agreement, I can't go to Valencia and say, hey, give me that money back that this other person gave you, because we're not a part of that agreement. Did I say that right, Jeff, in terms of standing and a party? Or
Yeah, we're not a party, nor are we a beneficiary of that. We're not what would be called a third-party beneficiary of that contract. But okay. I will tell you that as long as we get the money, how we get it, I'll be satisfied.
Okay. Mayor, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Well, full disclosure, the reason we're having this conversation is I wanted the Supervisor of Elections and our community and the media to understand where we were as a board, if there were any concerns or not. That's why we're having this conversation.
No, I believe you have unanimous support, Mayor.
And so you heard from the comptroller. I reiterate, he writes every check on our behalf for Orange County, and he puts them all up on the website. It's pretty transparent. In some cases, he may have to redact some information out that he can't statutorily release or what have you, but it's out there. So in either case, I appreciate the conversation. I don't know, do we have other, so we might have had, y'all might have pressed the button afterwards. Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Bonilla, did you have another question?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
So let's go to Wilson first.
Oh, okay.
She's up.
Sorry, mine was actually, because I was thinking about, I think what Commissioner Scott was alluding to, which was the information that was shared about a curriculum development, which does have within its, like, it's an RFP. I mean, it looks like it has in here the award resulting in 1 to 3 contracts for an initial term of 1 year with an optional 2-year renewal. But there's not an award amount. So to your point about like stopping the bleeding, I know that was sort of a dramatic way to say it, but this is, I mean, this is something that right now there may be bids coming in on, and it's due this Thursday. So I do think there is something time sensitive to that, and understanding that, is he obligating the county? So I just wanted to make sure that you had that information also, because that's different than scholarship award agreements that have definitive amounts, right? Because this looks like a performance.
What we do know from the two major organizations that receive funding, that they park the money. They have said
Okay.
that they are not going to do anything with the money until these issues are resolved. Those that got much smaller sums, we don't know if they've expended funds or not, but.
Yeah, and
This is actually
she's
a
making reference to
This is curriculum development.
as we've mentioned, this information, some of this information, we're getting the same, we're hearing about it at the same time you all are. So
Yeah, this is actually a
new
training and civic curriculum development, ask for some, like, bids that would obligate.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's additional to what
And,
is said.
you know, the incoming, the supervisor-elect has said that she does not intend to honor those. Okay.
fair
So
warning to people out there.
between now and when she takes office, you know, we'll try to get to a place where the money gets returned. Okay. Commissioner Bonilla?
No, I was just going to say that, look, if these people, but I think Jeff answered it, if they want to give the money back, then that settles it. But I think a couple of people here mentioned, like, we don't know all of the money that's been allocated or we don't know all of the contracts, so something needs to be audited or whatever. Back to you again.
What I
Mayor,
will tell you, Commissioner Bonilla, is just, I think from a preliminary review of the object codes, we have an idea about how much excess funds he had.
Yeah, but you still don't know where it's been going,
Well, some people are weighing in.
where it's dedicated to go.
Comptroller, you were trying to jump in there.
Well, and just one last point as far as doing an audit, as there are only 6 weeks or 7 weeks left till January 7th. And the idea of doing a credible, thorough audit in 6 weeks is really just not realistic. And to get the documents and get in there and do everything that needs to be done, I just don't know that it's practical. And, you know, this morning, I had a number of folks asking about an audit of the OEP, and this evening, it's this.
We love your audits.
Well, thank you, but all I can say is I'm not coming back tonight for more.
And listen, I think you all know the comptroller is also an attorney. So when he talked about the potential for some type of, we could go to court and ask the court to intercede and, what was the term you used, comptroller?
Some sort of restraining order or injunction.
Restraining order or directive, you know, those can be done in a shorter period of time than a lengthy, protracted lawsuit. So we'll explore all of that to see, you know, as a result of this conversation, he may move into a certain direction. If he does not, then we know that we have to look at other alternatives.
Yes. Maybe he will tomorrow's.
Mayor,
get
just,
back.
go ahead.
An
No,
injunction, I think that was the word you used.
Mayor, Miles, if you could, I was able to figure out, so that, I don't know if that's all of them, but that seems to be the applications thus far on the screen, different organizations that receive different levels of funding. I think this is for road outreach, but I don't know. So it seems to be $282,000 based on what's on the Supervisor of Elections website from November 1. I don't know if there are other funds, but yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, while he said, you know, it should be concerning, you know, about what we're doing, it should be concerning to our residents that if you look at these organizations doing voter outreach and education and curriculum development and all those other things, when you look at some of them, it falls outside the scope of what they would normally be doing. But, you know, that's a whole different conversation that too lengthy for us to get into tonight about the merits of whether or not even these are appropriate or not. But they're out there. Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say to Commissioner Scott. When you look at what he was trying to do, obviously it didn't follow our procedures, but what he was trying to do wasn't wasteful of spending. He was trying to serve a purpose, a vote program, scholarships to Valencia and Career Source. What I heard was he was concerned about his employees being gainfully employed after they'd worked for the supervisor for a year. So I don't think he's
I'm good with I don't have an issue with what he did. I think it's great. My concern is more with the process. One question I didn't ask that I wrote down was, what happens to the money if we return? But I can't think the mayor kind of articulated that, we could in some way potentially just issue the funds back to those organizations.
Well, I don't know that we'll do that. That's for the board to decide.
I think the board said we because it didn't follow the proper budgetary process, the money should come back. But I don't think we should keep denigrating him that his purposes and his motives were, to wasteful spending. I mean, trying to have an Orange County vote program, it just was outside the scope of the job of the supervisor of elections. He didn't follow proper procedures, and so I'm hopeful we're going to get the money back.
Yeah. Maybe tomorrow he will wake up and call the mayor and say, the money is coming back, and that's it.
I don't think they're in talking terms.
Well, listen, if
Yes,
you all
he
don't know
did.
my personality
Yes, he
by
did.
now,
He said
I communicate with everybody
Yes.
who is willing to communicate with me. Okay, but anyway, beyond that, if there's nothing else, then we stand adjourned.